Right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our first tournament for June for the Aspire Esports Center. We are going to be getting into some Hearthstone action very shortly, but we wanted to kick things off first by kind of introducing ourselves. So, I am Dawn, also known as Dragonrider, and to kick things off this month for our tournament today, I have two wonderful co-casters with me. We have NiceJewishOwl. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, doing well. Excited to cast some good Hearthstone.
Yes, yes. And we also have Bridget joining us today as well. How are you doing?
Hey everyone, excited too. Excited to see some good games.
Yes. Now, I think one of you has some casting experience, and one of you is a little bit newer to casting. So I'm excited that we kind of have a range of casting experience between us. So it's going to be fun, I think. But let's talk a little bit about the tournament that we have going for today. So this is going to be a standard conquest best of 5. And so that means these players are going to be bringing 4 decks, banning one, and then they're going to have to win with the 3 that didn't get banned, and it's double elimination. So there could potentially be a lot of matches being played. I don't know, NiceJewishOwl, you're talking a little bit about before we got on our recording here about maybe playing a little bit of double elimination, but that's kind of usually saved for more finales or kind of finishing tournaments out. What do you kind of expect to see from our double elimination tournament today?
Yeah, I have a bit of experience with double elimination and stuff like TESPA. It's also the format sort of used for like grandmasters groups, but I think it's a really interesting format because it allows you to be a bit more experimental with deck building. When you have like single elimination tournaments, especially longer ones, it really just incentivizes to bring the best decks and play them better than your opponents. But in a situation where you can afford to take a loss throughout the tournament, you can bring lineups that say, well, I'm expecting this deck to be pretty popular, so I'm going to go for a lineup that counters that, or a lineup that's planning on banning certain decks. So I'm excited to see how people take advantage of sort of having that wiggle room of being able to lose a game in the tournament.
Yeah, that's it's kind of interesting, and something that I don't think a lot of players often think about is kind of your lineup in terms of the formats of and not even just like conquest format, but also the actual bracket style itself. So really interesting to gonna be seeing how these players can maneuver that today. But okay, now let's turn it over to you, Bridget. What do you expect to see in terms of decks? Do you think we're going to see a lot of like creativity, or is it just going to be like a lot of the same decks? Are we expecting to maybe see a lot of mirror matches or any kind of differences in deck building? What do you think?
Oh, I'm thinking that since it's double elimination, that we're hopefully going to see a couple more off meta decks. That's what I really enjoy seeing played. I think a lot of people like that. You get a lot more of those wow moments because you see card plays that you don't necessarily see in your own matches. But I definitely think there are going to be some meta decks as well because people are going to bring what they're strongest at playing, and that is probably what they're using in ladder as well.
Interesting. Okay, what would your favorite off meta deck be? If we're going to talk about some off meta decks.
I don't know if there are names for them, but every once in a while, I don't know if you guys have this experience, you'll play something other than, Mech Paladin or Naga Mage, and you'll be trying to figure out, okay, what are they going to play next? Because it's not necessarily something you see a lot of. Like earlier this month, playing Curslack, that wasn't even top 5, so it was really cool the first time I saw someone play it against me, and that's the kind of deck that makes me want to go out and try it because it's something fresh and new.
How about you, Al? Any decks you want to particularly see in this tournament today?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we'll see it, but I think Quest Rogue is the deck that I have not seen any of and had a lot of success with recently. So that would be my pick for off meta deck.
That would definitely be really interesting. I think for me, I'm like kind of interested in seeing some Hunter, because I feel like Hunter is kind of dropped from a lot of play, and it still seems decent, and there's still, especially a lot of like Hunter specialists, obviously, who still play Hunter on ladder. But it's definitely kind of fallen out of favor in tournaments lately. So I would be interested to see some Hunter decks and see like what people are doing with Hunter in terms of trying to get that in a tournament lineup.
I would
But
say, I think if you held this tournament next week, there would be a lot of Hunters, because the current deck that's on the rise is Demon Hunter, and Beast Hunter is a fairly consistent counter to Demon Hunter. So I wouldn't be surprised if Conquest lineups start slotting in that Beast Hunter in the 4th deck spot going forward.
yeah, that's
I
really
agree with that.
interesting.
I've also seen a lot of Beast Hunter on the rise recently after Dragonbane got nerfed and Quest Hunter kind of fell off the map. People have been, trying to get that turn 4 crush, and it's very exciting when that happens. It's a good motivator.
There's always the talk too about potential like upcoming nerfs. And I know we've just had some like changes. We just had the mini set pretty recently, but also I guess we will plug there is going to be a second Aspire Esports tournament in a couple of weeks as well. So later this month, there is going to be another one of these tournaments, the same kind of formats and prize pool. And if there's another set of nerfs in between this tournament and then, it might be a completely different meta. And maybe Hunter does come back at that point. I don't know if that's something that will happen, but it's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue that Hunter has right now is that Harpoon Gun is really, really good, and the rest of the deck is like kind of bad. So you're just hoping you draw Harpoon Gun. And I think it just needs like more cards to fill out the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Well, we're going to start getting into a game here, but I just want to thank you both for joining me initially here. What we're going to be doing for this is kind of a rotation, but I wanted all three of us to jump on here first, and every little while we're going to kind of rotate in and out with our casting so that we can have some breaks in between and not be talking consistently for multiple hours. So we're going to have myself and Owl take our first game here, and we are going to be jumping into game in just a moment. But thank you for joining us for this initial part of the stream, Brigitteous, and we will be chatting again with you in just a little bit.
Sounds good. Good luck to everyone who's participating today.
All right. And you had a game that you really wanted to check out here, Owl. So we are going to be actually jumping into this match here. This is going to be Chewy versus Parawox. What do you know about these players?
I mean, I know Parawox has been a pretty consistent like Masters Tour qualifier grinder and done pretty well in those. And I know Chewy has also done a lot of Masters qualifier grinding, done decently well in those as well. I think these are two players who have a lot of experience playing in tournaments and also are just generally good players overall. And they've both brought really interesting lineups in that neither of them have Control Warrior. Both of them have Fell Demon Hunter. Both have opted for Naga Mage. And then Parawox has Naga Priest and Thief Rogue. And Chewy has Holy Paladin alongside Thief Rogue. And it looks like as we're hopping into the game, Chewy is playing that Thief Rogue up against Parawox on that Fell Demon Hunter.
Yeah, it's really interesting that you mentioned that there is no warrior. Like, literally neither of the players even brought warrior, which has kind of been I think for the most part, it just gets banned, right? It's like, you just ban warrior. Or it ends up where people try to target it, and I don't think it works out quite as well if you just ban it. So the option for these players to just completely not bring it at all is very, very interesting. But yeah, Rogue that we're seeing definitely has gotten very popular as well. And I mean, it wouldn't be some thief rogue without multiple, good cards from other classes like this light shower elemental that we see.
He said nobody's bringing control warrior, but Chewy's got a rancor in his hand. What are you talking about?
That's right.
And he might end up needing it because this is a lot of damage coming in from this Lady Steno.
Yeah. Pushed a lot of damage. I mean, you can see the difference. It's not very far into the game. This is turn 5. And one player is down to 5 health, and one is still at 26. So, yeah, this game has gotten off to a very aggressive start for Parallax there as the Demon Hunter.
Very nice.
Okay. I think playing Shroud there is interesting. I'm guessing Chewy was hoping to hit the second Knoll off of that, because I believe it would be 0 mana here. But really running the risk of just dying. I think Light Shower might have been a slightly safer play that turn, but I'm not sure.
I have given up everything. What have you sacrificed?
I give up.
Yep, there's that concede.
Yeah, just gonna scoop it up there.
Was there anything that could have actually gone differently there? Because it did just feel like Parallax kind of just really took the aggressive hammer and just started smacking Chewy's face right at the beginning, and it kind of got to a point where maybe there was a safe play, but was it going to be good enough?
Yeah, I would say I think that might have been a slightly early concede, because Light Shower definitely could help stabilize there. But it really was the Demon Hunter got bored for the first few turns, leveraged that into a decent chunk of chip damage, and then just closed it out with the massive amount of burst Demon Hunter has available.
Give me strength.
The penalty for treason is
All right, but now we're going to see the Thief Rogue up against the Naga Priest.
This is a kind of really interesting matchup. Who do you favor in this matchup?
I think I'd rather be the Rogue, because a lot of beating Priest is keeping them off the board early, and Knoll is really, really good at keeping your opponent off the board.
Yeah. I'm sure Chewy wishes there were a Knoll in hand already, though. But yeah, it looks like this is one of those really kind of interesting situations, I feel like, as the Rogue, where you have to determine if it's a matchup where you want to use your resources exactly like we saw here with that extortion of, do I need to clear their thing off of the board, or do I just go for using it as a tradable and not revealing myself as the Rogue yet to discount those Knolls that you just mentioned?
Yeah, it's definitely a hard turn, and I think if we didn't have the Fillet Fighter as a follow-up 1-drop, you trade the extortion there. But because we are getting this board presence, I like this play, because Priest isn't super reactive, although we do see that Blade Master Samuro, which is often one of the only reactive tools that the deck runs.
How long is it going to sit in the hand? So I'm kind of wondering, because just obviously we can see Chewy's hand and Parallax can't, but there's not actually a lot of, well, right as I go to say that, here comes the vessel. I was going to say, there's not a lot of things to actually really go wide on board so far for Chewy. And that's kind of when the Samuro is going to come out. But this is an open deck format, so Chewy knows the list and is going to be aware that Samuro is in the deck, at least. Do you think there's ever a time where Chewy might want to make sure that they're not going to wide on board because of that? Or is that just something that Chewy doesn't really want to play around?
I think it really depends on sort of how the game is going. Because I can see a world where, like we've seen here, Chewie is opting to keep his minions stealth, trade off the ones on board, and that sort of means that Samuro isn't able to clear these minions. But there's also definitely potential situations where it's just not worth playing around Samuro because, you know, you have the option of, well, if they have Samuro, I lose, or if I play around Samuro and they don't have it, then I still lose. And this is just a massive tempo swing for Pairwalks, making a very large minion that I don't think the Rogue's going to be able to deal with.
Yeah, that high health is just super awkward. I mean, we see, okay, I have 5 mana, 2 different Wicked Stabs in hand that deal 4 each, but that's, I mean, it's not going to even be enough just using those. Gonna have to be a lot of resources just to clear 1 minion, and that is really not what Chewie as the Rogue wants to be looking at right now.
So we can play both Wicked Stabs and trade off both of our minions, and we've spent our turn 5 like 5 for oneing ourselves because our opponent's also just drawing a card anyways.
Yeah.
This is rough if you're Chewie.
I guess that it comes down to, does he feel like he needs to go for it? Is that a big enough threat that he can do that? Or with the Krabatoa sitting in hand, is that a wait and do a similar thing next turn with the Krabatoa?
Worth noting, I believe this Van Cleef will give the Noggaling casting, is it Stormpike Aid Station? I think a potential line there was playing that Vanessa, playing the Aid Station, and just hoping you're not dying to potential bless from your opponent.
That feels like another one of those cases of, does he feel like he needs to go for it, or does he save it? I mean, not going for it, what is the Vanessa going to be used for? Because there's, I feel like a lot of cases you might want to use Vanessa to steal an important minion or maybe some type of direct damage to try to finish out your own lethal, but there's not really going to be a lot of that in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't know if this Vanessa is going to be played this game.
Yeah. Because I agree with you. I think if it were, that last turn would have been when it would have come down.
It's turn 6, and we have Krabatoa in hand.
Yeah, there's that.
Chewie has Krabatoa, and I think Chewie knows the rule. But Krabatoa doesn't kill off this 3/9.
I mean, got to give credit to Parawalks too, though. Absolutely, really understanding that there's not a lot that the Rogue is going to have to actually be answering these minions, right? A 13 health taunt previously, and now adding even more health, just making it that much more awkward for Chewie to actually answer this, and it's just working in Parawalk's favor.
Yeah, because often with Rogue, the only removal they really have for large minions is Shadowcrafter Scabs or a discovered spell, and Chewie hasn't played any Tooths of Nefarian yet. So Parawalks knows the only answer to these large minions is that Shadowcrafter Scabs, and it's not turn 8 yet. Opponent's at 19. We have 1 Naga in hand, so we can play 2 Wigs, potential. I think if we hit Bless off of either of these Thrives, it's lethal.
There's a Bless.
Yeah, because it's Wig, then Wig again to 13 health, then Devour, and it goes up to 16. Oh. It is 1 off. Okay, there's the lead.
Yeah, just find the other Wig. That's fine. That's fine too.
Yeah, either other Wig or other Bless both did it there.
Yeah.
Or other Devour. So I think it was guaranteed lethal.
And there still was the tradable with the Viper as well, just in case that last mana was needed.
But yeah, I believe Pairwalk's taking a 2-0 lead over Chewy in this series. So it's just going to come down to Chewy reverse sweeping this Naga Mage.
Might be easier said than done in practice.
Yeah. It's doable. I don't know
Certainly.
the exact odds, but I'm sure there are games where your opponent, bottom 10s both of their sirens 3 games in a row, but I don't know if I want to be in that position.
This is a really interesting hand here for Chewy. Does have one of the tradables. Going to discount one of these shrouds. Kind of interesting if Chewy's going to want to go for a shroud early and just get some draw going, or kind of wait on that.
Well, so with our draw next turn, we'll have drawn 3 rogue cards. So if Chewy plays Shroud, that brings him up to 5 rogue cards drawn, assuming both of the minions are rogue minions.
Yes.
So Null would cost 0.
Yeah, and that's the big trick. Oh, no, there's a neutral. Okay, well, one of them was a rogue card. I think that's kind of one of those things that when you don't really think through those things, or if you just have that in your head of, oh, I'm just going to draw and Null will be discounted. Sometimes if you're not thinking about those neutral cards, or in cases where like some lists are running things like Vipers, which adds an additional neutral, you do have to think about aspects like that. But even just one rogue card, I think, is still pretty decent.
Yeah, because Chewy can set those nulls to 0 with Recon. But that is something that we've sort of seen with the refinement of rogue lists has often been taking out the bad minions so that your shrouds hit null more consistently.
Magic? Yeah, I've heard of it.
There does not seem to be a lot going on in the hand for Pairwalks at the moment.
Yeah, but if he draws a Siren, then suddenly he plays the whole hand in one turn. That's always the thing with Mage, is it's like every hand looks bad until you draw Siren.
Exactly. I mean, and the pop-off turns for Siren aren't until slightly later anyways. Like, there's not going to be a pop-off turn with Siren right now, right? So
we have a 1-mana Naga in hand, so I believe you play the whole hand, including the multicaster, if you draw Siren there. Najak isn't great in this matchup. My gut would be Rat King here. It's a 5-attack rush, so you can kill off that Siren with it. Yeah. Chewy seems to agree.
Does have coin to get it out now. Looks like, that's what he's going to go for. There could be a debate of the Shadow Step here as well, but I think the Shadow Step is going to be a little bit more valuable with some of the other minions rather than this Rat King.
Yeah, because I mean, like, Mr. Smite Fillet Fighter turns Shadow Step into an Eviscerate because it does an extra 4 damage. And that's a very relevant thing with this hand. Also being able to Shadow Step Krakatoa to get extra claws can often be relevant.
Absolutely.
Okay, double First Flame makes a lot of sense. We have Pairwalks needs to clear a card out of hand to not mill, and also wants to take 8 damage off the board. I think this is the one concern I had with coining out Rat King, is it means that Chewy isn't able to coin out Krakatoa this turn, which means I was going to say it's going to be a slow turn, but don't listen to me. We'll just top deck a good play.
That's the caster way. As soon as you're making a point, something's always drawn to just make your whole point totally irrelevant.
Yeah. Cookie makes Cookie makes a lot of sense as sort of the best tempo option. I think the Ajaran Defector is also decent in Rogue because you have access to that Gone Fishing to draw the second half of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially in maybe a matchup where they're likely not going to be getting on board from the opponent's side, also can be great because that can be, you know, a little bit more of targeted damage. You get to more likely send that 5 attack that you pull out of the bottom with the dredge to their face, and then you can more easily clear kind of a minion that you want to be clearing. It might be a little bit more difficult to actually get, you know, that 5 damage to kill a minion that you want in a matchup like this, but
well, it's turn 6. Chewie has Krabito
Yeah.
in hand. What's the play?
Looks good.
And then the question is, does Chewie want to trade off the 3-1 or sync damage with face? I think the addition of Dormant Rat King makes this decision a little more interesting.
Absolutely.
Okay. Just trade with face, send the 3, then 3 face. That makes a lot of sense.
Thinking on the shadow step.
Choose soon.
Don't.
Is it okay?
Okay.
I was thinking maybe
Yeah.
it was one of the fillet fighters, since there already is the smite in hand, just to get a little bit more pirate potential, but the Krabito
My guess
FR4
is-
is interesting too.
Yeah, my guess is Chewie is looking and saying, I don't have a great turn 7 play. I have scabs on 8 to clear off the board, develop tempo, but I don't really want to be playing like Smite or this Wicked Stab turn 7, so I'm just going to Shadow Step the best tempo play available. And it's also, again, made better by this Dormant Rat King, because I believe it'll wake up with 2 more minions traded off.
Yes. Three
more.
There you go.
Oh, there's 1.
Yeah, I think it's also an interesting line considering that there hasn't been that big pop-off siren turn on the other side of the board as well, right? So from Chewie's perspective, that could be coming at any point now, and trying to just kind of keep the board, keep that tempo going, like you said, keep a little bit of pressure each turn just sets up even better for the big scabs turn and big follow-up damage with the smite and wicked stab as well.
Yeah, because especially now, Chewie has access to that Shadowcrafter scabs if there is a big Naga pop-off turn this turn. And Parallax is in a really rough spot of, if you don't pop off this turn, you're just kind of dead on board. If you do pop off, then you pretty much lose to scab. And
Yeah.
also, we haven't drawn Siren, so it doesn't matter because we can't pop off anyway.
Yeah. 8 cards left. 8 cards left for Parallax, and there's not been a siren drawn yet. That is so unfortunate from the mage's perspective. Like, no.
Well, I think it was the if you wanna if you wanna sweep mage, you just have to hope that Siren is bottom 10 3 games in a row. We're a third of the way there.
Yeah. Well, that does mean that Chewie is on the board now. So, hey, there's a point for Chewie now. All right. So I believe that puts it at 2-1. If we've
Yes.
been following all of the games now. So this is best of 5. So Parallax still on that game-winning point, but Chewie not out of it. Chewie not letting it be a sweep.
Yeah. And now the question for Chewie is, do you queue Demon Hunter or do you queue the Mage Mirror? I believe Demon Hunter is slightly favored in this matchup. But also the question is, do you queue the more favorable or the less favorable? Do you want to save time or do you want to get a win?
Yeah, and that's kind of tough in, in some of these tournaments, right? Like, it's not singly limb, so maybe you can go for whichever one you just feel more comfortable with, and it's okay. It's so interesting, I think, trying to get into the mind during Conquest, because there's kind of that back and forth from players and casters alike of, do you go for the percentage of the certain matchups, or do you go with the, it doesn't matter, I gotta get a win with them anyways, and just queue something?
Yeah. Yeah, especially because game score doesn't matter whatsoever. There's no tie breaks or anything that are affected by game score.
Right.
So losing 0-3 is the exact same as losing 2-3. And I think Chewy has to just play the barrage here, because
Yeah.
this 2-3 is contesting really well.
Yeah, that I feel like that was a very similar situation to where we saw in the previous match with the rogue, right? Just having to use the extortion to clear the minion instead of using it for a different effect that you want. Yeah, there's already Lady Steno in hand. There's some other things in hand that Chewy probably would have rather have gotten to be able to do last turn, but because that spell damage potentially, and like you said, that it threatened the board and the health was just enough that it would have gotten a 2-for-1 against Chewy's minions. It's like, oh, I really need to just clear that. So it's a tough spot, but Chewy went for it and then had the follow-up. But Parawax also had some good follow-up to clear up the minions as well.
Yeah. And Parawax is going to have a really good follow-up this next turn with Siren, followed by Vicious. Is it Vicious Slither Spear or Scale Spear? I can't remember the exact name of it.
Slither Spear.
Slither Spear. First Flame, and that. Actually, have we played 3 spells for Savara?
There's been 2.
Yes. So with the Flame. So yeah, this is going to be a very, very big tempo turn.
I mean, what a difference it makes when Parawax actually draws the Siren.
Yeah, who would have thought? Yeah, I think the pick has to be Treasure Guard there. The other 2 options are like really cute if you play them, but Treasure Guard is the good card. Yeah, and now Chewy really has to kill that Siren, and Steno plus Predation will do that, but I feel like we're not super happy that we had to use our Steno already.
Yeah, it does create a bit of an awkward situation here for Chewy now, where, yes, it cleared the kind of important minion from Parawax's side, but now it's putting an important minion for Chewy on the board that's in a very vulnerable spot now.
This Sigil of Flame is really cute, though, because it sort of says, hey, Parawax, don't play any minions this turn.
Yeah.
And I want to say Chewy's in a decent spot to sort of take advantage of what's basically going to be a clear board this upcoming turn, because he can develop the Fossil Fanatic along with whatever he ends up drawing, and then curve that into a Jace in the following turn. I'm interested why Parawax chose to trade with the Treasure Guard there instead of pushing it face. Oh. That's a good draw.
Yeah. Right on time. It's a perfect draw.
Yeah, that's a fun play pattern. How about we fit in the board play Jillag?
Well, how does Parawax respond to this now? Because this has now created a really awkward situation where there's been a lot of removal already used. There's a little bit here still, right? A second flame, another first flame, but Is it
I
gonna
think
be
we
enough?
play school teacher. We get volcanomancy, whatever
Yeah.
the death rattle deal 3 to everything is. We put that on one of the tentacles and then we first flame. That's my line.
That sounds like it's asking for so much, though. It really does. Like, I think it's kind of asking a lot, no matter which route Parawax goes with it.
Yeah,
But
this is the safer route for sure.
yeah, this is the don't let those get buffed up to 3 damage each play and see what happens next.
Yeah, but Chewie, I think the play is Glaive, Fossil Fanatic, kill the 3/3, and then Fell Barrage. Because you draw a Fell spell from your deck, clear the board, send 8 face, and don't float any mana.
Right. This also gets a little bit more foul spells in before Jace as well, right? So it's applying a lot of pressure, and just these tentacles on their own are just dealing so much damage. I don't know how Parallax is going to respond to this. It's got to be something. Yeah, school teacher. Cone of, okay, Cone of Cold doesn't do a lot. No.
Yeah, none of these are Volcanomancy. Uh-oh.
Nope. There was that little bit, though. There was that little bit of hope, I think, that came out with that school teacher. Like, maybe if that had happened the turn before, like you suggested, maybe it could have happened. Maybe something else could have happened. But yeah, that's definitely one of those cases where there was a lot more that was needed, and it just, I think the top deck and it coming down on turn 6 was just a little bit too much for what Parawax could answer.
I think the game was close until the top deck carry on 6 happened.
Yeah.
But now we get to see the mirror for game 5.
Yeah, here it is.
And these lists aren't quite exactly the same. Chewie is running 1 copy of Hot Streak. Parawax is running Zola. And well, I can't spot what Chewie has cut, but Parawax is running 2 Rainbow Glow Scales. Oh, Parawax isn't running Treasure Guard.
Yeah. Yeah, so slight differences in decks, but both still very low curve, both top out at 4 mana. So not a lot of heavy costing things here. And speaking of 4 mana, gonna pick up the Fire Sale as well, which is pretty interesting. I think if Parawax is able to kind of get out on board a little bit, the Fire Sale is interesting. My only concern is you actually using it to clear the board where it only deals 3 damage. And there's actually a decent amount of minions that have 4 or even the 5 health. So it wouldn't even clear everything, but Chewie might just use it for the tradable?
Yeah, I mean, he can also combo it alongside like First Flame and other things.
Sure.
And the Explosive Runes was another option off of the Spell Clear turn 1, and I think it was one that was really worth considering, and we've sort of seen Chewie snap pick that Explosive Runes off of the Runic Orb.
Yeah.
Because it's much more of a proactive way to answer your opponent's pop-off turn, because they can't play Siren if there's an Explosive Runes down.
Beyond your comprehension.
I expect this next turn from Chewie, though. He'll play this school teacher to set up for Siren into Noggling on turn 5.
Yeah. Interesting choices.
Siphon mana.
It's like he went with Oasis Ally, which is kind of interesting because I feel like the Treasure Guard is going to probably not live, right? That's not going to stick around for very long. But how much trading do you expect there to be in the next couple of turns?
Well, I mean, if Chewie makes this big Siren board, it sort of goes, well, how do you clear it?
Yeah.
Worth noting that it does lose a little value and that the Nogling announces to your opponent what the secret is.
Right. Yeah, that is kind of interesting. I guess it does create a scenario where, because Parallax even knows what it is, then it becomes a, do you care what it is and you still just have to make the trades because you need to remove some of these things? Or is it
I
a,
also don't know if Parallax is going to have the option to make any trades. I think Chewie
yeah,
is
this,
developing a big board and clearing his opponents.
yeah, and whatever minion comes down next is going to fall right into that explosive rune, so that is not going to stick around either. So, oh, I almost wondered if we were going to see another explosive runes, but I think the ignite makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and I like trading the fire sale because Chewie is sort of saying, hey, I'm the one who got on board first. I'm not going to need to clear.
Right.
And I think he's going to end up being correct because I don't really see a response from Parallax here. I don't think we have any discovers.
Yeah.
And knowing that it's explosive runes, you can't go for Siren because it'll just die. But you don't have enough mana to play something, then Siren, then another Naga.
Yeah. Gonna be the Slither Spear first, just to play into that explosive runes, but like you said, now it's just a,
Oh wait, actually,
like,
he didn't know that it was explosive runes. He knew the Oasis ally.
right. I think at this point he probably expected the explosive runes, which testing for it first makes a lot of sense if that is expected.
Is more than scale deep.
Yeah. Killing off the Slither Spears, that's sort of like the scalable damage.
Right.
So makes sense to do that. And now Chewie's really looking to do the second half of this deck, which is after you've filled your board, now you want to draw your whole deck so you can start looping ignites.
Is there a scenario where Parallax can come back into this game? Because it feels like Chewie has just totally taken control of this game, definitely in the driver's seat, and is kind of just paving the way for his own victory. But is there something that Parallax can do?
Yeah, I would say definitely, because Chewie's hand is pretty out of gas at this point. So if Parallax is able to have enough of a pop-off turn to remove a lot of the board pressure from Chewie, I think Parallax can definitely leverage it into a win before Chewie is able to close out the game.
Well, definitely has started playing this turn very quickly, knows what they're going for, but I love the ice barrier pick too, especially because if there's not a lot of other answers to be found here, then that just adds more. But here's a couple of things. There's
I think it has to be Cone of Cold, because
no
the
volcano
Slither
man.
Spear will refresh 2 mana. Oh wait, are we on spell? Or oh, we're on spell now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. Ping.
Interesting.
I respect it. Okay, testing for Ice Barrier first, because if it's not ice barrier. It's just lethal.
Yes.
But yes, it is ice barrier. And now Chewy's just going to be looking to dig for that ignite.
Yeah. Yeah, 14 cards left in the deck, though, so seems...
During death scale.
Yeah, well, there's a tradable to keep the dig going for it, I suppose. But also, at this point, is this a point where Chewy just wants to play the fire sale? No, just trade it off.
I think Chewy has to second flame his own 1/1 to keep the chain going.
Time is short.
Okay.
Or
I guess that's a little too crazy.
well, I was thinking about it as well, or some potential of making a trade. But the awkward thing about trying to make a trade to clear room on the board is that none of the minions are actually high enough attack to have cleared anything from Chewy's side by making a trade. So it kind of created that awkward scenario where if Chewy did want to go for something like that, he would have had to do something like what you suggested and clear off his own minion. But I guess he just feels comfortable with what he's at right now, which, I mean, he's got a lot of health and a big board, so that kind of also makes sense too.
Yeah. I don't know how Volcanomancy interacts with spell damage. Well, I guess it also doesn't matter because there's a fire sale, and that's a lot cleaner.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage.
Okay. Yeah, there was the question this turn of, do you play multicaster?
Yeah.
Or does Chewy just drop a 5/9 that domes his opponent for 3 and says, hey, clear this? Ooh, we can amalgam multicaster. And if Chewy gets Mr. Smite, it sets up potential lethals.
Oh, that's sneaky. That is a very sneaky potential. I don't know if Chewy's going to go for it. Another Oasis ally. Can't really do that. No, I guess just gonna continue that dig, try to find more stuff. Plus, getting lower in the deck. Yeah, that ignite, right? That ignite's still in there. 5 cards left.
Aren't there 2 in the deck? Because Chewy discovered one and played it? Or am I going crazy?
If there was, then I missed it.
And Parawax playing the new Yogg box. See what happens. And it drew some cards and mostly cleared the board. So I don't think he can complain.
Just keep doing things until they die.
You're a teacher. Interesting. There's the ignite again. So if Chewy trades Fire Sale into ignite, it's lethal.
That's what I was looking at as well. Just gonna. Okay,
Yeah,
now
it's
going
like
for it.
Zola. Oh, that's the other
There it
ignite,
is.
the only 3
Yep.
damage one. But ping is lethal anyways.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think really, really well navigated by both players. It sort of just felt like Chewy was able to get that pop off a little faster, leveraged it into a bunch of board damage, and then, drew the rest of the deck, kill your opponent with Ignite. Sort of what the deck's looking to do.
Yeah. That was a reverse sweep we just witnessed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
that was a complete reverse sweep against the mage.
The good news, of course, if you're Parawax, is it's not over. You still go to the losers bracket and can still play it out.
That's right. That's right. It's double elimination. So Parallax, not out of the tournament, has a chance, and I wouldn't put it past Parallax to cruise all the way through and potentially make it very, very far in that lower bracket as well. So I would not be surprised to see that.
Yeah, definitely. I think both of these players, we were talking a little bit about the people registered before, and I think both of these players very, very strong. I could see either of them taking down this tournament.
Yeah. Well, I think that that is going to be a good point for us to take a very quick break. We're going to switch out casters, get Bridget in here, and then in just a short little while, we will see you back here again. But thank you so much for joining me for that first match to kick things off, and we will be right back.
Oh man, well, you and I are both streamers, so now we know what it's like when people are like, where is that Naga? When are they going to draw the Naga? You start rooting for both sides, and then you're hoping that they draw the cards that they need for the combos that they need. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Similar to that feeling when you're like your last game to legend and you're looking for something that is in the bottom. It's so statistically improbable. And you're like, why is it this game that this is happening? So it looks like D-Style has brought a Maestra Rogue, very, very popular right now. It feels like, especially after the last 7 nerfs, a lot of people are playing Is It Rogue again, because there are some fresh variants of it. He also brought, let's see, Control Warrior, one of my personal favorites. A lot of fun to play. I know Kazaku-san is one of those love it or hate it cards. It's great to play. It's not great to have played against you. Some other great minions here, Nelly, Mutinous, all just really fun. So it's like a armor, weight style of deck. He also brought Mech Paladin, where you have to watch for that bubble bot. It's really a board changer. And then surprisingly, Hunter. I know we were talking about earlier seeing a drop off in Hunter after the Quest Hunter nerfs, but Beast Hunter has been gaining in popularity. And once those mountain bears get on board, it's really difficult to come back from. Do you want to talk a little bit about Tiago's decks?
Each scar, a foe vanquished. Strike now! Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody? What a find! And fully intact. Ancient power!
Yeah, it's interesting to see this version of Demon Hunter. I think a lot of people are used to seeing Keria played with Zillag, but the Jace variant feels a little bit stronger, especially with all the spells that are being played already, like Predation, getting all those back. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
A watery grave awaits.
I know Hydrolodon is tempting, but I feel like playing that Saber just to get rid of Sathina, it's one of the best cards in the Demon Hunter deck, might be the safer play. What's your take on that? Mm-hmm.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Yeah, especially when you see a Demon Hunter not playing out cards, not playing all their mana, it makes you very scared that they're all spells. Especially when Sathina's already been dropped, because people don't really like to do that until they have enough spell damage to at least get close to lethal.
Pick me! Pick me!
Yeah. Wow,
Wow,
this is
Predation was really good off the
Yeah.
Nundling there.
Well, yeah, quite a bit of damage.
Oh,
Just shy, though. Just shy of lethal. Has to make the trade, but that's gonna do it. So we see D-Style taking that first game with the Hunter! With the Hunter. And apologies for everybody watching. I was muted for most of that there, so you only heard Bridget's side of that, but hopefully we have everything good now. But okay, D-Style taking the first game with the Hunter. I'm happy we got to see that because we did talk about that early in the broadcast. But okay, with the Hunter now getting a win, D-Style still has that mech paladin that you were talking about, as well as the rogue, and still kind of up in the air for what Tiago can play, which is the rogue, the warrior, or that demon hunter again. Any idea what you might expect to see up next?
I think it just depends on what he feels most comfortable playing. Rogue probably is the most RNG out of all of these. Just hoping to high roll every single discover that you can. And Naval Mine, I mean, he's hoping that his opponent is not playing Starfish in any of his decks tucked in. The Silver Leaf is actually a really good add to this deck. That's not something you see in every rogue deck, just to help draw more to get all the cards that you need to get the extra death rattles to go off. Looks like he did choose Rogue.
Yep. And decided to get rid of the counterfeit blade.
Keeping all the tradables is always good here, and then looking for Snowfall. just so you have everything in place. And then for Tiago, that is a gorgeous starting hand, having depths and Finley. That is the dream hand that you always want to see at the beginning of the game. Probably hoping to depths on 3 and look for a very discounted Nelly or Mutinous, or a very juicy opener on 4.
Yeah. Yes, turn 4. Well, there's not going to be a discounted Mutinous, at least, but there still could be that 4 mana Nelly, like you mentioned. So I definitely would expect to see that from the depths come out next turn. I think the kind of questionable is this other side of the board for D-Style, but there's another tradable right as I say that. And the sketchy information is great. Still looking for that Snowfall, like you mentioned, though, to really get things going. I wouldn't be surprised to instead see the Shroud come out potentially next turn instead of the sketchy information, but the sketchy information does get things going.
There's the Knoll. It always feels good playing those for 0.
I think the deck really wants him to have the Lava Gorger.
It's nice having both of those together. He gets to play them for nothing and get a lot of armor. The question is whether he thinks that D-Style has the rushes and the mine yet. Sometimes it's better to not put something down where those die, and he chose to keep both of those 0 costs in hand, so maybe he thinks that D-Style drew both of those.
Could be. This is a very interesting hand for Tiago, I think, as well, but the Bran and some 0 mana Lava Gorgers is going to do quite a bit of work, I imagine. I feel like this has been pretty slow from D-Style, unfortunately, and not quite how D-Style has wanted this deck to perform. Like, finally drawing 1 Death Rattle here on turn 4, and that's about all that he's been able to do. It's just not quite enough.
Feels bad.
And that looked like a
Especially
Mutinous
against
pick.
a deck that has so much armor gain, you really need to pick that off with the graveyard.
Yeah, there is quite a bit of armor right now. Maybe 38, 40 armor. I don't know if D-Style is going to have enough damage, even playing optimally, to get through all of this. It might be close, but the other side is going to be what's going to start to come out of the top of the deck for Tiago that has been dredged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Does D-Style even have enough from all of those naval mines going off with the double death rattle to get through 70 health?
Yeah. Well, gonna manage to kind of do a very explosive turn here. I'm gonna try to go off as much as possible. There's gonna be a lot of work to get through this and not die on the other side of it, though. There's the concede. Yeah.
It feels like that double death rattle was really necessary against that much armor.
Yeah, and I think it would have been a little different if if D-Style were able to get out onto the board a little bit faster, right? Like put out some of that aggressiveness, some of the death rattle, just get it going, get that gas out much earlier. And it was not there, unfortunately. So it looks like gonna be a tied up series, 1-1 so far for Tiago and D-Style. And let's take a look here at the deck lists again and talk about these. So with that, that was the warrior getting a pretty decided win, I would say, for Tiago. So gonna have to play with the Fel DH again or the Maestro Rogue, Thief Rogue. And again, there is a little bit of note. They are both playing the Rogue, but D-Style did bring that Naval Mine Rogue, whereas it is the Maestro Rogue for Tiago. But Naval Mine versus the Fel DH, it looks like, as we get into game number 3. You were talking about that Snowfall Graveyard. There it is. D-Style found it.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of a sleepy start for both of these decks.
Yeah. I wonder if D-Style will just end up pointing out that that Snowfall Graveyard next turn and then be able to follow up on turn. Actually, doesn't even need to coin it out next turn. Can just play it and then follow up the next turn with the sketchy information. I would imagine probably did not coin it out there just to get more discounts on the Knolls. Oh, gonna go for one of the Knolls instead. Just to start to get a body on the board that creates a little bit of a threat.
Mm-hmm. And using that spell instead of using the Knoll to keep the Knoll at full health.
Anybody?
Oh, I think that went for the Chaos Strike there. Kind of interesting. D-Style is very, very aggressive with this, forcing Tiago to make the trades or use spells to clear this. And I kind of like it, especially because I think D-Style really has that potential for a lot of the burst damage with all of those death rattles. I mean, we saw even in the previous game, right, that you talked about the double death rattles and all of the death rattle activation potential even within one turn. So trying to just hit face and force Tiago to have answers is putting on a lot of pressure, but now it is kind of flipped, and Tiago's the one that now has the board and is pushing a lot of damage. He's set D-Style to 15 already. There's not an answer in D-Style's deck for preventing that damage, and rather instead just focusing on how much damage can I push over these couple of turns.
And maybe using those Nefarian's face instead of on minions.
Yeah. Both of these decks just put out massive amounts of damage the last, you said slow starts for both of them because neither of them did anything for the first 2 to 3 turns, and then in 2 to 3 turns they both just super aggressive, pushed a ton of damage very quickly.
It's that surprise burst. Let someone feel comfortable with the amount of health that they have.
Right. Yeah, that was very interesting. So I guess that puts it at what, 2-1 now for Tiago. So looks like they are very quickly getting into the next game here. So it is going to be both rogues here, disguised as other classes, of course, because of those maestros, but double rogue. Not complete mirror match, though.
If the Ash Shrine vessels can get going early for Tiago, that's going to be a huge advantage. D-Style may just need to drop minions on board early, like we were talking about earlier, to get those chips in.
And this the Blackwater Cutlass in hand for D-Style is kind of interesting as well. Going to discount something here. Discounting one of the Shrouds of Concealment. Almost went for the Gown Fishing, but wouldn't have actually gotten to draw the card. I mean, it still would have dredged, right? Like, you still would get the dredge effect if you went for that, but D-Style deciding against it, wanting to be able to draw the card that is dredged in the same turn. Unfortunately, tradable does not actually count as playing the card.
Exactly.
There was quite a
That seems
bit.
like one of the things that you have to get used to the most with Rogue is the combo dynamic. I've seen a lot of players play cards and then mouse over them afterwards.
Yeah, it's definitely
So
one of those.
combat.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you have to think about the ordering of what you're doing with Rogue a little bit more than some other classes, right? So other classes, it might be okay to just play something out and then play a different card. But with Rogue, with all of the combo, with all of the, especially like these death rattles, or trying to find specific things in terms of dredging, now that we have dredge in the game as well, I think the concept of putting something on the bottom and then going for a dredge effect and really thinking about the ordering of cards is very interesting now. And it looks like that Okani was countering a spell. D-Style just putting a ton of stats on the board here.
Lightning Bolt looks like the best choice there.
Interesting choices for that Gone Fishing. I feel like Krakatoa's...
Krakatoa.
Yeah, Krakatoa's still a couple of
Only 2
turns
turns
out.
off.
Yeah. So I went for the Reconnaissance instead, which I think is pretty reasonable, especially looking at the rest of the hand here. It could be a play next turn for Tiago if something else isn't drawn. And trying to go for some potential, like an Ajax Hexen or something to just try to flip the board state a little bit does not seem bad.
Or even just looking for like a light shower elemental for the next turn, knowing how much damage Naval Mine does would be a smart move.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like gonna start with that. These are not any of the things we just listed. So Fell Rattler could be something that comes out and just tries to answer what's on the board currently. Cookie is also a good option. There is potential healing from the Cookie here with the weapon, but it does seem slightly slow. I think all of those options were kind of not what Tiago was hoping for. Well, second Snowfall Graveyard is not really the greatest draw here, but this does allow a little bit of something to happen for D-Style. Kind of Kind of interesting here, actually, going for that Snowfall Graveyard and then searching for some minions, but does pick up some really good minions to work together here next turn.
I don't know about putting the Knoll back down again there. I mean, you know he's looking to rush to put off the death rattle. Maybe you leave Cookie as the only minion to recoup some health.
Could be. Yeah.
Because he would have had to trade into Cookie once. Oh, no, there it is. With the double death rattle, it didn't even matter. That's right, he had the sigil out.
Yeah, that's a Snowfall Graveyard putting in a lot of work there. And is this a 2-2? Now, are we seeing another game 5? That was these are much faster games, I feel like, though. These are going much quicker, which I guess with the Naval Mine Rogue, those games do tend to go a little bit faster. But finally, it gets a win for D-Style. So D-Style took that quick win with the Hunter early on and gets a win with the Rogue. So now going to have to get a win with this Mech Paladin. Looks like, yeah, as this is game number 5, this is the Rogue still disguised as Warrior. So even though Tiago did bring Warrior, we are jumping into game here, and yeah, it looks like Warrior, but it's Rogue. Not a lot of tradable in hand though for Tiago, unfortunately. I think it feels like almost a whiff there, looking for, or not finding the tradable stuff to try to discount those nulls already.
Yeah, and he's not going to want to play fishing on 1. There's the tradable.
There it is, yeah.
Good top deck.
Interesting. Picks up a prep and actually going to go ahead and just go for it. Gets the Shroud of Concealment out, draw a couple of cards. Makes a lot of sense here, I think, just trying to find minions to start contesting the board because, again, this is an open deck tournament, so Tiago knows that this is Mech Paladin, so Mech Paladin is going to have a lot of board presence and things on board. So I think trying to dig through the deck as fast as possible, start pulling out some minions to contest the board, and dig towards some other resources is definitely a reasonable play. This kind of feels
he definitely
bad.
needs to get a huge amount of damage in before City Tax and Holy Mackerel.
Yeah.
Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
Surprised he didn't play the Gone Fishing there.
Yeah, also from the Mech Paladin side, this has seemed like a fairly slow start. D-Style was starting to get out on board quickly with the couple of 1/1s, but those got cleared up pretty quickly. And there wasn't really a great follow-up here. D-Style is going to really need to kind of start getting on board a little bit faster, but this hand is kind of clunky with a lot of 4-drops here. Leviathan or Mothership are kind of interesting just because of the rush aspect.
Another play here could have been trying to make the security automaton larger by playing the amalgam and then looking for a click clocker.
Well, Krakatoa certainly going to be clearing up quite a bit of this board. I mean, getting a full board clear against Mech Paladin is pretty fantastic.
All hands on deck.
Wow. That feels so good, pulling those sunken vessels there as my onboard.
That is going to be quite a bit of damage here. I think
Oh.
there's no, not enough mana for the
Not enough
Shadow
mana.
Step Pirates.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience. I bring out the best. You can really hold your own.
Well, that's gonna do it. That rogue. Those games felt so fast. I feel like
They felt very fast.
they were very fast, and both players were able to put on a lot of pressure over a couple of turns in all the games. It felt like, right? We had that the Fell DH versus the Naval Mine Rogue, which was like nothing happening, and then all of a sudden just tons of damage, and then it like reversed, and then even in the slowest game, I should say, like the very first game with the Hunter, it was still what, turn 7, maybe turn 8, and the game was over. Like those were very fast games.
Well, and it's interesting that they both played Maestro Rogue. Looking at the differences in those two decks, it looks like it appeared as though, especially in these matchups, the Naval Mine is so good if you can get that double death rattle early on. But the Vessel deck just seems to have so many more options as far as clears, using the Fillet Fighter and that with the Tooth of Nefarian. And then those amazing burst draws where you get the vessels and you have smite. Just seems like it has a little bit more viability against different decks.
Yeah, I mean, and as the mech mage too, like that last game was just really clunky of a hand for the mech mage, right? Like that's not at all what you want to be looking for or looking at in your hand as an aggressive deck. So that hand was a little bit clunky, and really one of the strengths of some of those aggressive decks, especially those mech decks, is being able to play out multiple mechs in a turn and just try to take the board. And that just never happened in that last game, unfortunately. So it did kind of feel like a little bit of a blowout at the end there, but you know, sometimes that's the way that the cards go. But again, this is a double elimination tournament, so D-Style, even though it did lose that series, not out of the tournament, still going to be having some chances at games in that lower bracket. So not out of it. And there's a ton more game, like a ton. There's so many more matches that we're going to see, like so many more matches that we still have to check out for this tournament. So you can check out the bracket for yourself if you want to do that. You can type !tourney into chat, and that first link will take you to today's tournament. There is still going to be another tournament this month in June. That is going to be on Friday the 24th. Same format and bracket style. So if you are enjoying this style of tournament, definitely would love to see you play in that second tournament for this month as well. But any other closing thoughts before we jump to a quick break and switch casters out here, Bridget?
It's the tournament is young, and like you said, it is double elimination, so it's still really anybody's game. And continued well wishes for all of the players. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. Have fun.
And And thank you so much. We will be back in just one moment.
Welcome back. Our next matchup is Dragoneel versus Inferno. It looks like Dragoneel's brought a Demon Hunter. We're going to see some more Jace Zillag shenanigans. Also has another Mackerel Paladin. This one looks like a buff deck. We have Dragoneel also has another Maestro Rogue. Looking at the Vessel version and looking at Inferno's decks, we're going to see another Control Warrior. This looks like the Galvangar variant, so more OTK style. Another Mackerel Paladin. This one has Banner as well, so another buff. And a Warlock. This is one of my favorites. We have Curse Warlock, so that'll be a lot of fun to play or to see. Don't see a lot of Curse Warlock on deck, a little bit more off meta. It'll be interesting to see how these do.
Yeah, definitely a sort of slightly more off-meta lineup from Inferno, I would say, seeing both that Hunter and that Warlock, which I don't believe we've seen really before.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we're seeing Warlock today.
Mm-hmm.
Near and dear to my heart. Zachwell is just such a fun play.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the matchup spread on Cursed Warlock looks like, so I don't quite know who to favor here. But it looks like we're heading into the game, and it's going to be the Warrior up against the Demon Hunter. And I see a 6/6 Karia Fellsoul, so I'm guessing something went wrong this game.
Oh no. If Demon Hunter can get going, they're probably favored here just because of all the early damage before Warrior can gain all that armor. But if they don't get a lot of early damage in, it almost seems like the Warrior gets the win because almost top decking already.
Yeah, I don't know what the Demon Hunter can top deck that wins this. I think the Warrior is just so out of range health-wise, and is going to be closing out this game pretty quickly with threats like Nelly and Smite.
And especially having to swing into a 5/4 and use Predation feels really bad. And the Nelly bug is fixed, so we don't get to see what Nelly's crew is. That was always a nice small advantage.
I have to say, I don't think it really matters. I think that Nelly ship could have no death route. I'd still want to be the Warrior.
What could they possibly find off of School Teacher?
Not any of these. Because it's already 13 damage represented on board. So yeah, Dragoneel is going to scoop it up there. And I mean, if you're Dragoneel though, like, you've got 3 decks that are unfavored into Warrior. Are you super hung up about losing to Warrior?
Yeah, that's got to feel bad, knowing that you're unfavored in several of your deck choices. It'll be interesting to see what they choose next.
Yeah, I think for Inferno, it's ultimately going to come down to getting this Warlock through, because it seems to be the weak point in their lineup. I would imagine it doesn't do very well into any of the decks that Dragoneel has here.
Light, guide my hand.
All right, it looks like we've queued into Dragoneel playing Shaman. Oh, no,
Not quite.
it's a rogue. Gotcha. Versus Inferno's Paladin.
We have a peasant turn 1 against a deck without pings. Okay. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the Tooth of Nefarian keep, though.
Yeah, Peasant was a definite keep. I agree with the Tooth call. That's something you definitely want later. It's so situational. You don't want to pick a spell before you know what you need.
Yeah, it does line up well into the Vicar from Paladin on turn 2. But I don't think it really lines up well into most of the other stuff Paladin's trying to do early. But we drew Null, so. All right. It's turn 1. You've got a peasant in your hand. What's the play?
They're probably looking at turn 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I wonder.
And worth noting, peasant doesn't reveal you as a rogue, so Dragon Neil can
Except it
play
does.
this peasant.
It's one of the only classes right now that's playing Peasant, except for the one aggro druid that I saw last week.
Yeah. And with that peasant able to discount that Null an extra tick, although drew second peasant, so didn't get a discount there. This is a tough turn. Coin Shroud seems decent. Second Peasant also seems decent.
There's little time. What is it?
I like this.
Such an unassuming fish, but it's so difficult to get through.
Yeah.
That Divine Shield makes it very pesky.
Dragneel has the option of either Recon or Shroud here. I don't mind either. I feel like I would have favored Shroud, because second Null or second Fillet Fighter would be really good here. But, I mean, hit a Mountain Bear for next turn, so can't complain.
Plus pick off the Divine Shield with the Fillet Fighter.
Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
Mountain Bear is good because Paladin's going to have a difficult time getting through that, even with Pyro Macarola shenanigans, since it summons the other two taunts.
Yeah. Yeah, Paladin can definitely struggle to sort of get through some of those stickier minions like this Mountain Bear. And this is a very, very slow Paladin hand on top of that. Having both Garden's Graces is not really what you want this early. It does have Cariel, though, so there's upsides and downsides. Yeah, this is...
Oof.
Do you play the equality here? This is a
At
tough
23
spot.
health, do you want to use equality that early?
It means we're... Inferno, I think, is banking on a Pyro or a Samuro top deck. It also sets up in 2 turns, so we can get that clear with Cariel. And next turn, we can play these Mackie rolls And if we really feel like it, make a 15/15 light ray with Divine Shield Taunt. And that probably stalls us enough to get to Cariel. It's tough, though. My guess is Inferno played that equality to discount those Garden's Graces so they would be playable alongside Mackie Roll this turn. I don't
That
mind
could
it.
be.
More meat.
Does that change things? Is it better to play City Tax, or is it better to play Mackie Roll, Taunt, and Garden's Grace?
I think Mackerel is probably better here because with City Tax, you're only clearing 2.
Yeah, opponent would still have 11 on board. You'd only heal 6. You're dead to a lot of things. I agree.
And you really don't want to play Gardens until they're discounted to 1 or 0.
But yeah, we do see the Gardens coming down. Just coming down early. Make a big taunt. Don't need to save it for a smite finisher or anything. Dragon Needle does not have Viper in this rogue deck, so this carry is going to be a pretty impactful play next turn.
Mm-hmm.
I think for Dragoneel, you have to clear this taunt. Question is, what's the best way to do it? And I think it involves playing Krakatoa. Okay. Extortion. Then I assume. Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah. I believe Dragoneel probably wanted to trade with that 2/4 before playing the Krakatoa to get both of the appendages. Or trade the 3/1. Yeah, trading with the 3/1 makes more sense because it does play a bit more around this board clear from Cariel this turn, but still the rogue went from a really great position at Mountain Bear and to now in a really, really rough spot, I would say.
Are they going to need to play Edwin next turn to draw cards? But then if Edwin gets too big, you don't want to leave it on board without having Smite because of that righteous defense. That can go badly wrong.
Yeah, there is the option to Shadow Step the Edwin and then grow it in your hand. I don't know if that's correct here, though. I do respect just leaving it on board and saying, opponent probably doesn't have righteous defense, so I'm just going to, or I guess, Shadow Step it now. I'm unsure about this line of play. I guess I'm just unsure why we decided to trade the Cutlass before playing the Wicked Stab. Because it did have potential to backfire. But
really, it's not too heavy.
The plane of water. shall fall to us.
There's the option to play Vessel. And that's probably the best play here.
Yeah, usually it's nice to scabs on curve, but you do not want to give that banner back.
Maybe it is Scabs. Because it sets up 4 on board. You have 2 more in hand. You just need 2 more damage. I guess Vessel also sets up 2 on board, though. So it's close.
And they're stealthed, right?
Yeah. Well, both would be stealth.
Either case.
That's a nice draw. What if go back up to 29 and, well, we have carrier weapons, so it's actually, 58. Good luck getting through that, Rogue. Yeah. I think this really is showing the power of that Carriel hero card. You get a board clear, you get an infinite source of damage, and just double your health total.
And Blessing of Queens is so much stronger than Silverhand.
Yes.
Stone by stone, Stormwind shall fall.
Just a little field work.
Gigafin.
That is really clutch to have in hand.
Yeah, especially there's a pretty nice interaction it has with Shadow Step. Your opponent does not get the minions back.
Such a cute play. But even if you save Shadow Step for something else, when they get resummoned, they don't get all the buffs back. So that is helpful as well.
Also, a decent chunk of damage Dragon is pushing. Even with that doubled health from Carriel, still pushing 26. And then we can Shadow Step Smite. Yeah, we have to Righteous Defense. That. Big Samuro.
Really? It's not too heavy.
Okay. Gigafin seems pretty appealing here. You have to kill that big minion.
And even if Samoro does come back, much more easy to deal with.
Yeah, there's no real way for the Paladin to buff it once it's on the board. It's sort of very reliant on buffing it while it's still in your hand.
Okay.
May the light grant you peace.
Really? It's not too heavy.
Pyromancer, followed by, if you Righteous Defense on Gigafin, you get the minions back. I don't think that's better than just playing a quality and full clearing, though. So, yeah, Inferno agrees. Just clear off this board. Oh. I wasn't aware that's how the ordering works, but that makes sense. Lethal. I think it's a mana. Oh, wait, there's Fillet Fighter. Yeah, this is lethal. Mr. Smite. Yes. I just missed the Fillet Fighter in hand for some reason. But yeah, you just play Smite, Fillet Fighter, and Toothface, I believe. Oh. Or that. What? Are we not playing the Smite?
There's so many vessels on board. That's 6 vessels. They do 2 damage each because they're half of 3 rounded up. So
Yeah.
6, 12, 13, 14, 15. What that might have been. I think that
I
was
believe Dragoneel missed lethal. The question is, can Inferno punish it? And I want to say the answer is no. I don't know how big this Mr. Smite is. Oh. If Inferno landed a hero power buff on it, it would be 12 attack plus. Okay, there was a potential counter lethal from Inferno, but missed that hero power buff. So looks like Dragoneel will not be punished.
The plane of water shall fall to us.
I'm running out of time. I must concede.
Yeah. That's the win for Dragoneel on the Rogue. Yeah, a little bit of an unfavored matchup for the Rogue, but really the Paladin is quite good at clearing the board like twice, and then if you make a board after that and they haven't managed to kill you, it somewhat struggles.
It does, yeah. After the Pyromancers and the Righteous Defense are gone, you get to kind of sigh a sigh of relief when you're up against that deck. It also helped the Rogue pulling out all of the vessels. Even though they didn't see it, they still got the W.
Yes. I think that's what we call in the business. It's not a missed lethal, it's just extended BM. You have to style for the camera. Yeah, and Inferno does still need to get both this Warlock and Paladin through, and it's going to be a little harder to get the Paladin through now that the Rogue has gotten through on it. We're not going to see the Demon Hunter up against that Paladin.
You dare enter my realm.
All right. We have Keria in hand. There's 5 turns until Point Keria is possible. We'll see if Dragoneel draws Jilag in those 5 turns.
And Inferno keeping Samuro looking ahead to possibly a wide board with the Vanguard's created minions.
Yeah. And especially since Samuro on its own can clear a Vanguard plus a whole board of 1/1. So you just bump into the Vanguard with Samuro and then Frenzy takes out everything else.
Even that Sunfish is just a little bit difficult for Demon Hunter to get through.
Yeah. I mean, already we're seeing the Paladin is playing minions on curve and trying to bit of a role reversal. I don't think there's an answer to that 2-5. Guessing Dragoneel debating whether to pop the shield and then play Fell Barrage to set it to 1, or play the Slither Spear to hope it sticks on board, or just pop the shield and end turn.
Time grows short. My blood boils for war.
Alright. Now we've got the Slither Spear on board, but I'm guessing Inferno gonna, yeah, play the 4-mana Carriel and take it out.
Getting rid of Carol is always a good move, but that persistent 2/5.
Yeah. Yeah, the Demon Hunter has both of the really good 6-drops, but didn't have a great sort of early game to lead into them. I believe these Kurtrus minions are 4/4s, so coining that out seems more appealing than Carria this turn, honestly. Yeah, it looks like Dragoneel agrees. You clear that board up and then play your 6-mana Gillag next turn.
And just hope you don't draw it.
Yeah.
My blade seeks vengeance.
I mean, you know, you could play a 6-mana 6/6 vanilla next turn. Maybe not the best thing, but better than nothing, I guess. But we didn't draw Zillag, so I'd be surprised.
Dragoneel playing the school teacher instead of Carria. That's surprising.
Yeah.
Rolling the dice one more turn.
Might be just trying to avoid that Carriel next turn, because if a Carriel comes down, it takes out all of your tentacles.
But then on the other hand, drawing Zillag also takes out all of Carria's tentacles.
You could, it would be turn 7, so you could just drop Gillag. But looking at this Naga-Wing, I don't know if there's a reason to play it here. But I guess the question is there a reason not to play it here? This is always what I find tough with Demon Hunter, is you're in these positions where you have spells and cards that you can play, and you have to ask yourself, is it better to float the mana and hold this for value with Theno or Multi-Strike, or is it better to just not float the mana and play the cards now?
In this matchup with buff Paladin being the opponent, it feels like it's better to save it because there are going to be much more threatening minions than a 1/6.
Yeah, and this is just such a huge board present from the one card. And it fully clears off the Samuro, too.
Really, it's not too heavy.
Banner is a clutch top deck there.
May the light grant you peace.
The Paladin, though, sort of bricking on these draw. There's no clear for the Gillag here.
Mm-hmm.
How incredible!
His prison, and I the jailer.
Thinking back to the Samuro turn that Inferno played, how many minions were on board? Could Inferno have played Equality at that point and traded into the 4/4s?
I'm pretty sure we're
That
just lethal this turn if we just send everything face and hero powered in between. But is it still lethal? Because we get 7
are
face
the
there.
stocks at 2 or 3?
Stocks are at 3 because they've been around for a turn. Oh, it's not. It is one-off lethal.
Oof.
There's Cariel. Quality plus Cariel?
In the light, we are one.
And
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
Plus 5 armor. And mackerel. Inferno's hanging in there. That's a good comeback.
yeah,
But Dragonil has the actual Zillag in hand now, so.
we are one-off lethal, even with the Viper, though.
Each scar, foe
But I don't know what the Paladin can do to come back here. Well, I guess the Paladin can spend their whole turn healing for 20, but I don't know if they win from there. It's a tough position of, do you take the line where you're not dead, or do you take the line where you're usually dead but have potential to win? I guess this turn is pretty clean of just heal for 20, because there's not that much damage represented on board. But I guess we say not that much, but there is 18 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Because of how strong this Kurtrus hero power is. And Jace is just lethal with both Fell Barrages alongside 3 Predations. Oh, it's only 2 Predations. It doesn't recast the Noggling, but yeah, it's still lethal.
give them fell.
And we see Dragoneel get another deck through that Paladin. And getting the honorable kill with the Glaive. Get that -7. So yeah, it's just going to come down to this Paladin mirror now. And Dragoneel has a copy of Rustrat Viper in their Paladin, and Inferno doesn't. Oh, no, Inferno does. Don't listen to me. So, I'm interested to see how this goes.
Looking to see if there are any differences in their decks.
There's
Looks like Inferno's playing the 2 light rays.
And Dragoneel has Mutanus along with Bran. That's interesting. A fun little combo there. As well as 1 copy of Immortalized in Stone. I think with that combo of Bran Mutanus, I'd probably favor Dragoneel in this mirror.
Depends on what it eats.
Of course. Yeah, it is. It's always risky because sometimes you play the Mutanus, you eat the really big minion from their hand, and then your opponent emotes thank you, plays righteous defense, then hits you with a 30 attack smite. I've definitely had that happen from the playing warrior against paladin, where you play that Mutanus because they've been hero powering all game, and they weren't hero powering smite, and then they steal all the buff.
Your judgment begins.
Well, and that's where the Immortalized in Stone helps too. Having those 3 taunts on board.
Yeah, being able to put taunts in the way of your opponent to sort of stop that smite OTK from happening, definitely very relevant.
Job's done. May the light grant you peace.
With every step, the light guides you.
Who doesn't want another righteous defense?
Another Guard's Grace, not bad either.
Really? It's not too heavy.
Yeah, Inferno just coining out the Bannerman.
Really? It's not too heavy.
Job's done.
Now we're about to see the Battle of the Sunfish.
Or as I hear some people call it, the Pog Fish, because it's making a pog face. Kind of like that nickname.
May the light grant you peace. Job's done.
Battle of the Pog Fishes, although I'm not actually seeing the Battle of the Pog Fishes, because Dragon chose to just shrink down the opponent's fish.
Reporting for duty.
Interesting. Inferno choosing not to play the Flash of Light there. Yeah, I'm not confident how much value you get out of the healing in this matchup.
I agree. I almost feel like the card draw would have been better.
Yeah, because Inferno is running the Light Rays, so you're both powering up your Light Rays and Garden's Grace.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, and turn 6, always sort of the slow turn for this deck. You have a bunch of really strong 7 drop, and you have your 1/6 drop in the form of Mr. Smite that you really don't want to play on turn 6. We're going to see Pyro come down just as a clean little ping to clear the board. Don't need to combo with Maki roll or anything. Just clear it off. It's interesting that Dragville decided to go for Immortalized in Stone as opposed to Leviathan there. I think the card draw plus filtering from Leviathan can be really nice, but might be sort of prioritizing getting these 0 mana Garden's Graces.
My blade seeks vengeance.
Samuro come down. Yeah, Inferno has one spell in hand, which is, I feel like, not a situation you see that often in with this deck, where you have a whole bunch of minions and no spells in your hand.
Reporting for duty. My blade seeks vengeance.
412 Samuro just coming through.
With every step, the light guides you.
Yeah, honestly, one of the things I find sort of very interesting about both this matchup and a lot of the control mirrors we see is there's not that much removal in control decks right now. There's a lot more decks are running 2 or 3 board clears and then trying to just close the game out really quickly with a big threat afterwards. And I think that's a very interesting evolution we've seen of control decks in comparison to like Baron's Priest meta or these sort of fatigue decks that we've seen in the past. Because like these paladins, it's a control deck mirror, but they're sort of just playing big minions on curve to contest each other.
Mhm. Yeah, it's no longer trying to deplete your opponent of resources. It's more of a stall your opponent until you get your combo.
Yeah. You know, whether it's, okay, I'm going to play, you know, I'm playing Warrior and I'm going to play Nelly followed by Mr. Smite, a bunch of small pirates, and kill you on turn 8. Or, you know, Paladin, okay. Yeah, I'll clear your board for a few turns, then I'm going to hit you with a gigantic. There's nothing you can do about it. Or sometimes it's not even I'm going to hit you with a gigantic Mr. Smite, it's, hey, your deck doesn't run as much removal, so I'm just going to stick a medium-sized minion and smack you with it.
Well, they have both the pieces for a double snack right here. Be interesting to see if they go for after only one Blessing of Queens.
Yeah, it is. It's always tough to time, I feel like. Since if you go for it too early and you miss, you can get really punished for it. But if you wait too long, it just feels so bad to like die to smite while you're holding on to that Mutana. So it's often a lot about hand tracking and counting how many buffs have come down so you know whether or not you're dead to that Mr. Smite.
Reporting for duty. The plane of water shall fall to us.
See Myrmidon alongside Hold the Bridge. I'd say I can't remember if Bannerman still tells you how many minions are in hand when you hover over it, because that's sometimes part of the hand tracking is figuring out how many minions are in your opponent's hand and then playing with that in mind.
I don't remember seeing that recently, but it could just be that there have not been as many paladins.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I haven't really checked as I've been playing Paladin or against Paladin, honestly. Well, there's Mr. Smite on top. We just Dragoneel just sort of needs to find a way to start juicing him up. We don't have Carriel hero power yet, which...
But double gardens.
But yeah, double gardens being 10 on its own. And yeah, speaking of double gardens being 10 on its own, looks like just lethal from Inferno.
That feels so bad for a Dragonite having Brand Mutinous in hand and seeing that smite drop.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so now Inferno needs to win with the Warlock, if I'm correct. Yeah, we've seen a bunch of Paladins, so I was just trying to remember, okay, who's been Paladin? So now it's 2-2 game score, if I'm not wrong.
That sounds right.
Awesome. Yeah, so this is going to be another on-stream game 5.
Dragonite starting with Anointment and Bannerman is a really strong start to Paladin deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, honestly, like for a quote-unquote control deck, this is a pretty good curve. There's, Knight on 1, we had potential to either to coin a fish on 3 or choosing to just hero, or coin a fish on 2, choosing just hero power on 2, and then I assume play the fish later.
May the light grant you peace.
Yeah.
Looking at this deck list from Inferno, it looks like there's no Ajara, so playing those spells early is less of an issue in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Plus the one Starfish, that's always good against buff Paladin.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely seems Curse Warlock sort of much less standardized list-wise in comparison to other decks. Just because I'm guessing in part there's not really much experimentation happening with Curse Warlock. People have just sort of said, yeah, it's a bad deck, don't bother. Which I don't think is quite fair, but it is also kind of a bad deck.
For the Alliance and my family.
And I think we're sort of seeing like the Warlock just doesn't have removal quite efficient enough for these pretty sticky and efficient Paladin minions.
And that's what seems to be the case in the games that I've seen with the Rune Mithril Rod included. If they don't get the rod early, the Curselacks have a little bit more trouble just because of they're depending on that discount.
Yeah, Rod definitely just such a strong card for the deck, being able to discount your cards so heavily. It's like, yeah, Drain Soul's okay. These cards are okay in terms of removal, but when they're costing you 2 less mana than they were printed at, suddenly they get a lot better.
Are they going to Pyro and then Righteous the Giga? That's a solid play by Dragonite.
Yeah, just get those minions back. I think it was something we discussed in one of the earlier games as a potential play, and then it ended up not happening, but I guess it's the play here.
Let me think.
And Dragonite may be debating now whether to leave the Divine Shield on Cariel or not, wondering whether Inferno has little Tamsin to go along with some of those curse cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like tough sort of figuring out those break points.
Reporting for duty.
Nothing of death. Allow me to teach you.
That was a really good board flip for Inferno. Always feels good playing Dreadlich and getting to tap for free.
Yeah, Dreadlich Tamsin is just... Every Warlock deck in Standard is bad, but Dreadlich Tamsin is really good in all of them. Because it's, we clear the board, and usually summon a 3/3 or 2, and upgrade the hero power, and it's only 6 mana. And sometimes you have Rod on 5, and it also is discounting your hand by 1.
I wonder.
With every step, the light guides you.
Move quickly.
Yeah. Paladin hasn't seen Cariel yet. And that's, I don't know, that, like, honestly, Paladin feels like garbage until you draw Cariel, and then it feels like the best deck in the game.
Kind of like Druid.
Yeah, Ragnarok off, lol. Inferno does have a Viper for that Cariel weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Dragoneel has a Viper for a potential Ruined Mithril Rod at some point.
Anybody?
Yeah, I honestly don't know how this matchup goes, especially with Cariel being so late for Dragon Neil. Do the curses ramp up in damage enough to win for the Warlock in against all of the Paladin's healing? Or does the Paladin just have enough time to keep pressing that Cariel button and get there? And then, so on top of it, you know, if Dragoneel just puts a Garden's Grace on the Leviathan here, how does Inferno respond? What's the response? Because there's not really any hard removal in this deck.
Inferno does still have the Smothering Starfish, but already played Giga.
Yeah, Smothering Starfish, a good call. Completely forgot about that card. Getting some big eats.
Wow!
Yum.
What a good Mutinous. Inferno has to feel really good about that.
I think it depends what this Battle Vicar discovers.
It's difficult for Paladin to do a lot of damage without that buffed smite.
Invigorating Sermon is one-off lethal, though.
Ooh.
Like, it's difficult, but also you left 9 damage on board, and there's 2 Garden's Graces in your opponent's deck, so it's not that difficult for the Paladin to push quite a bit. It just isn't quite pushing enough, which is going to be the issue. With the Judgment of Justice, you can afford, you leave up the Mutanus since you know it'll just get turned into a 1/1. I like playing the Garden's Graces here. Your Smite's gone, just use them for board presence and immediate damage. This is a good play.
Reporting for duty.
There's the Viper for care. Actually,
Still a little bit of a gamble there because there are 2 Gold Charnels in Inferno's deck.
but as I think about this more, I like the Garden's Grace play even more because it means if your opponent plays Starfish, they're silencing their own Mutanus.
Pick me! Pick me!
Yeah, but the Starfish has to come down here because otherwise there's just too much on board. But it sets the Mutanus back to a 4/4. Oh no.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Dreaded Mount. That's cute. It's just a Dreadsteed the rest of the game. It's a permanent 1 damage.
Especially in this matchup where you know that Paladin has Pyromancer and Equality. Having that Dreadsteed is really nice and sticky.
Yeah, and especially knowing that your opponent doesn't have Mr. Smite, so you're not on that clock. Just want to push board pressure and win that way. Or you can sort of push board pressure and win that way. But yeah, Cariel comes down, of course. And it's... The Warlock is getting low.
Are you gonna clean that up?
It doesn't have the Viper yet either. So it doesn't have a clear for the Cariel weapon immediately. And it's still tough though, since the Paladin can dig with the Myrmidon, but I don't know what you'd be digging for. because Smite's gone, you have to stick something on board and win that way. And with those Garden's Graces gone, I think that's going to be hard to do.
With Blessing of Queens, you don't even have your measly 1/1 silver hand recruit anymore.
Yeah.
You have to dig for a minion.
But Blessing of Queens does sort of help because it makes your minions a lot bigger. So they're a little more likely to strike.
It does, but that's the downfall of Paladin. Once you're out of minions, if you've switched to Carrion, now you're completely out of minions.
There's Viper. So the Warlock can full clear with both Null and Viper. Play both Null and Viper, get a full clear, and destroy that weapon. And that is going to have the Paladin sort of on the back foot, needing to find a way to close this game out. But Warlock's also running pretty low on removal, I feel like. It's almost like a gamble of, does the Warlock have just enough removal in minions get through all of the minion Paladin can play? Or can Paladin close the game out with a minion before, almost want to say before fatigue? Double curses here using Zola. But there is either, Pyro Maki roll. It's one way to clean up. Pyro quality also works. Quality Samuro, another option. But yeah, this is very clean use of mana. Ended off with a hero power to buff one of these two minions. For the Warlock, do you want to keep tapping here? Or is this game going to fatigue and you don't want to tap anymore?
I'm almost out of cards.
Being so far down on health and not having gotten a good little Tamsin turn where you've got those extra curses to be able to play on your Zakwil turn, it almost feels like not tapping is better. Because the healing potential is so much lower than what it could have been.
Yeah. And yeah, the Paladin a little behind card-wise in fatigue, but has access to these Holy Maki rolls, which both of those healing for 20, I think, changes the math in the Paladin's favor as this game hits fatigue.
I'm almost out of cards. Who stole all my cards?
Missile Wave only does 4 without bumping with Dreadsteed. Samuro isn't dead. And Dragoneel isn't dead either from these curses. I think the Paladin wins from here. Because you take 1 from fatigue, then 2 from fatigue, and you have the Maw. Yeah, I think the Paladin just wins.
That is the worst feeling when you're the person playing against the Holy Mackerel and you see all of those.
Yeah. But yeah, I feel like this is giving me even less faith in Curse Warlock. You ate their Mr. Smite. You vipered the weapon and still couldn't beat Holy Paladin. Man. Yeah, there's just no answer for this Myrmidon. Even without fatigue. Just hit them with the 15-15 next turn.
Plane of water shall fall to us.
You haven't heard the last of me.
Yeah. Hard-fought victory for Dragonneil, but gets there with 3-2 win. Yeah, that 3-2 win by Dragonneil means they're going to be moving on to round 4. And I think with that, we're going to be heading to a short break before we come back with some more matches from the tournament.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone. We will see you shortly.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the June Aspire Tournament number 1. We're going to be hopping back into some more games. As we were talking about earlier, this is a double elimination tournament. So that means if a player loses their first match, they're then moved down to the losers bracket, where they still have a chance of winning the whole tournament if they're able to win from there. So the matches we've had so far have been just those from the upper bracket, but we're now about to hop into one of the losers bracket matches, featuring Liliaden versus Mazu.
Yes, yes. And typically when we see these double elimination brackets, everybody starts in that upper bracket, and then as more and more people start to lose their first match, then they drop down into that lower bracket. So we did get to see a lot of those upper bracket, the winners bracket, like you were saying, but now kind of as the matches have progressed, that upper bracket has slowed down quite a bit. So we are going to be jumping into that lower bracket where there are quite a few more matches going on. Again, these players have to lose twice before they're out, so still have a chance here. What decks have these players brought? I was looking at Lily's lists, and other than Warriors, she had a fairly aggressive lineup, it was looking like, but I didn't get a chance to look much at Mazu's lists.
Yeah, so we're seeing mostly decks that we've sort of seen a bit of before. Mazu's got that Ignite Naga Maid, Fell Demon Hunter along with Thief Rogue, and a Naga Priest that's been banned. And Lily also, as you were saying, a bit of an aggressive lineup with their own Fell Demon Hunter alongside a Mech Paladin and a Pirate, or not Pirate, Thief Rogue. It looks like we're hopping in here. We're seeing the Demon Hunter up against that Rogue.
Kind of jumping in mid-game, so not exactly sure what has been played yet, but there's a Mr. Smite, there's a Krakatoa, there's a Scabs, all in hand for Liliaden, so that seems pretty good. And like going in with these fillet fighters, just deciding to go really wide on board. And we saw this earlier in one of these matches with the discovering of Rat King and just going in on having multiple minions on board.
Yeah, and as Demon Hunter has gotten sort of refined, there's no longer any puffer fists in there, so you don't really get punished for going wide on board. We do see the Steno come down, and that's going to clear off a bit of stuff. But still, the Rogue doing a very good job of getting ahead on board, it seems. And this Krakatoa coming down next, an answer to the Lady Steno. Definitely nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that the that Rat King is dead as well, those claws are going to start counting for that death rattle effect to bring back that Rat King. But Mazu having to use a lot of resources here, trying to just clear the board. Did manage to essentially clear the board here. Obviously the Rat King's still there, but not active at the moment. So did a pretty decent job of cleaning up the board. But like you mentioned, that Krakatoa now going to make quick work of the Lady Steno, be able to allow Lilydin to push some more damage, and now has some more follow-up again with that Mr. Smite that can come down.
Yeah. Yeah, and with Steno and a lot of sort of the predations and those cards gone, the Demon Hunter doesn't have that much burn to really try and close things out over the top. So with losing that board, it's going to be, I think, very hard for the Demon Hunter to close things out before the Rogue manages to just either beat them down or close things out with their own burn.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're not able to see the hand here from Mazu, but what I've noticed is, especially this turn, playing a lot of the most recently drawn cards, so that does make me wonder what the cards are on the far left. Could be something clunky like Zillag sitting in hand, something waiting like that. There could be a Jace potentially in hand, but not a lot of aggression or bodies on board.
Yeah. And like this play,
Yeah.
play Smite, Shadow Step Smite, you're at 6.
Yeah, I mean, really greatly set up, I think, by Lily. That turn of just going wide on the board, knowing, like you said, that things like Puffer Fist aren't really being played. There's no punish necessarily for just going wide on board and trying to present a lot of damage and just keep applying pressure.
Yeah. And I can't think of anything here that saves the Demon Hunter. Well, yeah, because Mazu is not running the new Herald of Chaos that has lifesteal. There's no healing. Mazu's at 6 and knows that there's a Mr. Smite in his opponent's hand.
Wow, what a
Yeah,
close
barely
game.
not enough damage too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, quite a bit of. It's kind of interesting there. There was definitely a lot of attempted like damage put out by Mazu, but just not quite enough there. And no minions sticking on the board meant that all of that damage that was attempted had to come from spells and hand. So, there was an attempt and it was really, really close. It just, I think, without any of those minions being allowed to live by Lily, then it just that created that slight edge that allowed Lily to survive those last couple of turns.
Yeah. And heading into game 2, it looks like we're now going to see the Demon Hunter mirror. And this is an interesting one because both players sort of have to walk that tightrope of getting bored, pushing damage through board, but also making sure that they're not letting their health total get so low that their opponent just kills them from hand out of nowhere. And, cards like Multi-Strike can sort of punish you for making boards, or, cards like Jilag can be these huge board swings.
Yeah, I mean, if we've seen it already in a couple of games today in this broadcast that sometimes that Zillag hits the board, and if there's just no answer for it, it just kind of snowballs the rest of the game. This is also another very interesting spot. I feel like we've seen a couple different situations very similar to this as well.
Yeah,
I grow impatient.
it's hard to say because you can kill this 1/3 by going Fury, Coin, Hero Power, but
Yeah.
that feels so bad.
Yeah. It I think at this point, it felt like Lily just kind of agreed with you that like maybe it just felt too bad. It just felt like it was not worth it at this point. You know, even if Mazu was able to play one or even two spells, they probably weren't going to either be coming out, or if they did, it wasn't really going to be enough of a threat to really actually force out that kind of answer so early in the game.
Yeah, it is sort of if Mazu plays two spells that turn, there's no minions coming down, and he's using those spells on something that isn't clearing minions or doing anything there, so you're not too unhappy about it. It is getting a little rougher, though. This is a lot of damage that's coming at Lily. We might have to just multi-strike hero power to kill off this 2/3. Unless Vanguard and Fossil Fanatic followed by Fury Coin Hero Power also doesn't seem terrible.
Each scar.
And it might be what Lily has to do to just not fall so far behind on board. Interesting. Just not killing the 1/3.
Strike now.
Yeah, I wonder if the drawing into Caria kind of changed things.
Yeah,
It's
that
still a
is-
few turns out, but
That's a good reason to hold the coin, though.
yeah, absolutely.
But Mazu able to get this honorable kill on the Vanguard, push 2 more damage that way. There might be some spells that allow for a bit more damage to be pushed with this Slither Spear as well.
Fully intact.
Ooh, Fossil Fanatic to draw some cards.
Ancient power.
Fel Barrage can certainly do a little bit of work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can trade with one of the 1/1s or use the multi-strike.
What a find. And fully intact.
Okay, yeah. We played the Fossil Fanatic to not float any mana, even though we aren't going to use the coin, because Lily's thinking, well, coin Caria is really good next turn.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we already mentioned it, but it does feel like if there's no answer for that, it's just such a win condition on its own. It can just close out games right then and there. And again, this is another game where Lily is just not letting Mazu keep anything on board. I mean, there was the one minion that was on board, but it felt like it wasn't a huge threat the first couple of turns. It did push some damage, though.
Yeah, I mean, Mazu had the 1/3, but then didn't really have any minions to follow it up. Oh,
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh no.
This is a disaster. Oh, that was the
That
absolute
might-
worst draw.
That might just be game on its
Oh,
own.
no, yeah.
I don't think there's a good. Lily has to take either 5 or 10 face damage clearing off these demons.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
the likely.
oh no.
Yeah,
Absolute. Just feels so bad. That is definitely a really unfortunate situation. So the way that this deck is built, right? These demon hunters right now, the Zillag is the only demon. It's the only demon being run in the list, so that Caria will guarantee to pull the Zillag. So yeah, those situations where you end up with both in hand before you can get that Caria down just means that Caria is a 6/6 and nothing else, and that is not how you want to be playing it. So yeah, that's just a very unfortunate draw. There might have been a scenario where she could have tried to clear a little bit there and then just coined into the Zillag itself the following turn. But she did already take quite a bit of damage, so maybe she just thought it wasn't enough at that point.
There's just so many things that you're dead to.
Yeah.
And I honestly think like the chances of Coin Jolag being enough to win from there just on its own even seems unlikely.
Yeah. It kind of felt like that was the out, or if she had 2 turns, she could have coined into Jace, but that felt like even farther of a stretch. So, yeah, definitely an unfortunate draw there, but gonna go ahead and try this Demon Hunter yet again. Mazu bringing the... is this actually a mage? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so. Do we know for sure?
Don't know for sure.
I think the stuff with like portraits and Maestra got fixed,
Yes.
but this is curving out a bit better for Williamson here. Instead of Hero Power passing the first few turns, we have a 1-drop. We can play Sigil alongside Hero Power turn 2, then probably False Fanatic alongside Hero Power. Okay. Or just play the False Fanatic here. It does die to First Flame or Orb, which would be my concern with sort of not getting that draw value off of it.
Yeah. And I guess she's forcing out an answer here. And if there is none, then she gets rewarded?
It
No
looks like there
answer.
is none. Rewarded.
Yeah.
That's a decent draw as well. If Lily equips the glaive and just hits face, see whether or not Fell Barrage is drawn, and then deciding to go from... That would be my gut here. But playing Sigil and then... I guess Sigil, weapon, trade the Slither Spear, Hero Power, get the honorable kill. Also seems pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, that is what Lily's going to opt for here.
Ooh, the Fell Barrage is kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This is really going to be dependent, I think, on what Mazu does. And, unfortunately, without being able to see their hand, it's a little bit more difficult for us to say what can happen here. But if not much happens, Lily can just go with the school teacher, which I would imagine probably would have been her next turn anyways. But having something like the Fell Barrage to clean something up if needed, plus the potential to draw into something else as well with another attack to start the turn, feels pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Also, just having school teacher on turn 4 feels pretty good as well.
Right. Yeah, I think this is definitely looking like a really comfortable spot for Lily so far. Maybe a little bit more draw would feel pretty good as well, which we see the Sigil of Alacrity triggering here to start the turn.
Yeah, my gut would be to just play school teacher here, because your opponent had a slow turn.
Yeah.
So school teacher isn't the best tempo, but it's not bad. And Lily can sort of play these burn spells at any time. But if you're very behind on board, you don't really want to be playing the school teacher then.
Looks like she's just going to go for some draw here.
Fair. And
worked out pretty
Mazu
nicely.
Yeah, Mazu has already used the coin as well, so he really knows there's no potential Spite Lash, coin, Slither Spear nonsense happening this turn. There's at least one more turn before the mage goes off.
Yeah.
Who here can spell
Well, there's a school teacher on the opponent's side here for Mazu.
Yeah.
Not exactly sure what that Noggling picked, but again, another pretty slow turn. This is kind of just going to allow Lily to do a lot, especially with the Lady Steno pickup. Hello. That's a card.
It would just be Steno plus 1 Fell Barrage
Yes.
here, though, so I don't know if you go for it.
Not this turn, but I think Lily has really gotten a lot of value off of the Fell card draw here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to come down to how much Mazu do this next turn. If Mazu's able to sort of fill the board and set up a pretty convincing 1 or 2 turn lethal, the Demon Hunter would be in a really rough spot. There's not great board comebacks.
Yeah.
And there hasn't been like quite enough chip damage to kill this next turn. Also, I think slight order mistake there, not attacking first with the weapon, because the predation would have been 0 mana if we had drawn the Fell spell first and then played Steno. But yeah, Mazu just going for it. Needs to fill his board, clear the Demon Hunter board, and set up a convincing amount of damage. No first flame yet.
Yeah, it could still be coming, but there it is.
There.
Yeah.
He's going to kill off this Lady Steno.
Yeah, and I guess that could have been one of those situations, like you mentioned, where maybe that wasn't the turn to go in on the Lady Steno. Or hold back to be able to use it on a turn where there was a little bit more mana.
Yeah, and now the Demon Hunter is looking down 10 damage on board and doesn't really have a good way to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a way to...
I grow impatient.
Oh, we can kill the Siren with Predation plus Barrage, but has to pick between either killing the Siren this turn or clearing off most of the board next turn. Sigil Flame is going to do a number on this board, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think just going for the predation here, just like you mentioned in one of the previous series, these Slither Spears are the scalable minions. So with that Siren sticking on board, there could be a lot of potential for those Slither Spears to become very, very large attack again, just like they were. And leaving both of those on board could lead to just way too much damage that Lily can't deal with. So I think it makes sense to still clear out one of those, going the route of the 3 damage if she's not going to go for something like killing the Siren there.
Yeah, and now, of course, knowing that 3 damage is coming, Mazu has to sort of prioritize what he wants to play, how he wants to trade. So it's like, normally I don't think you would want to trade off those 2 threes, but they're going to die anyways, so you might as well clear off the board space.
Right.
Time runs out on me.
Time to wash away the filth.
Okay. And Lily is going to be able to clear off all, if not most, of this board with those heralds and Fell Barrage.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what the secret is.
Yes.
So I think if this is
Yeah,
Oasis ally, that could be a potential really awkward thing to have to deal with, just because she's going to be getting rid of a couple of minions, but then Lily's going to have to answer the 3/6 on the other side of that.
Yeah. Yeah, explosive or Oasis makes things very tough for Lily here. Because I think the turn you want is just double Herald, kill the 1/2, kill the Siren, and then hero power and kill the 3/1. Ooh, but it is that Oasis ally, which means you're healing for 6 and still clearing off a chunk of the board, but
Yeah.
a lot of... Okay, opting for Fell Barrage instead. This makes sense.
Yeah, I think getting in one of those attacks, there still is a Fury in hand. Likely, Lily will probably get frozen next turn, unless Mazu has to go for some sort of board trade just to slow down some damage. But Lily opting to get one attack swing in there before potentially getting frozen.
And I think the issue here for Lily is just going to be finding a way to close this game out at this point.
Yeah.
I think it's reasonable to say none of these minions are sticking.
Yeah.
So, needing to find some sort of way to burn over the top.
Well, that's an answer.
Yeah.
That's something.
Ruined my top deck Shillag last game. Maybe we can win off the top deck Carrier this game.
I think it has to come down here, right? I think the question is what else happens? Is it the Carrier plus hero power Fury and try to clear into one of these minions, tag into one of them, or hit some damage face and hope that the minions clear up? Or what angle does she want to go for?
I would push for face, because with this water elemental, I don't know if Demon Hunter is going to be able to attack again, and gotta clear this game. Gotta find a way to set your opponent's health to 0.
Yeah, I like it as well. I think in this spot, it's just you send it all to the face and hope that it's gonna be enough.
Because ideally, this is forcing your opponent to maybe trade with that water elemental now that you have these stocks on board.
Right. And it gets cleared anyways.
Okay. Yeah.
No trading. No trading allowed. I mean, is there any answer that Mazu could have here?
Second Siren, Vicious Slither Spear, First Flame, Spell Coiler, Second Flame, Amalgam, something like that.
I mean, I think the spells are where it's gonna have to be at, right? Because I mean, going on wide with the Nagas doesn't really do a whole lot. It's gonna have to be the spells that actually try to answer the minions or push damage or prevent damage.
Siphon Mana means Lillian might just be dead here. There's a lot of things being pointed face.
I know. I really wish we were able to see the hand grade here. There was a trade though, so maybe there's not a lethal. A fire sale, okay.
Fire sale. We're not even playing the ping version. Still a 5 damage hero power. Yeah, this Herald of Chaos.
Yeah. I mean,
I think
Lily can answer the board here and push a little bit of damage if she wants to as well. So
and still die to 5 damage ping. Oh well. It was a valiant effort.
yeah.
But yeah, that hero, those 3 or 4 generated wildfires, just slightly too much.
Yeah.
And scoops it up. That was a really, really close game. Both players getting very low in health.
Yeah, that was definitely really close games. I feel like some of the closest games on at least health-wise that we've seen. I feel like a lot of the other games have kind of felt very one-sided. But that one, there was a real back and forth in all of those games, and I think some of those games could have gone either way, depending on some of those draws, like especially that Xylag right, right before the Carrier was gonna come down. That could have been something else. But I think we're gonna, if you don't mind, we're just gonna jump in and see if we can check out where Chewy and Tiago are. They are actually our first top 4 match, and they have been starting here, so I might just jump in for a minute and see how that game is progressing. We did get to see both of these players on stream earlier in their various matches, and they've both been working through the upper bracket at this point, so again, made it to top 4 across the top brackets. And we'll just kind of slide over in
Yeah.
here.
I do have to say, something I'm noticing in a lot of these lineups is there's a lot of demon hunters and a lot of rogues.
Yes.
Those sort of are seeming like the best 2 decks right now. And hey, look, we see a demon hunter against a rogue.
Exactly. Yes, there's a smite. I mean, both of these decks can push a lot of damage, just like we're
And
seeing
Tiago just has
here.
lethal. And has an honorable kill with this Tooth of Nefarian.
There you go. Who doesn't want to discover a spell at the same time that you're killing your opponent?
I think I would have taken Innervate there. I'm not sure about the Wrath pick.
I was very into the don't stand in the fire myself.
I kind of want to accelerate our game plan, though. I don't know. All definitely valid options, but does end up closing out that game.
Yes. Let's take a look here. See if I can get back to their match. And I'm not sure exactly what game number that was here.
It says 0-0 on the battle 5, but it
Yeah.
might be that they
Yeah.
have played a few and haven't reported yet. But it wasn't the final game because we're
Yeah.
seeing Mage against Paladin.
All imperfections must be swept away.
Yeah. Well, and Chewy deciding it doesn't want to keep any of that, gets rid of it very quickly.
Yeah. And Tiago has the good card in hand. Interesting. Chewy opts not to trade Viper.
May the light grant you peace.
Is that the only one in the deck?
Yeah, it's only a 1 of.
Yeah. I wonder if Chewy just wants to keep it for
Really wants to
Cariel.
destroy that Cariel weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because I feel like the deck, if you get those pop-off turns, you know, turn 5, turn 6, you see so many cards from your deck. I'm wondering if it's worthwhile to have traded the Viper there to try and sort of dig for cards like Multicaster and Siren, School Teacher, the sort of fuel that you need to get your engine.
Mhm. Yeah, that it's just a very interesting decision there, but I wonder if I'm just overvaluing it because we do have this kind of caster vision and I can see that Cariel in hand. It's pretty slow start so far by Chewy. No Siren yet either.
Chewy doesn't yet have Siren in hand, which is
No.
what this deck is looking for, but luckily enough, the Paladin really isn't doing much to pressure.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting too. There's actually a decent amount of draw here as well for Chewy. Right, we just saw the Crush Claw Enforcer come down, picking up the Treasure Guard. There's 2 Gifts of Ashara in hand. And potentially could take this Arcane Intellect for even more draw. But I like the I like the damage.
Hear me out. What if instead Chewy takes a card to kill his opponent?
That is an option, I suppose. No, yeah, I absolutely love the damage here. Plus, it can deal with a minion if needed as well. I'm also considering something like, wait, is Tiago playing Light Rays? I guess I should actually look at that before I say that. But I think Light Ray.
Tiago is.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like Light Ray often is a 6/6 or maybe 7/7. Depending on how many buffs there are, but I feel like 6/6 is pretty average for a Light Ray, so honestly, a Fireball potentially just taking one of those Light Rays out, or just going into the Sunfish there as well, seems pretty reasonable, especially while Chewy is still waiting for a Siren. Coin Cariel, here it comes. This Viper, it's been waiting.
Yeah. Hit him with the Viper.
This Viper has waited its whole life for this moment. There it is. Didn't even wait for the draw. It was coming out of the hand. Now Chewy has to think about the rest of the turn because that was always coming down.
Viper's always happening.
I love it.
What else? Multicaster draws 2.
Still halfway through the deck and there's no Sirens yet.
And Chewy's gonna mill a card. No.
Yeah.
Knowing my Hearthstone luck, that card's a Siren.
Yeah. No, it was a multicaster. Saved. I actually think that might be a fairly decent burn for Chewy, just because there already is so much other draw and stuff in hand.
I don't know if you turn down draw with this deck, though, because your win con is that inevitability of, I'm going to draw my whole deck and then start playing 2 or 3 Ignites every turn to kill you. And being able to draw through most of the deck to get to that Ignite win con is somewhat important. That's still no Siren.
No. Tiago did get to play the Immortalized in Stone last turn, which is also kind of making this a little bit awkward for Chewy. Rather than getting to either just start hitting face after removing that Cariel weapon, or trying to hopefully pick up a Siren and start filling the board with some Siren stuff. And neither of those are happening right now, so just having to kind of... I feel like this was a kind of passive turn still.
Yeah, that is often what Naga Mage ends up doing, though. If you don't have that Siren pop buff, you're just sort of, okay, let me dig through my deck. Let me play some removal so I don't mill, and then dig through my deck more. Here we're just going to see Wild Pyro alongside these Maki rolls to clear off this board.
Yeah, it seems pretty reasonable. Also, kind of interestingly, this Wild Pyro is a somewhat large body. The 3 health might be pretty easy to answer, but it's actually a threat that Chewie now has to deal with.
7 power.
Yeah.
Mage doesn't heal. Okay. So Chewie has some options this turn. I was going to say the best content is just ripping the Rune of the Archmage.
Finally picks up the Siren.
Oh, Lady Nazjar.
Interesting.
Do you remember what all the modes do?
Absolutely not. Because nobody plays this.
Arcane is discount spells in your hand by 1. Fire is explosive shot, deal 5 damage and 2 to adjacent. And Frost is gain 8 armor, I believe.
That's right. Okay. Yes. Not going to have enough here. This rope is burning. Oh, going for it. With that 8 armor.
Playing a first flame to kill off that 2/2. We'll see if Chewie got in the Arcane Intellect. He did. Nice.
And
that was a decent turn.
Yeah, I especially considering the fact that Chewie had to play something to even draw into that Siren to start the turn as well. So that cut a little bit into the animation and actually playing things time of the turn.
How many cards does Chewie have left in deck?
7.
Yeah, only 7 left in deck. Is drawing 1 for turn, can draw another 1 with Crush Claw, and another 2 with Gifts. Getting pretty close to the end of the deck to just start chaining those Ignites as well.
Yeah, and has there been any Ignites yet?
Not yet, as far as I can remember.
No. There is 1 copy being run in the list, but I don't believe we've seen it yet.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Content. Rune of the Archmage.
Here we go.
Okay, Rune Orb, not bad. Push a little damage phase.
Oh, an
Explosive runes. Okay. Snap freeze. All right. Drake Fire Amulet.
Okay. I mean, looking at Tiago's hand. Oh, that's a light ray. Okay, I was going to say, if Smite is drawn, then those Righteous Defenses are putting in work. But there is no Smite in hand. But still on a light ray.
Can still put in some work.
They still can, yeah. I mean, oh, those are some juicy targets.
You Righteous both of the 8/8s?
Yeah.
And then just play the light ray? Or hero power play light ray? That thing's massive.
Now, Chewie has already used up quite a bit of the freeze. I think that would be the only way for... okay, it's going to soak up 6. Sure. It's like...
I think you have to play Gardens on it, because you've already committed. Maybe not.
Guess not.
I was thinking like, well, we've already committed to just making this massive minion.
Well, finally picks up the Ignite.
Mm-hmm. I imagine we'll see at least a couple Ignites getting played this turn.
Yeah, 4 cards left.
Still has another Siren in the deck.
Yeah.
But okay. This is a tough turn.
Yeah, really deciding.
Seeing what we got off of that. Flurry.
Well, there's an answer.
Means we can wait another turn. Okay. I'm guessing he's gonna... I was thinking Ignite Face, but yeah, Ignite the minion. Frees up hand space. We can play Gifts. Or Savara. We get back Runed Orb. We get back Rune of the Archmage? Okay.
Why not?
Yeah. Blizzard to freeze for another
Yeah.
turn. And Chewie saying, well, I don't need to build a board. Nixie will do it for me.
Yeah.
There is that Mr. Smite. It's only 15 damage, though.
The classic do nothing or hero power pass.
Hero power
Really?
pass.
Classic.
Reminds me of Control Warrior days.
Oh,
okay.
yes.
Well, no lethal on board. Hero power end turn.
I mean, there it's not bad. If Tiago can live just a little bit longer, there might be a chance that smite can actually end the game. But
It is 19 damage next turn. Although Chewie's at 32, so
yeah,
that's not quite enough.
Yeah,
I don't know how many more turns Tiago's going to get after that.
Yeah.
Chewie's.
I think Tiago has to end it next turn. I don't know if there's even going to be 2 more turns. I think the only... Well, there might be more turns only because Chewie isn't pushing a lot of damage each turn. At least not until the next turn or 2, right? With all of the ignites.
My guess is Chewie sort of looking and saying, okay, don't need to play the Spite Latch this turn. We can go off next turn and try and play ignites then.
Oh, I buffed this Mr. Smite again.
Yeah.
Still 2 turns in a row. Hero power pass.
Yeah, but now we're going to see the Siren come down.
Yeah. Ooh.
Runed Orb?
Runed Orb? Oh, I'm even curious about the ice barrier. The Runed Orb keeps you discovering things, though. It does push a little damage. But the ice barrier is kind of interesting if... oh, did go for the ice barrier. Yeah. Just because of that, seeing 2 turns in a row now, a hero power pass. And
Ice barrier means very not dead to Smite.
Yeah, and the Garden's Grace and Equality have both been sitting in hand for quite a while now.
And this Equality does give Tiago a full clear for this board alongside Samuro.
Yeah.
Which is probably fairly relevant. Going for Cone of Cold makes sense.
Ooh.
Because, yeah, at this point, I think Chewie is pretty much out of card draw, which means he's limited to just one of these ignites every turn.
Yeah, I'm kind of really curious what Rune of the Archmage is gonna pull, because I kind of suspect that is going to be played if there's not a way to actually keep the draw going.
Go Hot Streak Rune of the Archmage, Hot Streak Ignite Rune of the Archmage, see what happens.
Nope, just ripping the rune first.
Or just rip it. I would have thought I'd want to shuffle and ignite into my deck first, just in case I draw some cards.
Yeah.
We'll see.
More snowman.
Another snowman. Not bad.
Well, there's a lot of draw. Oh, burned one of the ignites, though.
One of the ignites. Yeah, maybe not the best route.
Oh, no.
Maybe we should have played the ignite first. But this is just 11 damage from the ignite next turn. Of course, if Smite or Leviathan come down here for Tiago, that's a lot of potential damage.
Yeah, and I believe Tiago knows that this is an ice barrier, correct? Because it came off of the Noggling.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, so Tiago should know that is an ice barrier. Should have stated that when that Noggling came out. So Tiago has to be doing the calculations. Yeah.
Then trade the Viper.
Yeah.
No, it's Flash of Light, Hero Power, always buffs Mr. Smite.
Ugh. Does Tiago have to worry about being dead here? Is he thinking? Yeah, okay. Is he thinking about the heals?
Oh yeah.
Knows that there's a
'Cause
ignite.
Three ignites would be lethal at 18 because it'd be 5, 6, 7. There's only 2 this turn.
Mhm.
Or only 1.
The thing that I wonder about now is it going to be enough for Tiago to win now?
Chewy can keep this board locked down for a few more turns with Blizzard. I just don't quite know if the ignites are going to get there before Chewy runs out of ways to lock the board down or dies to that Mr. Smite.
Yeah, I think that burning one of those ignites was pretty punishing.
Okay, second Garden's Grace. How big is this Smite at this point?
22
so
base.
32. 36 with Hero Power. Right now it's 39 with the Ring of Courage. So it would be 1 off. Yeah, I can do 6 and then... Oh, can do 6 and then 7 and then push 7 on board and ping. And opponent's at 15.
Yeah.
I think that's just it.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, the Ignite Pingmei or Ignite Naga Mage.
Yeah.
Barely getting there, it feels like.
I think if that turn where Tiago, I think, went for the healing over buffing Smite that one additional time, would it have been enough? Would that have made the difference?
Maybe, but in Tiago's defense, he doesn't know what Chewy's discovered, and I think playing around 1 extra Ignite seems very reasonable with that heal.
Absolutely. And I mean, especially at this point in the tournament. So this is a top 4 match that we are currently watching. So at least at the top 4 for the upper brackets. So this makes the difference winning this between, going into that lower brackets and having to keep fighting or just going straight into the final match. So Chewy does not want to miss out on that. And with that win, Chewy is on the board now. So Tiago is up 2-1, but Chewy is not out of it.
Yeah, and this is a pretty good rogue hand. 2 tradables and a null. I believe if only class cards are drawn, turn 2 null. Not bad.
I think just one more good spell to be discounted. Well, this is another. There it is.
Yeah, that's
and that's a pretty good.
2, 4, 5. Turn 2,
null.
2, 4, 5.
Double null. There it is.
Can't complain about that, honestly.
Chewy knows how to play rogue. That's what we're seeing here. Is
Paladin matchup could definitely be rough for rogue. I think this is how you win it.
Well,
but game's not over.
No.
That's the option. Shroud is a clean use of mana, but it's sort of slow. And Chewy's been really hammered his foot on the gas with that double null turn 2.
Yeah.
And I think is going to look to just keep it up with this Fillet Fighter. It's a hard turn, though, because Shroud is very, very clean.
Yeah.
And could be walking into just a turn, pyro coin equality.
So many options.
for the fillet fighter as well. So I just double checked. Chewy is running the rogue list that has the copy of Vanessa and no Viper. Some lists kind of play Viper instead of Vanessa, so that does mean that if this game goes long enough and goes to that carry-out, which we do see in hand, then that damage that Chewy is going to be putting out is significantly reduced.
Yeah. So my guess is Chewy's sort of opting for this lock because he's recognizing that he needs to get in under that carry-all and just push as much as possible right now.
Yeah, I think especially with the aggressive being able to play double null on turn 2 and not have them get cleared, it's kind of all leading to that game plan that you're mentioning, right? That just, hey, I was able to get this great start and I'm not running a Viper. I need to just get this damage through. This stuff needs to stick, and it does! A concede early from Tiago. Doesn't even want to let it go any farther.
There was no clear for those nulls. I think Tiago was dependent on needing the top deck equality either that turn or next turn. Otherwise, just dead to the nulls. Decides to scoop it up there. Yeah, that's a quick win for Chewy in a not great matchup.
And now that means that we're heading into game number 5. This is another game number 5. I mean, that was 2 games in a row now where Tiago was on the match point, up 2-0. And now it is game number 5, and Tiago could potentially be seeing this slipping out between their fingers, but gonna have to close it out against the Demon Hunter. How do you feel about this matchup?
I think it's unfavored for the Demon Hunter, but it's somewhat close. Let me see. Chewy is running a Viper, which does help. But honestly, I think the thing I've noticed throughout this tournament is that Paladin just isn't quite performing as well as you want it to, as well as sort of the stats say it does.
Yeah, it's been kind of interesting watching it. I think we've seen a little bit of Warrior, and I think most of the matches that we've spectated, Warrior has been banned out, and when it hasn't, it's gotten a win. But I definitely would say that second behind that kind of is the Paladin, or what you would expect to be the Paladin. But I think the Rogue and Demon Hunter have both, that you mentioned earlier, have both been performing pretty consistently and pretty well. But yeah, the Paladins have seemed to struggle even when they get carry-all, which I think is the most interesting part of it.
I think it's probably partially that a lot of decks are now teching in that one copper, and that's something we've sort of seen a lot of lineups doing, but also it just feels like Demon Hunter and Rogue lists have seen a lot more refinement than these Paladin lists have. You know, Paladins are still sort of running not the same 30 that they were before the mini set, but there's a lot of cards that just do feel very clunky in the deck still.
Yeah. I think it's been kind of interesting too, because even though there is removal, I don't feel like the removal from Paladin has been holding up enough either, kind of on the end that you would expect from removal. It does remove some boards, but there's not quite enough of it.
Yeah, definitely. It's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
Wings of Hate is 1 mana for 3 1/1s. Fury is just +2 attack. I think both are very worth considering. I don't think you want the Sigil in this matchup.
Probably not. Do the ranked spells still get the benefit off of Noggling?
No, they don't upgrade.
Okay, so either way, Wings of Hate or the Fury, they are going to be what we see on board, so kind of an interesting line, like you were talking about. Yeah, do you go for the Noggling with 2/2 bodies? Oh, they went for Flame Sigil. Okay.
Interesting. So we're trying to think through, why would Chewie want Sigil of Flame? As often Paladin is sort of playing things like Knight of Anointment and Battle Vicar and those sorts of small minions in these early turns, and Sigil of Flame gives you basically a clean slate that you can then develop on your turn 6 into. But with that Flash of Light for the fish, this isn't a clean slate yet for Chewie.
Yeah, not quite. Although, okay, gonna start with the Noggling for some little bit of card draw here. More. There's already a Sigil of Alacrity in hand, so unfortunately this one doesn't do a whole lot at the moment.
It's just all card draw at
Yeah.
this point. Fossil Fanatics, Sigils, Chaos Strike, even more card draw.
Yeah, I really like this spacing things out as well. I think there was a potential line of going for double Fossil Fanatic, but I think with both the Sigil of Alacrities as well, kind of pacing the game, pacing the draw a little bit with one of the Fossil Fanatics, one Sigil of Alacrity, will allow Chewie to kind of repeat that same play next turn if needed as well. Plus, it just keeps getting some foul things in hand and or played. Yeah. Oh, but...
Well, that's a good play this turn.
Who needs fell spells when you just draw into Kurtrus?
Yeah. I will say, Kurtrus isn't quite as good in current Demon Hunter as last expansion, where it was the best card in every Demon Hunter deck that ran it. But still not complaining about seeing it, sure. And let's answer one good hero card with another good hero card. Chewie does have that Viper, though. Gonna get rid of the weapon for Tiago. Oh. This seems like a good turn. And there's no Equality or Maki roll alongside Pyro.
Yeah.
So not a good answer from Tiago.
I mean, especially right after Cariel as well.
Yeah.
There is a Pyro in hand, though, so if Tiago can find an answer... Like, there's a couple of things that can be found. Not that, though.
I think digging with Battle Vicar, because if you're able to find any 1-mana spell, you can then go Pyro, Righteous Defense, the 6/6.
Yeah.
Play, the Avenge in this case, and it clears off everything but that 3/4. And that's probably enough. But I don't know if it is enough.
Is it, though? The Jace is going to put in a lot of work here.
Oh. Well, I think, Chewie seems to agree. Spend this turn juicing up the Jace.
Yeah.
And then next we have 4/6 with Chaos Strike. If we drop Predation, is this lethal? Oh. Yeah, this is lethal. If we multi-strike, can kill the minion and push 8 face, and then Fell Barrage. Yeah, I think really just Paladin just not quite getting there.
No, and that was a reverse sweep against the Paladin as well.
Yeah.
Like, oh no. But I mean, I have to give Chewie props as well, because I think those were some really well played games. I think Chewie had some great recognition in spots like holding that Viper we talked about, right? You said, I don't know if you want to keep this, didn't trade it off that first turn, held it, and then boom, as soon as that Cariel came down, that Viper whipped out there, ate that weapon, and that started the whole reverse sweep.
in my defense, it did take him a really long time to Siren, and he barely got there. So I think trading Viper still worked. But
Yes.
yeah, no, hold that Viper, kill that carrier weapon.
Yeah, that was definitely a quite an interesting reverse sweep, but that does mean that now Chewy moves into the finals and is going to be awaiting some opponents here. But Tiago, not out of it, because this is a double elimination tournament, or at least the kind of upper bracket final before the grand finals, I suppose, is where Chewy's at. But yeah, Tiago not knocked out, going to be waiting in that lower bracket for the next opponent, and hopefully can kind of win a couple of matches from there, and then be able to, come back and maybe face off against Chewy again.
Yeah. That's always fun with the double elim tournament is facing off against someone you've already played earlier.
Yes. Yeah, but there are still quite a few matches to go, but we are going to jump into another quick break and switch out some casters here. So thank you so much for tuning in. We will be right back.
Welcome back to our tournament. We're ready for our next matchup. We're going to see some games played by Senior Insane versus Deita. Senior Insane has brought a mage deck, including our beloved Spitelash Siren that we've seen multiple times today. We have a Control Warrior Galvangar variant, so OTK, as well as a Naval Mine Rogue and a Curse Lock. So those will be some interesting decks to watch. Deita has brought mage as well. This is a mech mage, including Eni Stormcoil and Belinda, something you don't always see together. Has a hunter. We haven't seen too much hunter today, but this looks like a big beast hunter. Also, Deita has brought Murloc Lock. I don't think we've seen Murloc Lock in play yet today. And a priest. We're going to see some Naga Serpent Wig Priest. And the game that the decks that they've queued into first, Deita choosing to play Hunter first, and Insane choosing to play Warrior. Got From the Depths off the start. Always feels good to start with that.
Yeah. And look at this cheap Galvangar. That's that's mighty nice looking. Especially with Faceless already in hand.
What now? Job's done.
Did you see what they ended up picking?
To the front.
To the front?
Yeah.
Interesting. I always, when I play this deck, I always try to keep Galvi and to the front together. Maybe Insane thinks that they're going to draw into the other pieces instead of shuffling for them.
Going on a dangerous voyage.
Balin is an interesting addition to Big Beast Hunter. Adds just some more late game viability. In case you draw everything that you wanna play by rushing.
Well, unfortunately, don't get to see what the choices from the bottom were, but Phelan into being able to dredge something with that harpoon gun is pretty nice, especially with multiple of the options potentially being a beast as well. You might be able to get the discounts. I think there's what, three or four beasts in the colossal pool that you can get.
Krakatoa would be one of those.
Yeah, Krakatoa, Hydrolodon. oh gosh, the priest one. Now I can't remember what it was called. And then
Because priests don't play it.
oh no, burn. Yeah, they don't much though. And then you also have the
Is Ozumot a beast?
which one?
Ozumot?
Yes. Yeah. Now I'm questioning. I feel like it is. There's also the druid. The druid colossal with the shell. So there's a lot of
Kolak.
yes, Kolak. So there's a lot of beast potential. There it is though, Krakatoa.
There goes Krakatoa.
Well, that's definitely going to answer a lot of the board here. I wonder if Senior Insane wants to use the Outrider's Axe to clear something here. Kind of facing down a pretty wide board.
It almost feels like with the hunter saving the weapon swing that you get rid of the other claw, just so they don't get two weapons.
Yeah.
Immune is a good choice as well. I'll be a nice clear next turn with Rokara Shatter.
Yeah. Kind of facing down a lot of damage this turn here, though.
It all depends on what is in hand.
I know. Is it enough? I mean, there's 2 damage potential from the hero power, but is there another 2 damage in the hand? Kolak.
There's Kolak.
That's not damage, but it's something.
Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't look like
doesn't clear.
Yeah.
Because that shatter is not going to clear Kolak's shell, which means Kolak is still immune too.
Yeah. I think it's just have to go for it though. Clear up everything
Actually,
else.
Swing into the shell first. No, it probably still resolves the shatter first. Yeah, it's just hard.
Yeah. Also, because of the way that this hunter deck is built, it is a lot more beast and body heavy. There really isn't a lot of like over the top damage or direct damage spells like we see in more of the aggressive like face hunter type of lists. So this is not going to be easy for Data to find a lot of over the top damage, which was looking a lot more appealing the last turn when there was only, 2 health left on the board, but Senior Insane able to pull off some armor, so gonna have to just go for another wide board and hope that it sticks here.
The question now is, do you save the faceless for your OTK, or since you don't need to do as much damage against a hunter as you would, for example, in a mirror match? Do you play it on Kolak to get the shell? Do you play it on a taunt?
Yeah. Instead, opting for the Finley and just trying to find some stuff. There is some armor gain here. Gonna go for some card draw as well. Lot of card draw here. Oh, there's the shield shatter.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Just in time.
Yeah.
And enough mana for Nelly. What a good swing.
What was picked out of the Nelly here? Yeah, an amalgam, freebooter, and a South Sea captain. It's no smite, but there is a smite in hand already.
Was there a Galaka crawler offered?
I don't know.
The animations rolling kind of cuts down on the view time when you're not the person playing.
Yes.
Because that would have been such a nice way to deal with this mountain bear.
Yeah, I wonder... I guess just shield slamming it anyways. Can a hero power? Yeah.
That 4 armor is extremely relevant after how the game started.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Job's done.
And trading into another from the depths, so might be able to bring this back.
I really wish we could see these res options. Because there were those several beasts from the Colossal pool that got played as well.
Although now I believe it is less likely to discover Hydrolodon or Krakatoa, any of the mains, because I think the summons now count as different minions
Right.
after the nerfs.
Well,
Lucked out though.
Let's see.
are there any board clears left? I think at this point, Senior Insane has to be calculating potential damage from both sides, right? Counting if there's a lethal from data, but also considering if they have their own lethal, because this is quite a bit of damage.
Strike harder.
Yeah, looks like... Well, I'm gonna go for a little bit of face damage and make a trade. Really interesting there.
Frozen Buckler is a good idea, and maybe hero powering one of these.
Yeah, I wonder if they miscalculated how much damage they would have? Or how much mana
yeah.
they'd have?
They had enough mana for both to the fronts and the minions, but with having Smite and not Galvangar, it's a big difference.
You are so cute. Yes, you are.
No. Lots of rush here.
Although, if they played both to the fronts, Battlegrounds, Battlemaster, and then played Smite, would they have been able to play some of the 1/1s? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. They could have played 2 of the 1/1 pirates. Yeah, and they would have had charge because of Smite.
They have both to the fronts
Have been
the last turn. Well, is it just enough this turn? Another South Sea captain. Nope, gonna go for the Tuskar. He's just another cheap pirate.
Yeah, I thought Insane was going to play the Tuskar as well.
Yeah. We're making a lot of trades, I guess, just trying to kind of close out what Dieta can do. Just keeping the Hunter off of the board in such a minion-heavy deck kind of just means that there's not really going to be a lot coming out from the other side, although I think has only one only revived pet's been used, correct?
One revived pet, and I believe one saber. So as soon as that sunken saber comes out, that's worrisome. Because one mountain bear has already been played. So that means there, and Hydroloden, was Hydroloden off of Phelan, or was Hydroloden the natural Hydra from the deck?
Yeah, that was the one that was pulled off earlier. This, yeah, this is the one,
Okay.
I believe, from the deck now.
Because they're probably thinking about the probability of Crush coming out if Daita top decks the Sunken Saber.
I should have given you more credit.
Still a Galvangar here. That's just gonna be enough, right? Yeah, the Galvangar plus weapon.
There's also the hero power.
Yeah. That too. Does damage to face if you direct it at the face. So lots of damage that came out there, even though it was kind of like a slow build-up, it felt like. Very interesting lines. I think that turn where Senior Insane played the Finley and then kind of shuffled everything, even though it did seem to appear like a potentially backfire, potential failed turn. It seemed to really pay off there. I guess, especially drawing into the board removal was the big thing there as well.
Yeah, any Finley is usually a good Finley, unless you're in that awkward position where you have to Finley without having played depths.
Yeah. Well, we are going to be getting into the next game here, which is going to be the Mage and the Hunter. So Mage for Senior Insane, and Dieta running back that Hunter.
My blood boils for war.
Starting off with a Slither Spear.
That's always good turn one.
Yes.
Even if you just Doggy Biscuit,
Yeah.
because it scales.
Yeah. Especially with Senior Insane not being able to clear this. If there is a Doggy Biscuit, that's going to be a lot of extra value. Go for a Trog. Just another Slither Spear, so maybe no buffs, but the Trog is actually very interesting here. It could get cleaned up, though, by the second flame, but that does mean that the Slither Spears live. It doesn't. Senior Insane holding it back.
Sorry, Squishy, I'm working.
Daita playing the Murkwater Scribe, it'll be interesting to see if they have the Naga's Pride, since that does get better if you play it while you're, or after you've had a Murloc played. If you're holding it while you play Murloc.
Yeah, it does allow for a wider board as well. No, just gonna go for the top deck Saber, which does clear. Let me see, are they even playing?
Naga, 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 Naga.
Yeah.
I'm so used to Murloc.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Icebearers.
Yeah.
Such a good pick off that Nagaling.
Yeah, absolutely. There was really no use for Gateway at all, so that was like immediately out.
One cost, keep your opponent guessing. And at the very worst, if they guess correctly, you get 8 health.
Yeah. I mean, it will show them what the secret is, so it's not really a secret at that point anymore. But I think while it's in hand, there is that kind of potential they might have to consider what it could have found. Who needs to worry about that when you just get a King Crush?
Really?
Who needs it?
Wow.
Well, this is what this Hunter deck is built to do. And they are getting to do it. Well, very quick jellyfish pick there. I would not be surprised to see that Crush turn into a jellyfish here. There it goes. Which, interestingly, it does. It puts another beast in their res pool, because the jellyfish is a beast. But it does also mean that Crush will not be available as a beast to discover off of the Revive Pet.
Probably the best case scenario, discovering that jellyfish.
Well played.
When you're playing mage, it always feels good. Turning something into a sheep or a jellyfish.
Yeah.
And knowing that the large beast won't come back.
This is still a lot of pressure. Is it enough? The hero power? Yep. Okay. Well, that doggy biscuit. Putting in the final work that Crush could not do at the end there. We got to see Hunter win some games in this tournament. We at least had that. I know we all talked about Hunter at the very start of the broadcast, so we had some Hunter in there. I'm happy about that. We got some off-meta decks.
And Hunter winning with a jellyfish, no less.
That's right, yeah. The jellyfish. That's what really won the game. Let's be real. It was the jellyfish that did it. Well, that does put... Let's see. Are they tied, or is that up 2-0? They're tied. Okay. Yeah. I was like, wait. The Warrior won the first round. There we go. That's what I was trying to remember. Sir Insane won with the Warrior the first game, and then Dieta took game number 2 with that Hunter. So both players still have Mage left, although interestingly, they are running 2 different mages. The Senior Insane has the typical like Ignite Siren mage that we've already seen quite a bit of, but on the other side, Dieta is actually running Mech Mage, another kind of off-meta deck that we don't see, and it's pretty impressive, I think, because I feel like, especially in tournaments, deck like a lineup of Mech Mage, this Beast Hunter, Murloc, Warlock that you were talking about earlier, like these are not typical kind of decks and lineups that we see.
Not only that, but it's not your typical mech mage. It does have Belinda and the Drakefire amulet, so it runs the dragon package. Can pay off late, but it can cause some rusty starts. And drawing a seafloor gateway off of Belinda can feel really bad as well.
Yeah. Well, Data does get the good starts. It's going to be a little bit slower of a start here for Senior Insane. It looks like maybe debating about going in on the first flame, but I could see actually just coining out a minion here. Yeah. Plus you get the effect because the coin counts as a spell that was played while it was in hand. So, you know, you still get the effect.
Plus, there's a good chance it'll survive, so then you can amalgam on 2.
Error. Hot bucket.
Or does Insane just rune orb the 3/2 to save the minion?
Hmm.
This doesn't run the ping package, but that can be helpful picking off minions. I went for counter spell. Crush Claw into Savara is really nice.
Yeah, how many...
The main tactics of this deck is stalling, so that means that Insane is going to be able to get that freeze back.
Yeah, I think also, especially against this really board-based deck, right? Just stalling as long as possible, kind of running the mech mage out of resources.
And knowing that mech mage has a finite number of spells compared to other mage decks, the 2 Drakefire amulets and the 2 seafloor gateways. I'm wondering if Senor is just going to play 1 first flame, the freezing, and the counter spell to get another counter spell back from Savara.
Yeah.
Because that would hopefully get rid of one of the Drakefire amulets down the line.
What spells has... This only has 1 spell.
It was first flame, I believe.
Yeah. I kind of wonder if there's going to be... I wonder if Senior Insane wants to go for some certain spells here. Like the second flame plus a flurry, and then play the Commander Savara next turn on 5. I think just having some flurries plus double flames would be really good against Mech Mage.
There's the siren.
Just keep doing things until they die.
There's the flurry. Okay, well, froze one of the bigger minions here. There's an ignite and a siphon mana.
Well, ignite is the gift that just keeps giving.
Right.
How do you not snap pick that?
Seafloor Gateway. Interesting. Actually,
Huh.
wind floor, seafloor. Huh. I guess to discount the amalgam to keep using it for sirens?
Definitely not what I was expecting.
Okay. Oh, another Specklash. One gets removed and another one takes its place.
Time to wash away the filth.
This could be 3. This is kind of an interesting sequencing. Only because Cernsein's not really sure what to expect out of the mothership here.
Time runs out on me.
Knowing that Eni is in Daita's deck,
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised Insane is leaving that mothership there.
Going for the Lady Nazjar, pretty interesting. Potentially going for more damage? Or just a clear if...
Amazing.
Oh no,
There's
emoting
flame?
while choosing cards.
Oh, I wonder what their options are. It's like it emoted almost immediately, but took a while to actually make the pick. Wow. Just went ahead and gave it up.
It was an all of these are terrible emote, apparently.
It could have been. It could have been. That might have been that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was just a little bit rough. I mean, once there was some of that removal going in on the minions plus freeze, and then the Savara putting copies back into the hand, it was like I don't know how Dieta would have gotten back on board at that point.
Yeah, at that point, Dieta just really needed Belinda for those discounted Drakefire amulets for some huge dragon taunts, but other than that, it did not look good.
Yeah.
You asked for
Well, Data gonna run the mage back just like they did the hunter. It worked with the hunter. Let's see if they can pull it off with the mage. And we are going to see the warlock coming out now. And it's kind of interesting because, again, both of these players do have warlock, but they are different, just like the mages. So Senior Insane has the more controlling cursed warlock, whereas Dieta is running that aggressive murloc warlock, which we aren't seeing here. But there's
Insane also has the addition of Ulfak in their deck, which is not something you always see.
Yeah.
And a Twisting Nether.
Yeah, there does seem to be a lot of one-ofs. I mean, a lot of them are legendaries, so of course you can only have one copy of the legendary in the list, but other than that, I mean, there are still a lot of one-ofs. But there is quite a bit of removal with things like this Doomsayer, the Drained Souls. I mean, even double Mortal Coil can do some work against some of these mechs. Ooh. Now this is interesting. Is the Doomsayer necessary here? I feel like going in on the Doomsayer too early might be bad, but also if you go for it too late, Dieta might just be able to build up enough board presence to just trade into the Doomsayer, and it really, I guess it kind of soaks up a little bit of damage, but it just kind of becomes a speed bump at that point.
I almost feel like in this matchup, you wait, play the Doomsayer a little bit later, set it up as a kind of soft taunt, and then have a backup for the turn afterwards, like a full-blown evil, or if it's late enough, Twisting Nether, or Abyssal Wave, or Bread Baker.
Yeah. I mean, especially since there is only, this is another one we talked about, there's a lot of one-ofs, and this Doomsayer is one of those one-ofs. So maybe wanting to use it a little later? Okay. This is kind of interesting. Essentially dropping it here. Mixtures going with it?
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Not bad. I think if at this point there is trades into the Doomsayer, it still leaves the Mistress of Mixtures on the board to then kind of make, you know, a counter trade. And if there is not trades, then you at least get some healing from it. Oh, that entitled customer is going to put in a lot of work here. Although I think the big concern might be a couple of Divine Shields, but typically, I think in the Mech Mage side of things, there's not as many Divine Shields in Mech Mage as there would be in something like the Mech Paladin.
Right, you don't have to worry about that terrible bubble bot turn.
Yeah.
Click Clocker and Noyo both have Divine Shield. That's about it.
Oh, Mecha Shark. Definitely want to clear that out as soon as possible.
And it's fortunate having a Jara already, because then Insane doesn't have to feel about using so many spells to remove that.
Yeah.
Because they're also iterating Urjara towards discovering that treasure. Another mecha shark. Oh my goodness. Just when you clear one.
I don't know where all of these like Hydra heads are seemingly coming from, but it's like that last game, clear the siren, the other one just manages to pop into the hand right afterwards. Here we see the the mecha shark get cleared, and then all of a sudden two more pop onto the board. Like I don't know where all this is coming from, but somebody got the message.
This is some strange RNG.
Now, here's one of those divine shields that I was talking about, but I think that entitled customer is going to put in a lot of work, and there is potential for what entitled customer and then coin mortal coil to just clear up the 1/1 afterwards as well.
Exactly.
Not quite enough for lethal.
Oof.
I'm just checking. Oh, and one interesting thing here is, yeah, this is going to come down. Looking at the list, the mech mage list for Dieta, there is no fireballs. There's no over-the-top damage. And it's not turn 8, so Gaia can't come down unless there was Gaia in hand that was discounted from Seafloor Gateway, but then only one can attack in, which means only one damage goes face. I cannot believe how close this is.
That's very close.
Like, oh my gosh. It is, oh, that coin was already
There's only
used.
one first played, right? So Zakwil isn't even enough here.
Yeah. And there's no coin now as well, so it can't be a brand coin Zakul either. This is a really
Insane
awkward
could play Ajara, go for the spells and hope to draw into clear and healing.
Yeah. Picked Wicked Shipment there. Those noggling choices were not all that great.
Gosh, another close turn.
Yeah. I mean, if there's a Gaia now, I think it's over.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
There it is.
Wow. I cannot believe how close that game was, actually. Like, I think that was the only possible out, was having that Gaia at this point. And, I mean, Senior Insane really needed just, like, that slight bit more of healing. But some of those plays, I think, were very well lined up. And especially considering, you know, looking at the open deck list and knowing things like, hey, there's no fireball, for example, like there's no over-the-top damage, and recognizing that they probably could get away with making that play that turn. But, you know, unfortunately drawing into that Zakul and not having the coin there then made that very difficult to follow up after that. But very, very interesting games there.
The 3 Mecha Sharks really sealed the deal. This did a lot of work.
Yeah, I don't even know if that first one that was generated that came out onto the board, I don't even think that did any damage. It just created that body that had to be removed, which meant that that Senior Insane had one less, one less removal.
True essence of fear.
All right, we get to see Warlock versus Warlock.
Well, I mean, we saw the other mage matchup, didn't we? So now we see the Warlock.
It'll be interesting to see how this goes because Murloc Warlock gets started so quickly. Tide Caller on 1. That is the dream. But a quick answer here.
Yeah.
Oh, unless Insane is gonna
Trust me.
let it go. 2 quick answers. And a Jara already in hand. That feels good too for Insane.
Well, here come even more Murlocs.
And a rock bottom.
Yeah, here they come.
Wow.
Marching out onto the board. Again, here, this is kind of a slow, clunky hand for Senior Insane. Not like there is a little bit of removal, but it doesn't seem like it's quite enough. I guess Hero Power could start things off and maybe go Hero Power into a coin touch of the Nathrezim.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a trade or a removal is necessary because if Data has Chum Bucket, those Murlocs in hand, even if it's only 1 Murloc or 2 Murlocs, they're going to get a little difficult to deal with.
Yeah. These things at 3 health do not seem very threatening. They still just die to the dragged below. And now picking up the Entitled Customer will allow for another board clear in a couple of turns here. Okay, it looked like potentially thinking about coining into the school teacher, but I think I just like the I think I just like the dragged below myself here. Just clear up 1. These other 2 aren't threatening a lot.
Not only that, but keeping the coin in the hand, playing 1 card instead of 2 makes Customer better. A better play.
Oh, that Doomsayer draw.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of makes it interesting because I think without drawing that, it probably would have just been the school teacher here, but now I think it's a potential thought, at least, of if this is a Doomsayer turn here instead.
I wonder.
Because Customer is in hand, I wouldn't be opposed to playing school teacher and looking for another drag below off of Noggling.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility as well. Although, actually... Yeah. I think there definitely were multiple things. Dragged below, full-blown evil, and even some sort of, like, healing would have all been good options
like
from
even
the
a
Noggling.
Dreamful or Nathrism would have cleared one of the 2 minions.
Yeah. Well, this might just be a coin into Entitled Customer. This looks like a pretty good board clear.
Yeah.
Are you gonna clean that up?
You can tell whoever did the voice line worked retail.
Yes. Yeah. We've all been there. This is kind of interesting going for the Vinashara here.
Yeah, I was expecting either a school teacher looking for some kind of removal or trading the customer and drain soul into the 5/6.
Yeah.
It's taking quite a bit of damage.
Well, you know, in case the Warlock wants a different hero power, there's a yoink. So, you know, some hero power switching might might come in handy. I guess looking for the priest hero power or warrior hero power maybe could be something if card draw becomes unnecessary. But this board starting to really spiral now.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I mean, these really large health Murlocs not getting cleared.
And the Lesh water is always problematic.
Yeah.
It makes it really difficult to stick a board.
And sitting here now at 12 health, facing down a lot of damage. No warrior hero power, so no armor, no healing. Shapeshift, I guess, is the closest to some armor gain. Although, yeah, is this just going to be...
They could shapeshift into the Lesh water and then Nathrezim.
Yeah.
For a little bit more health.
Yeah. Does get to clear 2 minions off this way. Does still leave 1 large minion. But I guess it just gets taken care of next turn with the Gigafin. Quite a bit of healing that turn, though.
Yeah, back to 21. Not bad. This is becoming an even more satisfying Gigafin now that
Yeah.
Murlocs are going to cost health instead of mana.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a way for Data to answer this Gigafin either.
Unless we see Giga into Giga.
Yeah. That would be something. There it is!
Oh my gosh.
It's buffed too!
What
Okay.
are the chances?
All right. Where's the top deck twisting nether? Here you go. Aww. I was ready to see it.
Tamsin still clears quite a bit of this.
It does.
And potentially drawing into removal could get rid of the Giga.
Yeah. Is there any damage left? Yes, we're... Deadly poison does not help.
Can always throw it on the mithril rod.
That's true. I mean, that is a combination of cards that could happen. I don't know if it's the most ideal, but
definitely not. But it's definitely not something your opponent is expecting. So there is
That's
the
true.
element of surprise. If you need a little bit at the end.
Oh. This is so close to lethal. I think I'm counting, unless I'm miscounting here, there's 18 on board.
That's correct.
And Senior Insane is at 20 health. What is left in the deck? We haven't seen the Spice Bread Baker.
Oh, Warleader.
Oh no, there it is! That's it! Wow! The aggressive lineup. Oh my gosh, the aggressive lineup pushes through. Murloc, Warlock. You saw it all here. Now when everybody starts seeing it on ladder, be like, where is this coming from? Right here. You all saw it here first. That's where it's at. Wow. That was I actually really enjoyed that series. I think that from both sides there were some very interesting lines, and I think both players made some really good heads up plays in terms of just trying their best to play to their outs. And you know, it there wasn't enough removal. I think for Senior Insane at the end there wasn't enough removal. Maybe that line that you suggested, trying to clear a little bit, you know, early one of those larger minions, maybe that would have been enough to last one more turn and get there, but still that was an intense series, I think.
That was intense. Giga into Giga, and then having no cards and pulling Gorlock for that refill was pretty clutch
Yeah.
for Daita there. That was a good play.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, I think we are going to switch over our caster team here. So we're going to take a really quick break and we will be right back.
All right. Hello, everyone. We've got a exciting match coming up on the broadcast because this is going to be the finals of the winner's bracket. Now, this isn't the last match of the tournament because the winner of this will still have to play the winner of the loser's bracket. But these are currently the only two players who have gone undefeated so far. And it's going to be Tobaika versus Chewy. And I know Chewy was mentioning earlier that all of his matches that he's won have been sweeps. He either swept one deck or reverse swept one deck. So we'll have to see if that trend continues.
Taking a look at the decks that both players are bringing, Tabika has a hunter deck, Big Beast Hunter. It's some interesting additions that you don't always see, including Swamp Ooze, worried about probably Cariel in the weapon and Paladin deck. And as far as Rogue, it's the Vessel Rogue, Sunken Boat Rogue. The Paladin deck is a Holy Mackerel Paladin, Holy Paladin, and Control Warrior with a Mutinous and Nelly and Kazaku-san. And a Gorlock Ravager, which you don't always see in that deck list. So that's an interesting addition. And then Chewy, we have the Jace Demon Hunter, Fell Demon Hunter. Also brought Rogue with, this one has the Shroud of Concealment, Krakatoa, and Vanessa Van Cleef. For Paladin, we have a Buff Paladin, and then Mage looks like Naga Mage. So it'll be interesting to see how these decks play out against each other.
Yeah, it is sort of interesting that I feel like a lot of the series we've seen so far, it feels like Paladin has really been sort of underperforming. Mm-hmm. But also both of the players in the winners final have Paladin. So clearly it's not that bad.
It's interesting looking at the differences between their two Paladins, though. They're both Holy Paladins, so they have a lot of the same spells. But Tobikia's has the Light Ray, which we have seen successful in a lot of play. So it'll be interesting to see how those two Paladins, if we see a mirror match, how those do.
Yeah. Also, both running Rustrot Viper card, very important for that Paladin mirror. Yeah, it is sort of interesting. You were highlighting the Acidic Swamp in Beast Hunter. I assume that's in there because if you run Viper, it dilutes the Beast pool for things like the Sunken Saber and Pet Collector and such. I think that's a really interesting.
Yeah, something we don't see a whole lot anymore, but yeah.
Yeah, because I would say in almost every situation, you would rather have Viper opposed to Ooze in your deck, just because the tradable is a pretty significant upside. But I remember there was like a Control Warrior list that was going around a few metas ago that was also running Ooze instead of Viper. because you didn't want to dilute your Nath pool with Viper.
Taking a look at the difference between their rogue decks, since they both brought a rogue, it looks like Tobikia is playing. Where was it?
Okani.
Okani.
Tobikia has Okani instead of Vanessa.
Instead of Vanessa. So it'll be interesting if we get to see that mirror, how that plays out.
Yeah, I've heard that Vanessa is good in the rogue mirror because it lets you copy things like Null and that sort of stuff that works very well for your deck. Although it's a little hard in open deck list, the opponent knows Vanessa is coming and can intentionally sequence their turn differently based on wanting to play around that Vanessa.
Yeah, making sure they play their least important card last.
Apologies on the wait, everyone. We're still just waiting for one of these players. So hopefully we're going to get to see this match. I think we will. Looks like they're checked in. So
Hopefully.
sorry about the wait there.
All right. Yeah, both players are checked in. So hopefully we'll be hopping in. Great gameplay. As far as bans, my guess is Chewy is just going to ban that Control Warrior. It's a deck that we haven't seen a lot of this tournament, but looking at Chewy's lineup, it definitely seems like a priority ban considering the decks he's brought. From Tobaika, I would probably anticipate either a mage or paladin ban. I think because Chewy's paladin has that mutation, which is going to give it a little bit of an edge in the mirror, I would favor a paladin ban from Tobaika. But also, paladin has sort of been underperforming in the series we've seen, so might choose to leave up that paladin and ban the mage.
The other thing that makes this mutinous paladin not as bad is there's no Bran, so you don't have to worry about two of your key pieces disappearing. Makes it a little bit less scary to deal with.
Yeah, we did see a Bran and a paladin earlier, and that is, I don't know, it doesn't seem quite as good as Warrior because you don't School Teacher, and you can very often Bran plus School Teacher for a lot of value in that deck. But still, there's some decent battle cries in Paladin with Battle Vicar, Knight of Anointment, and Bannerman, in addition to Mutanus.
And is Lightforged Cariol battle cry?
Yes, so you can do 4 damage to your opponent.
Yeah.
Stuff.
It's an often underlooked play.
I think most Paladin decks aren't running, so don't know how often. But, of course, the Warrior Rokara also has a battle cry, so if you combine it with Bran, you can equip a 5/2 weapon twice. Right, looks like we're waiting on the bans to come in here still. Yeah, the winner of this match will only have potentially 1 or 2 more matches left to win the tournament. I think overall, looking at the lineups, my guess is it's going to come down to Chewy getting this Demon Hunter through. a lot of the strength of this sort of big beast hunter is that it's got a pretty decent matchup into Fell Demon Hunter. My guess is Tobaika, with that in mind, built a lineup to sort of take advantage of beating that Fell Demon Hunter. And Chewy does have the Demon, and is going to have to get it through one of these decks. But we've also definitely seen the Rogue versus Demon Hunter matchup go both ways. So I think it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, the big beast hunter, control paladin, and control warrior are all pretty good counters to that demon hunter.
Yeah, with that being said, though, I think I'd probably favor Tobaika to win the series. I think his line just lines up fairly well into Chewy's, and we do have bans in. Chewy has decided to ban that control warrior, and Tobaika has opted to ban the mage, which makes a lot of sense. Because we've seen mage do quite well throughout this turn, beating decks like beating decks like and hopefully we'll be able to hop into this game soon, see how it plays out. What do you think each player is going to queue first? I know queue order doesn't matter, but do you have any predictions?
That's a good question. What has Chewy played first for the other rounds? What has Tobaika played first for the other rounds? Do you remember?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I can check. Last round, Tobaika queued Warrior first, which is the currently banned deck, and then Paladin. And the round before, Rogue, Paladin. So my guess is we'll probably see Rogue first. And it looks like we're heading in. Oh, Hunter. Hunter up against this Holy Paladin. Oh, something may be worth highlighting. Tobaika is on both America's and Asia Pacific ladder. So definitely a good player. I just didn't recognize the name. Yeah, Paladin.
Job's done.
It's another one of the somewhat clunky hands we've seen from this double righteous defense. Not great into the smaller early minion. Viper could be good against a Poon gun.
Yeah, Viper would help prevent that double dredge, but it looks like they're going to cycle it instead.
Yeah, I'm guessing Chewy saying, well, it's turn 3 and there wasn't a harpoon gun yet, so I can trade this Viper off. Find some stuff to deal with what I'm actually seeing right now. And doesn't seem to have what he wants to deal with what he's seeing right now, though. Yeah, righteous defense on the Naga makes sense, but it's still going to grow in attack if Tobaika has more spells to play. But opting for the Jar Neighbor. Worth Noting deck, the only beast that it runs that costs 4 or less is that Ajaran Saber. So it seems to be very much tutoring the pet collector pool to try and only pull sabers from the deck. Yeah, just going for trades on board, play Barak, draw some cards. Paladin hand, looking sort of clunky, but drawing 3 cards and developing a 6/6 certainly helps. And actually, what if we develop a 16/16 with Divine Shield? How does the hunter answer it? Okay, save 1 card's grace, but yeah, that's a spooky minion. Although with this pet collector, can just trade the saber pulled from deck alongside Barak into it, and it's gonna get another beast from deck. That's a good beast.
Yeah.
Has the
Early Mountain Bear.
can trade in Barak, can use the barbed nets, and trade in the 1/3. Could also use the coin, play a Murkwater Scribe, then use barbed nets and trade in the 1/3. I think all decent options there, but opts to just trade in Barak, save the resources in hand. This feels like another tough turn for the Paladin, since there's just enough pressure on board that you feel the need to do something, but there isn't really a clean answer in hand.
What to do?
I don't think Chewy's just going to rip Mutanus. You're usually more scared.
I'm wondering if it's going to be a banner into Carriel.
I was
Wow.
just saying I didn't expect this, but there's the Mutanus. I'd eaten one of the smaller minions for sure. It was, we can see as casters that there's only those minions in hand, but for a deck sort of known as Big Beast Hunter, there weren't too many big minions. And this is also an insane turn for the hunter, being able to pull 2 of these sabers with Revive Pet to Echo wants to just get even more board presence. Can also opt to save the second Revive Pet, and that might be what I'd favor more. Just trade in this saber that we've pulled from deck. Oh, or use barbed nets, that works too.
Pushing for 2 turn.
Yeah. And the Paladin.
Kind of saying, you didn't Pyromancer and clear off my board last turn. Maybe you don't have Pyro.
But also even like conserving things like the Nog's Pride and the second Revive Pet. So not even that weak to Pyromancer. Just sort of recognizing this Paladin is, the removal's all very clunky, and the top deck equality alongside definitely clean up, but the Paladin need quite a bit more to answer all the waves this hunter can on.
Do they play Devouring Swarm here?
It could, and I don't mind it. It gives you another saber in hand, and that's pretty good value. I don't think you get better value this game, so I really don't mind doing it. And these these sabers are especially scary for the paladin because there could be anything in them. You don't want to take the 4 from the 4/3 on board, but if you kill it, what if you pull a King Crush or you pull another mountain?
Really, it's not too heavy.
With every step, the light guides you.
Okay. Flash of Light seems righteous. But yeah, that Sunfish seems huge for Chewie here. Oh, that's a good draw. The Tavish secrets are all incredibly powerful. Especially things like the upgraded emergers is really good against this, or really good with this hunter deck, because it, you get 2 extra copies of those minions, meaning death rattles are going to trigger again. But opting instead, just go for lethal if we pull King Crush, and yeah, Toveka pulls King Crush with the saber, and that's lethal.
With enough sabers, you're bound to pull it.
Yeah, and that's I'm guessing that's sort of the idea of things like, and tailoring these beasts so that you're just pulling sabers with pet collectors is, if you play enough sabers, you pull all the huge beasts out of your deck for free, you're going to win. Toveka left with that rogue and paladin that we've seen a lot of, and Chewie has his demon hunter, rogue, and paladin still left. We're going to see the paladin mirror.
Guide my hand.
This feels like a really hard matchup to wait, especially since Chewie's list has that Mutanus and Toveka's list doesn't.
May the light grant you peace. May the light grant you peace. Reporting for duty.
Hero Power Pass. Love to see it in these control mirrors. Well, it's for Chewie. Good turn 3 play. And Toveka also has access to Banner.
Really, it's not too heavy.
Both players do have Viper in their deck, which is incredibly relevant match, since having all damage halved by your weapon is really, really strong if your opponent is trying to OTK you with a charge minion. I would say a 30 attack smite seems a lot more doable than a 60 attack smite.
Getting rid of that card draw.
Yeah, a lot of this Paladin deck, both from what we've seen and my experience with it, there's really a few key cards that you're looking to draw almost all the time. And the rest of the deck is sort of mediocre cards that help stall you. So it's stuff like, drawing hero card, drawing your Mr. Smite, your Leviathan for board reasons. Shutting down your opponent's card draw to stop them for digging for those power seems pretty relevant and useful in the matchup.
And a lot of the early holy spells are just playing holy spells to discount that gardens for later.
Mhm. Interesting. This matchup, Chewy Obs 2. Okay, I'll trade the Viper here. I think we saw him hold on to it for most of the game with the Naga Mage, but here saying, yeah, it's a couple turns until my opponent's going to get carried. There's some cards that I really need to dig for anyway. Worthwhile the trade.
Really? It's not too heavy.
There we just see Bannerman plus Light Ray. But yeah, Leviathan, huge.
Leviathan is a nice answer. 8/8.
Don't know if any of these are particularly cards you want to draw. Obviously, you want to draw Mr. Smite at some point, but I think you rather see the hero card first. But this is a board that is demanding an answer, and Tobaika doesn't seem to have that answer yet. Does have access to this Light Ray as a bit of a roadblock, but I don't know if it's going to end up being enough to stop Chewy. Because there's 17 power on board right now, along with the Mr. Smite from hand, isn't quite enough, and can't quite get these Garden Graces to playable. But it is going to be tight. Can use Righteous Defense on that. Wait. Oh, wait. This is lethal with the 2 Garden's Graces. Isn't it? Trades the 1/1 into the...
Like, the 1/1. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 26.
16 plus 10. Yeah.
Yeah, with the mackerel.
Chewy spots it. Yeah, he just needs to attack face and play the 2 Garden's Graces. One of the minions attacking.
Actually, the one Garden's Grace discounts the other Garden's Grace.
Yeah. It's the second Garden Grace you play will always cost 0. Question of if the first one. Oh, and there's Cariel. Just in time. And even gets to dredge the Viper on top. Next game. So yeah, Paladin. Chewy's Paladin gets through his opponent's Paladin. We will see, though, if Chewy's able to get this Demon Hunter Rogue through what are on paper either unfavorables or mirrors. See which one he chooses to try and get through first. Looks like it's going to be the Paladin up against the Demon Hunter. Yes. I was very worried I was going to say that, and both of the hands would show like cutlasses and nails.
Yeah, there are so many people playing Jackpot Rogue right now. It just feels like half the time your opponent is not your opponent.
Yeah. And, well, at least we Jilag early, so we're not going to be disappointed by wanting to coin Caria and not being able. But I think very interesting that Chewy opted to play the weapon on turn 1 as opposed to playing the Slither Spear. I think there's there's definitely valid arguments for it, including that it's upgrading his Kircher's hero card by getting all of these attacks in. I'm just not sure if I necessarily agree, because I think the charges from this weapon can get a lot of value potentially later in the game.
Seems like that's the fastest we've seen a sunfish cleared.
Yeah, that sunfish is out of here.
Usually those are a lot peskier.
And Jamaica just opting to, it's only 4 Mackie rolls, but if plays them out now, it's going to discount this potential light ray for the future. It starts getting those discounts on Garden's Grace. I think sort of acknowledging, Pyro plus Mackie roll is a good clear, but the Demon Hunter hasn't played any of those early 2/2s that you have to prioritize clearing, so can just afford to use it to juice up things like Light Ray. Yeah. And this Light Ray coming down this turn is pretty significant roadblock for Chewy. And I'm sure Chewy is really wishing he could coin that.
Pick me!
Yeah, playing the Fell Barrage just to push damage. It's again with this deck, the figuring out when to use things like Fell Barrage and Fury to just push damage, when to save them as potential removal, or
Usually it feels so bad playing that early against a paladin, but after playing one of the 2 holomac rolls, it feels a little bit safer to him probably.
Yeah, and couldn't coin Carrier last turn, but at least we can coin Jilag this turn. Right. I don't... Okay. I was going to say I don't know about shipping the predation, but no, that makes a lot of sense. If you're expecting Carriel to come down, do it when it's 3 damage, not when it's 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Carriel is going to come down. And I don't think Carriel on its own is enough to win this matchup for the Paladin, but having the follow-up of the Leviathan next turn to answer either this Kurtrus hero or this school teacher along with the 3/4 seems really good. I believe this Leviathan is buffed, so it is going to be able to answer this Carrier. And now the question of, do you draw first or do you have a strong opinion?
I like to dredge first. What about you?
I used to always dredge first, and I'm now of the opinion to draw then dredge. At least on the turn you play Leviathan, because the argument I've heard is you're almost never playing the card that turn. So it's better to just draw a card and then get filtering on the next card, as opposed to only get filtering on one potential card.
That's very fair.
And these Kurtrus demons aren't quite big enough to kill off Leviathan, or at least not big enough to kill off both halves, but can play Kurtrus and then hero power to answer the 4/2, along with trading both in big Leviathan. I think at that point, though, it feels like if you're Chewy, you're just using so many resources clearing these minions. And it's giving the Paladin a lot of time to stabilize and start developing their... Okay. Hero power.
7-8 Myrmidon.
It's going to be a 12-13 soon. Ooh. Draw 2 more? Yeah? I think I like this. There's not quite enough burn in the Demon Hunter deck that you're worried about dying, and there's not quite enough removal that you think they can kill this minion. I like the using the Mackie roll to heal as to, or using the Mackie roll to draw as opposed to save for heal.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Wait.
Chewy just scoops it up. Wasn't quite dead on board, but also didn't have an answer for the minion. Wasn't killing next turn and was dead to any damage. So I think the scoop up is fair.
Just couldn't find Sathena that game. Held on to the coin for a long time even, but somewhere in the bottom of the deck.
Yeah. And now we're going to see Druid. Oh, it's Rogue. Oh, wait. It's both Rogues.
It's Rogue
I thought it was
versus
actually
Rogue.
Demon Hunter.
Gotcha.
Dang. Well, neither player has Null yet, so this could be a fair fight. Okay, having the 1-mana hero power is cute and all, but I think still just trade.
Enough time.
Chewy.
Both starting out with a Vessel and a Wicked Stab in hand. And a Krakatoa.
Hullbreaker or Mountain Bear? I think
Mountain
both
Bear
are.
is just such a good blockade against those vessels.
Yeah. I definitely respect the Mountain Bear. I think Hullbreaker also nice as card draw, but the spells in this deck aren't the best. Tempo Maestra. Nice. Now.
Thinking about coining out the Null.
Yeah, I don't hate coining out the Null. It leaves you with the 2 health Null, which is a lot better than a 1 health Null against a deck with Fillet Fighter. But now opting to save it. And boom, turn 4, play Vessel.
Is this a prep Vessel?
Seems like it. Alongside a Null, of course. Yeah. it was interesting to me that this deck sort of got refined to cut double agent, and then I realized, wait, you just run Vessel. It's just better double agent. Of course we cut double agent. Oh, Shadow Stepping the Knoll. Okay. I'm going to take a guess at what Chewy's going to play this turn. I think it's Mountain Bear.
It's one of those clunky cards that if you can get it out of your hand early, it's so much more valuable. You don't want to wait, play it, and then have it scabs right back into your hand.
Yeah, Coin Crab definitely seems pretty strong here. Can trade one of the claws along with a 3/3 and can play the Knoll along with the equipped claw to kill the other one or trade in the other claw. Worth noting though, Vessel has been played, so this Gone Fishing is another set of 3/3.
Mm-hmm. Krakatoa into Krakatoa.
Yeah. Remember, I think Banterface was talking about whoever plays Krakatoa on 6 wins. It's like both these players have learned how to play Rogue. Can prep Wicked Stab to fully kill opponent's Crab? But my guess, Chewy might just hold for damage since Kabeka's already at 16. Has okay. I was gonna say Chewy has the Wicked Stab and has the Fillet Fighter to kill the 6/1 Crab, but just opting to. My guess is worried about Crab getting Shadow Step and played again.
Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
Yeah, there's that. Gone Fishing to just get another set of 3/3s with stealth. And my guess is we're also going to see Tobaika Wicked Stabbing Krakatoa.
Thick Tide Hodo, the right choice here. So much less health. Ashran Defector.
I like the Defector because there's the second Gone Fishing in hand, so can dig for the second half.
Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
And Okani. Yeah, I guess. Tobaika sort of recognizing dead to Mr. Smite, so play Okani for minion. Hopefully stop dying to Mr. Smite. We'll see if it ends up working out, though.
Keep your enemies close and your shadows closer.
And now that no helps if Okani gets played again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that Scabs you can't counter hero cards, so it's coming down no matter what.
She cast us all.
Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
Gone fishing. Another good draw. I'm guessing Chewy's just going to be fishing for lethals this turn. There's a lot of potential lethals with this 5 damage already present. That's a
Fillet
fillet
fighter.
fighter. I mean, 1 more damage. Can prep the shroud. Second fillet fighter is lethal. Tooth and Fairy. There we
Tooth
go.
and
That's all
Fairy.
lethal. Nice. Yeah, so we see Chewy managed to take down that rogue mirror. So it's just going to come down to Demon Hunter versus Rogue, I believe. And I want to say Demon Hunter is slightly favored in that matchup, but it's very, very close in terms of stat.
I alone will shield my people.
Not really the minions you want to see as the Rogue. I think against this Demon Hunter, definitely want early pressure, stuff like Null, stuff that lets you sort of clear off these annoying 2/2s that give your opponent a ton of value.
Ancient power.
Yeah, the fossil fanatics are usually more problematic than the vanguards early, just because it's helping draw so much for the demon hunter.
Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
Yeah.
And Takaya agrees. Nope, no more fell spells for you.
Yeah. Well, a little bit of bad news. There's going to be another.
There's another fossil.
Yeah.
What a find.
Oh, well.
Fully intact.
It was a valiant effort.
Ancient power.
Wow, wicked stab to clear out the fossil.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Sometimes you just have to wicked stab it.
Each scar, a foe vanquished.
Right now.
And turn 5 Vessel. But doesn't have an answer for this Vanguard. Is going to be able to get the second half of Vessel next, though. That's actually can go Vessel alongside the Gauntlet, get a full board of these 3/3s. And that's somewhat spooky for the demon.
Here can spell Zinjari. Anybody?
Pick me! Pick me!
now.
Krabatoa can take out both the school teacher and the vanguard.
And these just a somewhat scary 6/5 body on board. And yeah, just pushing face with those 3/3s as well. Trying to close this game out.
Maybe. I know there's a way.
Do they glaive the Krabatoa so it doesn't get shadow stepped?
It's hard to say.
Trading for Fell Barrage?
Because Demon Hunter's pretty low. The Rogue deck has a pretty significant amount of burn. In fact, there's quite a lot of burn coming down this turn. Since with Scabs alongside Gone Fishing, pulling the 2/3/3s from deck, that is one off lethal this turn. So could start by trading Cutlass, because I believe Wicked Stab or Tooth is lethal.
Vessel into fishing is just always such a good play.
Chewy can push 9 damage with these Furies this turn, alongside playing a Fell Barrage to clear off one of these 3/3s and set up a Jace lethal for next turn. Opts instead to go for Jilag, try and clear off these 3/3s. Chewy doesn't know, but I believe still just dead to this Smite plus Gone Fishing, sadly.
I must withdraw. Incredible.
Yeah, that is going to be game for Tobaika there. Is that the series, or is there one more game? I can't remember at this point.
It's either 2-2 or 2-3.
Okay, that is the series. Tobaika takes it 3-2 over Chewy. And I believe that puts Tobaika into the grand finals against the winner of the losers. And Chewy has another shot there too, so it could be Chewy again. We'll see how things end up shaking out.
All right, we're going to take a short break and then head into the next match.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. After just seeing the final of the winners bracket, we're going to be hopping now into matches bracket. The bracket is quickly coming to the end. So this is one of the two matches. This is going to be Dragonneil up against Inferno, who I believe are two players that we've already featured on stream here. And as far as decks, both of them have brought Control Warrior and had their Control banned. And it looks like hop into this game, we're going to be seeing what appears to be Big Beast Hunter up against the Fell Demon Hunter.
Yes.
And this Beast Hunter is a deck that we just saw do seemingly very, very well in this past series for, I think it was against Paladin. So, seems to be struggling a little more against this Demon Hunter here. Quite low on life.
Yes, and we did jump in partway through the game as well, so I'm not sure exactly what kind of luck or maybe unluckiness has happened in the first part of the game. But you know, we're in here. We're in here. I see a Hydrolodon. There's a Jace on the other side of the board. Again, I'm not sure exactly which fell spells have been used or not used already, but this could just be the end of the game with the Jace.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. I think at 6 health it probably doesn't take much.
Fell barrages don't go face because
that's
Hydrolodon heads in the way.
Oh. Is that it? One off!
That.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know if that was. Oh wait, I completely missed the multi-strike.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. Wow.
No, that does just do it. Okay.
Well.
I was like, oh, it's not quite enough. Oh,
yeah, it did.
Yep.
It did look like one off. That was a really interesting game. I mean, you know, we definitely got to see a lot there. I'm just so blown away at that game. I can't even speak properly.
Yeah, that was we hopped in right in the middle of the act for sure.
Yeah, hopped in just long enough to see something on board and then see a portrait blow up. So unfortunately we didn't catch much of that game. But yeah, like you said, this is in that lower bracket, and I believe how far into the bracket is this?
This is round 8. So this is
so
after this match, the winner of this will play Tiago. Oh wait, the winner of this will play the winner of the other round 8 match, and the winner of that will play against Chewy, and then the winner of that will play in the grand final. See what happens.
Yeah, so we're still a few matches off being able to see who's going to be playing against Chewy in that lower bracket finals at this point. But let's see, after that, I believe that puts the score to 2-1. So this is match point here for Dragonneil.
Indeed.
This is kind of an unfortunate hand as a rogue. Not no tradables, no nothing going on to discount those nulls.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not a huge fan of playing coining the tooth turn 1. I definitely understand that sort of have to in that situation, but it feels so bad to give up on discounting them so quickly.
It does. I think the argument, though, is the Doggy Biscuit. There is only one copy of Doggy Biscuit, though, but maybe it's just a big enough of a threat that I think if a Doggy Biscuit were to have come down there and that stuck on the board, I don't know if Dragonneil would be able to answer it, but maybe the Wild Pod Knoll afterwards would have been able to clean it up.
I would have 6 health, so that, definitely rough even for a Knoll to clear. So, it makes sense playing around that Doggy Biscuit, just being so scary.
Sorry, Squishy, I'm working.
I was going to say, oh man, this hand looks kind of clunky from Inferno, but it's well, no, you played Saber and Pelt Collector, and that's a pretty good hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Pet Collector could be really interesting. And I believe so the breeder picked up that saber, the copy of the saber. So no extra crush going to be coming out, but could still, if the game goes long enough, the crush still could just come down on turn 9 or maybe turn 7 if there's like, discounts that come out possibly here. But
Yeah.
I guess saber is just going to kind of do something.
I'd say, honestly, I don't expect this game to go to turn 9. I think it's likely to be Inferno, like, pulls a Mountain Bear from deck with Saber next turn, and the game ends pretty quickly thereafter. But
Yeah.
you know, having access to that turn 9, just big minion, certainly nice.
The other null? Or the cutlass?
The nulls aren't super discounted. So
Yeah.
I think it's not as good as
Oh dear.
normally would be. Yeah, and I think Dragoneel acknowledging that can't actually kill off this 1/3 with null to protect the peasant. Might have to. Seems like considering wicked stabbing. I don't know.
Yeah, this is not a great position to be in for Dragoneel. It's like it's just playing out the peasant, knowing that that thing is not going to live. But I guess it just becomes a little speed bump for the opponents.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. This is interesting. Yeah, I like the pet collector personally. Going for the Kodo Bane was kind of interesting though, but maybe because there's already that biscuit in hand, I could see the trading off the biscuit and then playing Kodo Bane maybe next turn.
Yeah. I think just pulling the saber from deck is just so strong that it's hard to pass up in position.
And also knowing right, the first null already came down, so Inferno already knows that the nulls aren't very discounted. So accounting for that,
like, you can prep scale this turn, but it doesn't clear that much.
Well,
Clear everything but the 1/3 now.
Yeah.
The little dragonlings are neutral, so they don't discount your null if you shadow step one back to your hand.
Yes. Still, that took quite a bit of work there, though. Oh, gonna go ahead and just play the doggy biscuit.
Yeah, it's decent tempo here.
Yeah.
Oh.
The top deck on Curve Krakatoa. It's so awkward, though.
Why?
No.
I think if you play it, do you trade with the weapon into the 3/5 first? No.
It feels terrible.
It's really awkward here. It's good, but it's really awkward.
Yeah. Yeah, those breakpoints to health. I think also factoring in that doggy biscuit actually being played there, I think just actually made this so much more difficult for Dragoneel. It might have been okay if that doggy biscuit hadn't come down, but just these added stats in these, it's so awkward, even for wicked stabs to answer, right? Just the breakpoints here are so good. I think Inferno really had a really well lined up play here. Does Dragoneel have to go for Shadow Steps now? Or at least one? Ugh.
Maybe. Not sure.
It feels really bad either way.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Devouring Swarm is kind of interesting. Went for Animal Companion.
Acidic Swamp Ooze. Answer the Krakatoa Claw. Love to see it.
It's such an interesting inclusion because it's still that weapon removal, but it doesn't mess with the it doesn't, interrupt the beast synergies of the deck. I think you and Bridget were talking about that earlier. It's like such an interesting inclusion, and we don't see it often, but it works here.
You think, Viper was printed last year. Nobody
Yeah.
still worms its way into decks.
Wow, there are starting to be some really great Warlock cards, or Rogue cards, I mean. Rogue cards, yeah, totally. Gigafin's such a great Rogue card.
And then Shadow Step, and then Gigafin again.
I feel like I've seen that so often. And the other one that comes up quite frequently, I feel like, is Najax Hexen. And I don't think we have actually seen... We saw one at one point be an option, but the player didn't take it. And I'm kind of surprised at how few Najax Hexens we've seen.
Yeah. I don't know. My opponents seem to always get it whenever I'm playing. Every time. Boom. Steal the boar. Boom. Steal. Yeah. See Harpoon Gun come down.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage. Oh, there's that mountain bear.
There's
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
So I'm thinking, what if we instead last turn took the pet collector and then next turn swung with the weapon, picked Mountain Bear? It would be a 4-cost on top of our deck, and then pet collector would summon it.
I mean, yes, but I also... Yeah. I mean, I think at this point, Inferno is looking at this next turn crush to just try to end the game.
Yeah.
So
I'm being unnecessarily fancy in my plays. Yeah, we'll just see Gigafin here. And it does come with a taunt. So, not dead.
Yeah, and being able to Shadow Step and even, I think, remove one or both. No, one of the things, right? One of the cubs for sure. Unless Dragonil really wants to commit even more here.
I mean, I think playing the Knoll as opposed to a stab. Well, we can Shadow Step the Knoll and move the other one if we wanted.
Yeah.
My guess is saving the
Gigafin again?
Saving the Shadow Step for the Gigafin again.
Yeah. Well, it might come in handy. But this is still a lot of damage that has gone face. Yeah.
Why not?
Well, it worked so well the first time, you just got to do it again. Exactly. And then why not even a third time? That crush is never connecting to face at this point.
Yeah.
Shadow Word Death. Yes.
No Clash of the Colossals? Dang.
Yeah, I mean, Dragonil could go for it, but it certainly feels like winning might be better. Yeah. This has created quite an awkward situation for Inferno here. Oh, gonna have to go for the crush and just trade into one of these taunts. Really not what they want to be doing at all. It feels so bad.
Because it gets answered by Shadow Word Death.
Yeah, no, it does. It's such a good answer.
It also gets answered by the portrait exploding.
Yeah. It just gets ignored. I mean, even without this Smite draw, Dragonil's just gonna go for these Wicked Stab there that was already in hand. Not gonna show the top decked Smite. I respect that.
No reason. She showed the stabs you've been holding on to all.
Yeah. And at that point, they were at the maximum amount of damage as well. So, why not just go ahead and throw that out there? Show that you had it that whole time.
Yeah, and I think that
does it.
Is just a 3-1 win for Dragonil.
Yeah.
So they're
So
going to move on to face Tiago. Oh, wait, no. I keep looking at the wrong part. They move on to round 9, and then the winner of Mickey versus Mazu then plays Tiago, and the winner of that plays
yes.
Dragon.
Yeah, and let's see where Mickey and Mazu's match is at. It looks like they are tied 1-1 at this point. Mazu looks like getting a win with the Demon Hunter, and Mickey getting a win with a Mage. Let me see if I can get these players added here. We can spectate them and see if we can't close out this match here. And I'm seeing a priest.
Priest?
There is a priest. It is a boar priest.
It's a boar priest?
It's a boar priest.
Finally! I was wondering when we'd see some boar priest. I love this deck.
That's right. Let me see if I can jump into game here and spectate, but that's right. Mickey has the boar priest.
All right. Playing boar priest.
It is the priest. That's right.
Oh.
Okay, well, we're partway through the game here, so again, not sure exactly what has been played at this point, but
it's turn 7. We don't have weapon, and we don't have a setup for weapon next turn. Something has gone wrong.
Yes. Also, I find it interesting that the priestess is still in hand, because I swear every time that I see a boar priest, they always play that in like turn 3 or 4. And it looks like Mazu has been able to put out quite a bit of tempo. Also, sitting at full health as a rogue, something has definitely gone very wrong.
Switch route this turn. Ah, there's the wild pyromancers.
Yeah.
So Mickey really looking for a shard of the Naru at this point to enable this cleric pyro shard draw package. I think it was offered as one of our options off of Thrive, so I'm unsure why Mickey chose to not take it there. I think there wasn't pyro in hand at that point, so probably didn't know that the switcheroo would hit double pyro.
Yeah. I wonder what... I wish we had, caught the early part of the game. I don't even know if boars have been played at this point. There might still be a boar or even both boars stuck in the bottom of the deck. I just have no idea. But, what I do have an idea about is shadow stepping a Krakatoa is really good.
Well, there's another switcheroo.
Yeah. Could just run it back here and try to get whatever else, but
yeah.
Does at least one of these pyros have to come down this turn to try to clear up this board?
I think so, yeah. Switcheroo, and then you can go pyro, devour, and it'll clear off these minions. And then hero power face, hope you aren't dead.
Yeah. It's also a little bit intimidating, I think, because Mickey knows that Krakatoa was just put back in a hand too. So whatever comes out on board here is probably going to just get answered.
Mm-hmm. But it's better to have your board answered than be dead.
Yes.
I would say. Seems to be considering the cleric. Not for an extra health on the pyro. Does this? I don't think 7 health is a relevant break point. I could be wrong though. Maybe he's trying to clear out hand space if double Gift of the Naru is still in deck, but doesn't have an enabler for the pyro anyways. Yeah, this is a really tough position for the priest. Just seems to be not the best draws here.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be lacking here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see that Krakatoa just come back down onto the board here, clear off the Pyro. I guess Mazu could even leave the board if they really want to. But just even just getting to push 4 damage here seems really good.
Yeah, because
Shroud.
the priest is still a good ways off of really executing their game plan.
Yeah.
So I think Rogue's sort of just taking advantage of that, saying, yeah, you're not going to be able to get your sword down. Well, so yeah, I think it has to be Pyro Cleric Gift.
Yeah.
And just hoping to hit the second gift. Still needs to play second boar. We don't know how upgraded the amulets are.
Right.
There's no Lady Valish left.
Okay. Not going to be enough to clear these minions off of the board.
Well, so if we go Pyro Illuminate and we find second gift of the Naru, we can draw 6 more cards. Then Holy Smite would kill off Krakatoa. Opponent's still left with the Stealth 5,
Right.
but it definitely digs.
Yeah. It seems like the spot that Mickey's in here. Oh, just going for healing the minion instead of digging. Yeah, it wasn't enough.
I think... Hey, well, I don't know if we'd played an Illuminate previously and knew it was on the... But I think digging for the gift of the Naru was really the only outcome there.
I guess unless the other gift had already been played earlier in the game and we just didn't manage to see it, but I don't know. There still were quite a few cards left in the deck. I think at that point, probably would have been looking to have like 5, 6 cards left in the deck and not 12. So that was a little bit unfortunate, it seemed like, from what we did get to see.
Yeah, a full game of the pre.
Yes.
So hopefully the draws are a little better here. This is a full pitch. Yep.
So this is game point for Mazu. If Mazu wins this game, Mazu does take the series 3-1. So Mickey definitely going to be looking to get a win with this priest here and try to go to game 5.
This matchup is fairly priest favored. So I think Mickey can definitely win this one. Expect here. Yeah, we just play the Thrive. Yeah, it was either Gift or Illuminate. We already have one.
Yeah.
Now just looking for a Cleric to activate this draw engine.
And I'm just looking, both of these lists, the Boar Priest and the Ignite Siren Mage, both of them pretty standard looking lists. I don't see anything that's really jumping out in either list. That would be unusual. I think definitely Priest doesn't really have as much room to kind of maneuver multiple different cards. But
Priest has like one flex slot and a Holy Smite.
The Mage has a little bit more, but this is a pretty pretty standardized list, I would say. So I don't expect that we're going to see anything crazy coming out of this game. Yeah. But Mickey needs a Boars.
The switcheroo on top is massive here. I think so. If he plays the Holy Smite on this 2/3, Handmaiden will be at 2 out of 3 spells. Can then play the switcheroo next turn, side Handmaiden, and that's 5 cards deeper in the deck. He seems to agree. Yeah. I see Handmaiden come down. I assume. Interestingly enough, the addition of poly jellyfish means that Mage has an option for transform, and it's something the board priest has to be careful about situations like this, where you probably want to just leave a boar on board.
I wonder.
It's turn 4 though, so school teacher hasn't this turn. Oh, not playing the boar is interesting. I'm not sure I agree with it. There has been one discovered spell, so makes sense.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm trying to think. Is the only one to really worry about jellyfish, the polymorph jellyfish?
Yeah, 'cause the only other one is the mass polymorph,
Right.
and that doesn't happen until turn 7.
Yeah. I guess I could see that. It feels a little bit unlikely, or quite a bit unlikely, that it would be a jellyfish that was discovered. But in the off chance that it is, I think
What is
going in on clearing the boar on their own turn is just the safer route.
Yeah, this turn. Opting not to go for draw this turn. Interesting. I assume in a turn coming up relatively soon, the Pyro Cleric gifted the Naru to just churn through a lot of cards from the deck at once.
Yeah. I'm really interested to see what comes with this Noggling out of the school teacher. And ignites or counterspell. The counterspell is interesting.
Spell.
It's still just, it also kind of feels a little slow still.
Yeah. And it does telegraph the counterspell because
Yeah. I guess it still could create a really awkward situation for Mickey, but like you said, especially because it does telegraph, it tells the player what it is from that Noggling.
I
It
imagine
just feels too easy to play around.
Mickey needs to go for the draw at some point.
Right.
And I don't quite know why he is holding off on it. Because he'll also need to ditch cards from hand if he waits for there to be more minions on board.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's against switcheroo, but yeah, I'm concerned about clicking up the hand too much and not being able to effectively draw.
Does Mickey care about a
Still no-
siren turn? Is that the potential just hold and try to clear a siren board? And not go for draw in that same turn?
Yeah, there is Desperate Purrs Irella to clear off that siren anyway.
Yeah.
This would be the cap for that. You announced counterspell.
Yeah.
So
One ignite.
Mickey will have to ditch a spell before going in, before playing the switcheroo. I imagine that, Pyro play the Devour to get it eaten, Desperate to get it eaten. But yeah, Pyromancer, 1 health Pyro, Shadower Devour, Northshire Cleric, Gift
Yeah.
Benara. Can play the boar here because it'll get eaten by the Pyro plus Devour, and this draws 5 cards, so it's left with one open spot in hand, so can play the switcheroo. Can play boar followed by switcheroo. Yeah. I imagine if hits Felish alongside Cleric off of this switcheroo, can then go for some more draw this turn with the second Gift of the Naru. Handmaiden.
There it is.
And Felish. Okay.
Yep.
So wants Desperate Prayer. Probably Felish, Gift of the Naru, and then Handmaiden. Yeah. Oh, and wait, doesn't have quite enough mana to also Handmaiden, but amulets are now fully upgraded at this point. So
yeah,
Mickey has a 2 health pyro, has both amulets fully upgraded. It's now just next turn is going to draw the rest of the deck to find both amulets, and then we'll be getting sword turn 9 this game, outside of an amulet top deck this turn.
Kind of interesting, both of them going in on these big swing turns, big draw turns. I don't think Mazu is going to be able to draw quite as much as Mickey did, though. I mean, looking at the decks, there was 14 cards, and then it went down to 6. And for Mazu, the deck started at 16. And there's maybe going to be a little bit of draw, but it's not going to be quite anywhere near where it was. And I think at this point, it's going to be... Is it going to be fairly easy for Mickey to just clear up this board here? There was some of that big heal already used. So the Zyrella, the 4-mana Zyrella, not really going to do as much, but...
Well,
there's still another pyro.
But you can't use the second pyro here. Oh, never mind.
Well,
you can use the second
yeah.
pyro here. Okay.
Well, if you just draw into exactly what you need, then absolutely.
Yeah, both boars are dead unless I'm missing something. Yeah, it's just pyro, amulet.
I wondered about trading off the shard to try to find the other amulet, but it's also not enough mana if you have to do that first.
Yeah, I believe the other option this turn was playing the shard and the handmaiden to silence off these minions, dig through the deck. But yeah, this is effectively game because there's no way for the mage to recover at this point. There's not enough damage on board to kill the beast before that weapon connects twice to phase. There's not enough mana to do anything. Yeah, so at this point, Mickey can just go flat shield Zyrella.
Yep. How
Push
about
15.
some top decks? It does help those big turns, right? Where how many cards were drawn in that one single turn really just allowed Mickey to get the deck down low enough to be able to set up for exactly what... Yeah, that's what this deck does. That's what several of the decks aim to do.
Yeah. Last game we saw no switcheroo.
Yeah.
Gift of the deck didn't draw very well.
Yeah.
But
it did what it was supposed to this turn, so there you go. We've gotten to see some Hunter, we've gotten to see some Priest. I think the three of us were talking about those specifically in terms of like maybe some kind of off-meta decks and some fun decks that we wanted to see. So we've gotten to see those today. I am pretty thrilled.
Yeah, and this is going to, I believe, be game 5 in Mickey versus... I think it'll be a Naga Priest mirror. Or not Naga Priest, Naga Mage. Oh, no, it's going to be Holy Paladin up against the Naga Mage. So it looks like Mickey's Naga Mage found a win. But yeah, this is... I want to say this is a matchup that we have seen the Mage player win pretty consistently. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do see that Viper in hand for the mage. Card that's always seeming to come key in shutting down these paladins, or at least shutting off their weapon.
Bannerman is kind of interesting here.
For war.
Reporting for duty.
Oh wow, there's actually a Spite Lash in hand for the mage. I feel like all the games we've seen there haven't been Spite Lashes in hand. I think so. Crush Claw helps dig further in the deck, but Murkwater can help accelerating spells here. My gut would be Crush Claw, just because the deck definitely wants card draw, even though it's a little more expensive. Paladin here doesn't really have a choice. It's always just sort of Bannerman. Battle Vicar's a decent pickup. Mage has a very, very good hand for going off on turn 5. Mazu most likely looking to play the School Teacher next turn and follow it up on turn 5 with Spite Lash Siren into the Nagalang, into spells, doing all that fun stuff that we've seen Mage love to do. This turn is interesting. Has the option of either first flaming the 2/1 and playing the Spell Coiler, or just pinging and saving the cards in hand for a future turn. Oh, going to coin out the Crush Claw. Interesting. Yeah. Often this deck is a lot more limited by cards as opposed to by mana on the pop-off turn, so I think coining the Crush Claw makes sense. The Paladin in a fairly awkward position of not even being able to clear off this board. Really just looking for some of those board combo deck on.
I wonder.
Can play Vicar to try and dig for cards, or can just go for the tempo play this turn with Fish. I think I like the Vicar, and Mickey seems to be considering it. The Fish certainly isn't bad. It's a tough spot. Because Vicar, you could find like Consecrate to go along with this equality on turn 6. You could find a Flash of Light, or
I must move quickly.
With every step, the light guides you.
Reporting for duty.
Who here can spell?
say Dragonrider had some technical issues on her end. And you get those sorted out as quickly as possible. Alright, game seems to be back. It looks like Mickey did end up finding that Consecrate off of the Battle Vicar. And Sunfish makes sense. Large pop off from Mazu here. Yeah, the Spite Lash and Counterspell gonna complicate things because the Paladin doesn't have any discounted spells, doesn't really have any junk spells to drop for this Counterspell. Now Mazu has to decide what to trade off. I think trading off the 2-1 and the 3-2 makes the most sense here, and then pushing face damage with the 5-4 and the 3-1. It's currently on Naga. Doesn't have access to a Naga to play this turn, though. So it seems like the chain has sort of stopped. Yeah, opts for just the value trade along with the ping. Most of this board is going to die to the Consecrate, but importantly, the Spite Lash Siren is not going to. And Mickey, of course, knows that this is Counterspell, so is going to have to ditch either this Mackie roll or the Equality here in order to play the Consecrate. Could also ditch the Righteous defense and then use the Mackie roll this turn, or use nothing this turn, and then follow it up with an Equality Consecrate next turn, but that seems very risky. Yeah, especially with 16 damage on board. I think playing the Consecrate. None of the options here seem good. The Counterspell really thrown a wrench in the plans for the Paladin. Is able to drop this Naive Anointment alongside the Counterspell, but still isn't going to have a great clear for this follow-up board, and also isn't going to have a whole lot of healing. So yeah, this school teacher is going to come down. Oasis Ally, okay. Gifts, draw more to the deck. Play Nogling, play Rune Door by Imagine. Play the Crush Claw. Play a First Flame, play another Naga, play another spell. On and on. Yeah. Streak, then Treasure Guard, then Fireball. And can trade Viper. There's potential for lethal with another Rune Door this turn. Could just hold on to the Viper, though, because a Carryall coming down next turn is really one of the only ways it doesn't just lose here.
Okay. I feel like I missed that whole game. I'm so sorry.
Not enough. There's just too much damage on board and no way to clear it. Even Leviathan is only going to take Paladin left dead. Yeah, I think this is a matchup that we've seen go the way of the Mage a bunch, but it's usually because the Mage is able to just start chaining those ignites after getting through the deck. I don't think we've really seen the Paladin just not be able to clear before, but it is kind of showing the clunkiness of the deck, just not finding those pyros, not finding those for the.
Yeah. Oh. That
Yeah, and that's
it.
going to be game. I believe Mazu is going to take that series 3-2.
Yeah.
And is now going to be facing up against Tiago, who's another player that we've seen on stream before. So it's going to be Mazu versus Tiago. The winner of that is going to play against Dragoneel. The winner of that's going to play against Chewy, and the winner of that is going to play against Tobaika. We know the rest of the bracket at this point. We just don't know who's going to win the matches.
Yes, exactly. Well, before we jump into another game, I think we're going to take a quick break. We'll see if we can switch out casters, and hopefully I can get these little bit of audio issues fixed up too.
We're going to hop to a short break before we hop into the next match, give the players a little time to get ready, and give time for casters to switch.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking through. And I apologize for any of the technical and audio issues that we've been having. I don't know what happened there, but we should be on track here to be getting into our next losers bracket match, which is going to be Tiago versus Mazu, I believe, right? So we've seen both of these players already on stream today, but now it's getting much later in the tournament, so they have both kind of managed to work their way through these brackets, and they are getting very close to fighting for that top 4 spot. So let's talk about their decks really quickly, because we have seen them both already. Both players brought Rogue. Looks like the same Rogue. I think even very similar, almost card for card the same. Almost.
We have the Okani versus Concealment.
Yes. Yeah, the Akani has been very interesting. Yeah, Akani or Viper. Then we see Tiago brought a warrior, which has gotten banned, which I think is not a surprise to anyone at this point. Does have that control paladin and demon hunter. And then on the other side, again, that rogue, a demon hunter, the mage, which has been banned, and then a Naga wig priest. So not the same boar priest that we were just seeing a minute ago, but the Naga priest. What do you think about these lineups?
I'm not at all surprised that Mazu banned the control warrior. I feel like today we've seen that's very, very strong against a lot of different matchups, especially since Mazu is bringing the demon hunter, hoping to do well with that. Control warrior is a really, really effective matchup against demon hunter. Also not surprised that Thiago banned the mage. It's done like kind of 50-50 today, but it's a little bit more difficult to deal with than the rogue or the demon hunter. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely not surprised to see the warrior banned at all. The mage also not really a surprise, especially considering that there's no warrior or paladin either for Mazu, so the mage definitely seems like a pretty kind of natural ban on that side, but looks like we are jumping into game here. Mazu on the Demon Hunter on the bottom, and actually Tiago on the Demon Hunter as well. So both players going to be playing the Demon Hunter here. I see a Zillag, which it might get to that point. Maybe it doesn't. But if it does, I feel like Mazu is already very low on health. And if it gets to that point and that Zillag comes down, that's probably going to spell the end of the game.
Very, very similar decks. Taking a look at Mazu's deck, again, Mazu has Carria, so hoping for that double Zillag value, whereas Tiago has a need for greed, so looking more at that aggro type matchup, just card drawing, and trying to get the win early.
Yeah, and this has been, looks like a lot of pressure being applied by Tiago there. Putting Mazu down to 7 already. It's only turn 5.
5.
Well, the Lady Stheno here could help clear up some of this board. I don't know how useful it is, though. Gonna have to trade off the need for greed first. Yeah, they're really the only possible play here is either digging for something else with the Chaos Strike, hoping that there's something, or trying to go for the Lady Stheno plus Sigil of Alacrity. Making the trade into the 1/1 first. Oh, this has to feel really bad for Mazu.
They get rid of that fossil.
Yeah. It's still so threatening, though, being at 7 health. This is a lot of spells. Just not enough mana. But doesn't matter. It's going to be enough damage. Wow. I mean, lethal on turn 6. Fast game.
Yeah, those Slither Spears look so unassuming, but they scale so quickly with how many spells Demon Hunter plays.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think, and we even saw the Lady Steno plus a spell couldn't even keep up there. And you know, we didn't get to see the first couple of turns, but there was some sort of pressure or damage that had been applied very fast and in those early turns. So that's going to be a quick win for Tiago on the Fell Demon Hunter. And now it's going to have to get a win with the Rogue and the Paladin next. Any expectation or predictions on which one you might see next, or which one you think might be queued up next?
Maybe Rogue, just looking for another early win. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think especially with how we've seen Paladin do, but nope. Tiago says, it is. Just kidding.
It is.
I was like, wait, maybe it is the Paladin. I was fooled. I was fooled. Here it is.
That Maestra is so convincing.
It was. That Uther came out, was like, here we go. But nope. And, you know, this is kind of interesting here, but I'm not sure if Mazu knows that this is the Rogue over the Paladin, and could mulligan differently for it. Although I think as the decks that they brought, especially these lower curve, more aggressive decks, it might not matter as much. It might be very similar kind of mulligan strategies anyways. The discount did not hit the vessel. Now this is interesting here. Would you just go for Sigil plus a hero power, or do you go for like the tradable plus Sigil?
If Mazu still thinks Tiago is playing Paladin, maybe the Fossil. But if he suspects that it's Rogue, probably trading that Sigil, or trading the Need for Greed. Oh no, hero powering and Sigil.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I think either way, just starting to push the damage and get the draw works pretty decently. I guess the Need for Greed can just get traded off later at some point. But now, here it comes, the prep vessel. Well, if there was any question, there is not anymore. Now Mazu knows it is the Rogue. And what a turn 2. Not quite as good as like double null, but some 3/3 stealth minions are pretty good. And there's no spells in hand for Mazu to buff up the attack on the Slither Spear here to actually contest these pirates on board.
Yeah, had Mazu played the Fossil last turn, that would leave more leeway for different spells being played this turn after attacking. But the Fury, that would have helped. So now the question is, does he put the other Slither Spear down? No. Restaurant Viper. And I mean, it is a 3/4.
Yeah, just going for the body. Why not? Do it again. Keep board. Lots of board. Seems good.
It's a really good rogue turn.
Okay, well, carry.
That's where you really hope you don't pull Zillag.
Yeah, definitely. We've already seen it happen in this tournament today. That has to feel bad. Just having to hit into one of these with your face. Not great. There's still so much on board.
Especially in knowing that you have 2 unplayable cards next turn. There's not really an answer to
Yeah.
whatever Tiago plays next yet.
This is just another game. We're going to see basically just a repeat of last game. It just feels like Tiago is just getting out on board really, really fast with these decks. And, you know, like I said, maybe just trying to get another quick win with the Rogue. And then all that's going to be left is that Paladin, which we have seen the Paladin get reverse swept today. But this is... Oh, there's the Zillag. Oh, no.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Being able to prep that vessel early is just so strong.
Yeah. And got to use the coin as well to be able to even do it on turn 2, even just being able to push all of that pressure. We saw it. Well, we didn't quite see it in the first game because we did miss those couple of first turns, but really aggressive boards. So early and just, I mean, turn 5, turn 6 lethals. But there is, like we said, a possibility that the Paladin could get reverse swept. I'm not sure if it's going to happen with these decks. With Rogue, the Fell Demon Hunter, and the Priest. But we'll find out.
And it's not the Priest deck, it's Rogue. Rogue against Paladin.
Yeah. I find it funny that both of these games, as the Rogue, they actually appear as a class that they actually brought.
Just to make it a little bit spicier.
That's right. Lots of tradable going on from both sides. But since there was that tradable on turn 1 from Mazu, Tiago knows that it's the Rogue. There's no question, where there was that little bit of question for the first couple of turns in the previous game if it was the Rogue or Paladin. But no questions here. A Righteous Defense.
That has been the pick of the day.
It really has, yeah. There's been quite a few. Now the Reconnaissance, Void Guild, not gonna do much. Razor Boar, not gonna do much either. Is it just the Saber? Unless Mazu wants to pick one of the other two just to play it this turn.
Even though Razor Boar isn't pulling something out of hand, if Mazu does discover a card later that synergizes with that, actually, does this deck have?
I think the only other Death Rattle would be just something from the second Reconnaissance.
Yeah, it's not going to last that long.
No. I guess it was just a play to get something on the board. It did contest the 1/3, but then the Pogfish came out. Well, quality city tax, gonna make quick work of that. I guess that is kind of a punish to going for the vessel and Gone Fishing in the same turn. It's another Gigafin.
Not that far off from Giga.
Yep.
Seems so good.
We have seen quite a few Gigafins today.
I think the best Giga was the Giga into Giga earlier.
Oh, yeah, that was so good. Well, picks up Gone Fishing that does get discounted. That could have worked so well with Mr. Smite if Mazu hadn't have gone in on the previous Gone Fishing. But oh, I was gonna say, but there's potential for healing here. Tiago gonna go for a little bit of healing. Does get to keep the Divine Shield on this as well, which is pretty fantastic. Just because there's not a lot of easy answers for Rogue to get through that. I guess on turn 6, the best would probably be what, Krakatoa, but unfortunately there's no Krakatoa in hand for Mazu to try to get through this this Divine Shield. Picked that so quickly we didn't even get to see what the options were. There is a Shadow Step too. Interesting use here, I think, as well, because there was the argument, I suppose, for saving that Shadow Step for the Gigafin that was picked up, or even the Smite that's already in hand. Going for these as stealth is really tempting. Right.
Saving that fillet fighter for the smite.
Yeah, which I think is also a really great play, not only just for keeping it for Smite, but the potential of coin Cariel here as well. Would have just cleared that fillet fighter. Oh. Is this the Gigafin?
It might be. It doesn't look like there's another good way of getting rid of that.
No. And I don't know what could even be picked up from this shroud here. Both nulls have already been played. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna just go in with the Smite Fillet Fighter anyways. Trade off the Fillet Fighter. Push a little bit of damage. I guess wait for after the Cariel comes out and some hero powers start buffing things before the Gigafin's gonna come down.
And maybe thinking that if Smite survives, they can come back into hand with scabs.
Yeah. Well, Tiago's not going to let that happen. There's no way that Smite's sticking around. And that is also a very buffed snake. It's the giant snake. You know, because giants are 8/8s. We're getting to that point.
On your side, that's a giant.
That's all right. We're getting to that point of the broadcast. The corny jokes are coming out.
Killing off that 3/1 to make sure that there's less chance of a clear.
Yeah. Oh, Cariel gonna come down here. His hand's looking a little barren for Tiago. No minions at all here. Also really kind of interesting. I wonder if the scab still comes down. Like just attack with these and then scabs and just put them back in hand.
It's a really good value.
Go ahead and prep the shroud first, I suppose. See what gets pulled up. I'm gonna go for Edwin. It's not bad, especially seeming
Edwin
how I
behind a taunt, yeah.
Yeah, and I think with the Smite already out of the way, the scabs in hand, and then seeing the Krakatoa There's not a lot of other high-cost cards left in the deck either, so it feels very likely that the Edwin actually will get to draw something that can be played and buff that Edwin here. Picks up the second Shadow Step. I'm gonna see a ton of healing here. Tiago's gonna hope it's enough. Tiago really needs a minion.
Yeah, that Immortalized in Stone would have been another way of keeping more damage at bay. Although the Giga did get Shadow Stepped.
Yeah.
Does Krakatoa get dropped here just because one wild Pyromancer is already gone?
Could. Just going for a more passive turn. I believe there's a... Yeah,
he did do that.
There is a Viper in Mazu's list. So I wonder if this is kind of just more of a reserved play, hoping to draw. I mean, 8 cards left in the deck, hoping to draw that Viper and then just push a ton of damage after that. I think Mazu really wants the Viper. It's not going to happen. Test with the prep, just in case that Okani was a spell. It was not.
Getting really close. Is that lethal, even with half? Because there's the stab and the tooth.
I think the debate there was calculating if it was enough without having to trade in a 4/4. But it's trading in a 4/4 for the 4-attack weapon is the same thing, so no need to do it. But yeah, that was exactly enough. And if if that Krakatoa hadn't come down the previous turn, then that lethal wouldn't have been there, right? So it was a really great play to just get that out, recognize that there was only a few cards in hand. A lot of the kind of removal had already been used. So great setup there. Now, I am curious. Actually, was the Viper still in the deck, or was it played earlier?
I think the Viper was still in the deck.
I can't remember if that was this game or the previous game where the Viper just kind of came down for tempo.
Oh,
I don't like. I don't know.
I think it got played as a 2-mana 3/4.
Yeah.
It was. If that was this game, it was very early.
Yeah. I think at this point in the broadcast, all these games are just starting to mesh together. We've seen so many rogue games, so many paladin games. But here, this one's the actual priest. This is actually the priest this time. Radiant in hand to start off looks really good. But decides not to keep it. It's the Queen Guard. Hey, there's a Najax text, and we actually might get to see it.
And card draw.
Yeah. Yeah, the Handmaiden, great pickup here too. Serpentwig in the opening hand is also pretty great. But this hand does seem to be lacking a little bit. Is it just coin into Queen's Guard? I guess so, just to start getting something on board.
Three, 4 on 1 is pretty good.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting because I guess there's a very small amount of single target removal for Tiago as the paladin, but the rest of it is going to be things like pyros and equalities, and that just will not feel very good to have to use something like that on a single minion, especially early, which not really enough mana to get something like that out quite yet, but if that has to come down, I think as Mazu, that probably has to feel pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
The Handmaiden.
Probably drawing on this turn.
Yeah, Handmaiden active already.
Why deal with the starfish when you could just take it next turn?
Yeah.
Chose to pick off the Divine Shield anyway. Interesting.
Yeah, I kind of like this. I think saving the Hexen for either another valuable target or waiting until after some of that removal has already been used, and then kind of forcing a follow-up answer. Nice sequencing here by Mazu as well. Playing that Serpentwig first. Definitely setting up to get a lot of value. There's a decent chunk of cards in hand now. A lot of Nagas to work with that Serpentwig as well.
Equality is a really good way to deal with these priest minions. As is Righteous Defense.
Yeah.
Set that back to a 1/1.
Yeah, and I think getting some added stats on that Wild Pyro, pretty good as well. And make it a lot more likely that that sticks around and tries to clear up multiple boards. Kind of interesting here as well, because I think these Battle Vicars don't feel like a very big threat from Mazu's perspective either, so might not really even bother with them. That is an interesting choice.
There are a lot of wigs.
Yes.
Ajar is going to get activated pretty easily. And
Yeah.
devouring. This is city tax. It's a satisfying city tax.
Yeah. And that equality being picked up by the Battle Vicar as well, so still more removal in the deck that can be used.
Eight cards in hand, so that handmaiden
Yeah.
is still okay.
Oh, the Priestess.
Yes. It's a good card to draw here.
Absolutely. Radiant coming down too.
Otherwise, it would have just been what to play out
Yeah.
for hand space.
I really like this. Just kind of going in. This does so much all in one turn. I mean, it sets up a lot of stats. It clears enough out of hand that there's not going to be overdraw. There were spells played for the Queen Ashara, and you just saw Tiago, like Mazu just saw Tiago play removal, right? So it feels pretty likely that there's not going to be a lot of removal, although the buffed up Pyro certainly does answer. Which I'm not sure Mazu could have really expected that the Pyro got a bunch of stats and created that much of a clear, but there's still some follow-up here.
It'll be interesting to see what Mazi's plan for Ajara is.
Yeah. I wonder with as many spells, if going for the weapon could be something here. Nope, gonna go for the horn.
With two mackerels in the deck, the weapon could be a good finisher toward the end, but that's planning so far ahead.
Yeah.
I like the colossal pick.
Yeah, I kind of also like the colossal pick setting up for just another threatening next turn. Because, I mean, Ashara still got a buff here, right? It's still a pretty threatening minion on its own.
Yeah, threatening enough to call out that gardens early.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see the horn first, just to see what's discovered here, but also Najax looks kind of interesting. There's also potential with the school teacher.
Looking for a shadow word.
Yeah. This is just kind of an awkward turn. I think if you whiff on getting a good colossal from horn, it kind of feels like you just wasted like half your turn.
Yeah.
And same thing with school teacher though. And that's the problem is like this hand feels awkward. I don't know. What would be the colossal you're looking
with
for?
the taunt could be good here.
Yeah. What colossal would you hope for in this situation?
Knowing that the opponent has that the righteous that they played was discovered, and that they still have 2 righteous left in their deck, not knowing whether they're holding smite. I don't know if there is a great colossal to hope for, other than something that clears. So maybe Krabatoa to get rid of that pyromancer. What do
Yeah.
you think?
Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards like the Krabatoa or maybe Leviathan as well. They kind of do very similar things. Just clear
You definitely
that.
would not want like a Gigafin here, because you wouldn't want those stats to go into smite.
Yeah, gonna go for the clear here. Try to keep a large Samuro on the board. Is there
Yep, no cute plays, just clear.
Yeah. I mean, clearing is good. Just like we saw in previous matches, you know, no cute plays, just actually go for the win. It's usually more effective. Mutinous. Oh.
Probably gonna wait to play Mutinous until that the Colossal card is played, just in case it's a bad Colossal and they decide not to play it.
Yeah. Or even if it is like a large body that gets put on the board, there is that other righteous in hand as well. So if it comes down on board, righteous can take care of it, buff up the mutinous even more, then the mutinous come down, eat something else. Interesting. Was that Thrive? Yeah, Thrive in the Shadows picked for that Noggling there. Going in with a couple of wigs. Trying to push some damage here. Another minion means that the Righteous doesn't guarantee a buff on Mutinous.
Yeah.
But... what ate the Noggling?
Oh, the Noggling! That feels so bad.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Well, does the Righteous Defense still come out here and then just buff the Samuro? Yeah, I guess.
Makes it more likely that the 13/13 sticks.
Yeah. And it does create a potential clear next turn, too.
Exactly. Yeah, getting through that taunts that Mutinous actually gets to go face.
Glug! This Hexen finally coming out, but it's just gonna get destroyed. Another
It does
handmaiden.
stall, though.
Yeah. Buffing it. Is it out of range of this Samuro now? It is.
It is.
Tiago has to just put out taunts. Oh, that doesn't feel super great. This is just where's Cariel? I think is is what Tiago's looking for at this point. Where's Cariel?
I believe there's only one city tax in this deck, so. Did they already play the natural equality? Was that equality off of another card?
I believe that was the one from the deck. Oh my gosh, the bless. Let's just Hexen.
Oh, wow.
There are some large minions on this board.
Mm-hmm.
And some random looking cards in hand. This looks like a Battlegrounds game.
It kind of does.
Leviathan. Oh no.
Oh, goodness.
Oh. Yeah, gonna have to go for the Samuro. Not enough to clear here. Oh no. Yeah.
Playing that Shadow Word Devourer on the Najak was pretty clutch.
Yeah. And that, I think that was game number 4, correct?
That was, yeah, I believe they're 2-2 now.
Yeah. This paladin just, it's not getting the games. I know NiceJewishOwl keeps mentioning it, but it feels kind of like it is not pulling its weight in these games here. And we might get to see it get reverse swept again for like multiple times tonight. Ah, here we go. Cue up game number 5 here. The Paladin versus the Demon Hunter. Coin carrier potential, seeming like a decent start.
Very strong. Mm-hmm.
Well, Tiago has a pretty decent start here as well, with the Knight of Anointment into Battle Vicar. The rest of the hand, though, is looking a little clunky for Tiago.
Using the coin.
Yeah. Gonna prolong the carrier a little bit here. Kind of interesting. I'm not sure I feel like the Battle Vicar is that much of a threat to really want to use the coin when carrier is already in hand.
Yeah, I agree with that. I know a lot of people try to get the value out of that glaive, but
Yeah, maybe it's more about setting up for this and trying to keep Tiago off the board so that the Vanguard lives a little longer. It feels like it's just not quite as good into this matchup doing it that way.
I agree. It seems like it's in this matchup, it's a little bit more difficult for Paladin to deal with an early Zillag compared to a board of 1/1s and a 2/2.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it does create that early board pressure that maybe if Tiago can't answer it, it just gets to snowball the game before the carry would even come down. Cane Reflex is interesting. So, draw? Feast of Souls. Potentially a lot of draw in one turn.
Righteous, and then city tax, nice clear there. Still left the Vanguard on board though.
Nope. This feels like he just try to push some damage here.
Just throw down some spells for Jace later.
Yeah. Still going to be able to play the Carrier next turn, unless next turn's draw is the Zillag, but I don't even... I shouldn't even say it out loud.
I saw that sigil go down, and I was like, no! I don't like drawing at all.
All right, the Consecration off of Battle Vicar. Oh, look at this. And going to be able to get a lot of stats out here on the board. These are very large minions.
That's such a nice light ray.
That is such a good setup.
Ray. And that Divine Shield Vicar.
Yeah.
That's gonna be difficult to get through.
Yeah. And there's multiple plays that Tiago can go for next turn as well. Right? Like all the options in the hand. And before these bodies came out for Tiago, this Carrier looked a lot better. Although almost all of them still went face anyways. This is kind of interesting.
Prioritizing the stocks seems good. Because if Zillag does get drawn next turn, then all those stocks iterate.
That is true. I think it's also pretty easy to just clear the Zillag with the Battle Vicar and even potentially just push face with the other ones. Well, the largest one went face.
Splitting the difference.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, I was like, the arrow was like right in between. I can't tell where the arrow's going. Okay, interesting. Gonna let the Zillag in one of the stocks live, but this is a lot of stats on the board. Can Mazu clear through enough to set anything up here?
Well, Sathina's going to take out the 4/2 Leviathan. And one of the taunts. That's nice.
Yeah, I think the mana is the biggest issue here, unless Mazu wants to go for double Fury. Feast of Souls doesn't really do anything here with the Nagaling. Yeah. No, that's actually lethal because of that Cariel. Oh my gosh. What an end. Wow.
Shows how strong Cariel is.
Yeah.
That free consecration, that weapon.
Wow. Yeah, that was so interesting. I mean, the 6 damage from that Battle Vicar was going to happen regardless of if Mazu traded into it or not, but wow, that was there was no healing. I think really that turn where the big Battle Vicar and the 2 light rays came down is what turned that around.
That was a huge swing.
Wow. So that is going to do it then. That is going to be the end of the tournament for Mazu, and Tiago is going to be moving on to face off versus Dragneil that we saw earlier. So it's going to be a very interesting match, and whoever faces or whoever wins that will then face off against Chewy. So we are getting into our last several matches here, but we're going to jump over to a super quick break, switch over casters here, and we will be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Now heading into the top 4 of the tournament. So what that means is that all of the players from here on out have earned some money. The current pricing is $10 for third and place. I believe $20 for first place, or not. $30 for second place. I'm sorry, $50 for first place. I got all those numbers wrong. But yeah, so the winner of this match is going to go up against Chewy in the battle, who then moves on to the grand final. And the players for this match is going to be Dragonrider and Tiago, both of whom we've seen on stream quite a bit. And both of you have a fairly similar lineup, both having their own take on control war, slight card differences. Both of them have that Holy Paladin, both have Thief Rogue, and both have Feldian. So it is just a straight up class and deck mirror, few cards different players. And I imagine we're going to see a double.
I agree. I think we're going to see a double warrior elimination here. I think that's what you just said, since that is such a good counter to the Demon Hunter that they're both playing, and is also strong against Paladin. We've just seen so many people crush the competition with Warrior today. That seems like a fair choice for ban for both of them.
Yeah, Warrior sort of shaping up to be the deck to beat in current meta, and also still seeing a lot of refinement because there's quite a few differences between the lists. These two players both have Kazaku-san, but like Tiago has Tidal Revenants and Igneous Lava Gorger. Dragneel has Gorlock Ravager and some other slight difference between them.
And Galvangar.
And Galvangar, yes. But yeah, I imagine we will see that double ban. And it's weird, at the start of this tournament, I would have said, yeah, it'll be, Warriors banned, and then Paladin will get an easy. I don't know about that anymore.
That is not what we've seen today. Seems like Paladin has been struggling a little bit more than we expected. All the different forms of Paladin that we've seen. We've seen quite a few different takes on Holy Paladin, and they just haven't been holding up against the other classes.
Well, interestingly enough, though, Tiago did ban that Paladin Dragonrider. So leaving up the Warrior, choosing instead to ban the Paladin. I don't know how much I agree with that, because Tiago has Rustrot Viper in his Demon Hunter and Paladin. And I don't know why you would put that card in those decks if you aren't planning on leaving up Paladin. But we'll see how it ends up going.
Yeah, that is an interesting choice.
Yeah. And it looks like we'll be heading into game 1 shortly. Yeah, we're going to see this Warrior up against Shaman. I think it's a Rogue. Oh, never mind. We're going to see Rogue against Rogue. Got so confident on the Warrior. Well, both players have drawn their first null, so we're now going to see who the better Rogue player is, who draws the second null.
Well, Tiago did start with a tradable, so that is a slight advantage with this deck. 2 tradables. No tradables, so maybe debating totem versus discovering a death rattle.
Yeah, it's a tough decision. Yeah, there's a lot of validity to totem because can still play reconnaissance alongside Null next turn. But it's tough when you don't have those tradables and you don't have Shroud because 3 2-mana Nulls really aren't good. I imagine from Tiago we'll see either Cookie or Mounted Rat as good tempo plays, either this turn with the coin or next turn. But the Null is going to come on down, take out that totem. Oh,
That's smart. Otherwise, you have the potential for a 5/5 null.
Mr. Smite, particularly bad top deck just because it doesn't discount the Null. Now, the Saber is nice here because the second half of it, the only beast in this rogue deck is Krakatoa. So the second half of the Saber will pull Krakatoa from the deck. That is a good card to pull. Yeah, but I do see a minion counter here. Oof.
The situation where you prep first to test for spell.
Probably can prep recon and then depending on the death rattle options potentially trigger this death or this minion counter and then follow it up with Saber. Thinking a lot about options this turn. He's going to play the prep. Ooh, running out the Null into the counter. So, okay, opting to use the Saber alongside Wicked Stab as opposed to cracking open the Reconnaissance this turn. Makes sense. Has access to that Gone Fishing next turn to draw the other half of Saber and pull Krakatoa back at some point.
Shadow stepping that Okani.
Yeah, Shadow
Starting
stepping
from
out.
scratch again.
Now spell counter. Nice. It's really, really disrupting Dragoneel's hand because there isn't very much card draw available. So having a card just eaten out of your hand, incredibly disruptive. Does still activate the combo on Fishing. Yeah, and I imagine we'll see the Sunken Saber. Tiago can play around this by not playing anything with more than 2 attack, because that would prevent the Sunken Saber from being able to trade. Well, opts to just play Edwin instead as a 4 draw card. Well, 6/6 draw card now.
Does the Extortion and Saber into the Edwin?
That would be my gut here. I assume Dragoneel knows Saber is pulling Krakatoa from his deck, but opts instead to play the Mr. Smite.
Wow.
I'm not sure if I like that. I think Saber seemed like a much better tempo swing that turn.
Agreed.
Oof. And now we get punished.
Yeah.
That's what happens. Sometimes you have to stop. Because yeah, I think that's at this point it's almost just game for Dragoneel. That Okani did put in a lot of work in just slowing down Dragoneel's ability to counteract what Tiago's going for. Yeah, and Dragoneel just scoops it up here. So we see the rogue, Tiago's rogue, taking it down in the mirror.
Those two early Okanis were really, really helpful in that win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Okani sort of seems to be one of those options for the 30th card in the lists we're seeing, and it seems to be holding its weight as that 30th card. Now I have to see, Tiago does still need to find a win with both Demon Hunter and Paladin. And both of those are probably going to struggle against Dragoneel. I wouldn't be surprised to see Dragoneel queue up the Warrior here, though could just run it back with the Rogue and hope to get that through. Looks like we're going to be hopping into game 2. Okay. I see Paladin and Warrior. I'm going to wait until I see the cards in hand. Okay.
Is it Paladin and Warrior?
Actually, Paladin and Warrior. Well, Paladin has a good card, and Warrior doesn't. There's an argument for keeping School Teacher there, but I don't mind the full toss with Warrior.
I think the full toss was looking for the depths.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the best cards in the has the option to either play the depths turn 2 or hold it and coin it, or coin it on turn 2 or hold it and play it turn 3. I know a lot of players hold it for turn 3 because the majority of the powerful cards are at that 4 mana mark, and it's not super impactful to accelerate out the depths on turn 3. Well, play the one we top decked to tilt the opponent, or play the one we had in the full. Outrider's Axe, huge for this Warrior deck, just being able to farm all that card in the early game. Minion counter. I like the minion counter here because it eats the coin either way.
It does.
Your opponent has to coin before they play the spell, otherwise it gets countered. But they aren't using the mana for anything. I am interested that we didn't see the second from the depths that turn.
I was more curious why the swing didn't go into the Okani. It seems like 2 hits are a good way to clear that, not knowing that there's healing in hand.
Yeah,
anything countered.
Paladin has a decent chunk of healing in the deck, so I can see why maybe not wanting. I'm surprised that we aren't playing the from the depths here, though.
Before the draw, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's something specific that Dragoneel is saving from the depths for. I guess the argument I can the 2 buckler heavy plate, and those kind of suck. So maybe we just hold this from the depths until post Kazaku-san, scout out some treasures. We'll see, though. Because this turn, just hero power, trade hero power, equip max seems plenty good. Warrior has the issue now. Can't really play Nelly on turn 7 because the hand is too. This seemed slightly inaccurate. I think we wanted to hero power before playing the shield shatter there.
I thought the same thing too, but then I was thinking maybe he was waiting to gain the armor afterwards, but then he armored and then swung, right?
Yeah, it was the argument is like no, we armored before we saw it. We okay. Now chooses to play the second from the dabs. I don't know what the rationale with hold was. For the paladin here, there are two. Oh.
Wow, that is a
There's
very
2 1-minute Guardian's Graces, and
Yeah.
we're just go for it. Push the 20. It's not lethal, but what's the warrior gonna do? I don't think there is an answer. Yeah. It's the option. Oh, there is. Frozen Buckler, Shield Shatter, Bran, Onyxian Drake is a clear. Okay. Not dead. And now the Paladin doesn't have Smite anymore. And that makes you pretty happy if you're the Does Dragoneel see the line that clears? Is there another line that I've missed? This doesn't clear.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, needed to play the shield shatter
Shatter
to pop
first.
find shield first. And there is just lethal from the paladin with quality, trade into the taunt with weapon, and then push the 20 attack smite face. Yeah, I'm not sure if Dragoneel just didn't spot it or thought that the taunt would be enough to at least live for another turn. But yeah, that's the paladin getting through warrior, which is sort of surprising to see because that is a matchup that, at least on paper, is very warrior favored. But I mean, just the early smite coming down and no clean answer from put in a lot of work.
It also hurt having all the big finishers in hand with no discounts.
Yeah, we get both from the depths and have none of our big finishers getting discounted. Oh well. And Yeah, so now I believe this puts it at still 1-1. Oh wait, no.
0-2.
No. 0-2, yeah.
Tiago's up 2.
Yeah, so Tiago just needing to get a win with Demon Hunter. And Demon Hunter is a deck that we've seen perform very well throughout the tournament. Although it does seem to struggle against Rogue and Warrior. So it might come down to a Demon Hunter mirror. Which this is not.
Which this is not.
One of these Demon Hunters is an imposter. But
That Slither early is so good for the Demon Hunter.
Yeah, that.
Especially having a predation in hand.
Gnoll does offer a pretty good answer to. Yeah, playing the Maestra is interesting because the Gnoll's going to be 2 mana next turn. So you're probably floating a mana anyways. So I wouldn't honestly have minded if
And you
Dragon
have a
just
body on board.
But
Because now Noel can either deal with Slither or Vanguard, but not both.
But Shroud into second Null could deal with both. Doesn't end up going for it. Surprised that we didn't see a hero power before Plague the Null, though. Because it would have let us trade off into one of these 1/1.
An early predation, but it seems worth it to keep that Fossil Fanatic alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just keeping up the pressure. There's no answer for Shroud, the Knolls.
You don't like a 4/4 Edwin here?
4/4 Edwin might be the best option. Like Edwin into prep into like a Wicked Stab or something might just be the only line where we're not incredibly losing. It's a long shot, but I don't know. It's tough. Okay, which 2/2 do we do? Takes out the Vanguard. Yeah,
Is that the better play, or would Fossil be better just to keep that draw, the fell draw down?
It's hard to say whether to prioritize board or shutting off these fell spells, but this multi-strike is going to mean 2 more fell spells coming to hand for Tiago. And yeah, alongside this fell barrage, this is just both pushing a crazy amount of damage now and setting up quite a lot for next turn with just Fury, Chaos Strike, fell barrage. I don't know what we could roll off of Reconnaissance here. Oh, the Fell Rattler. Fell Rattler's a full clear.
Oh, Rattler would have been nice.
Yeah, but Dragon Eel just scoops it up, says, too much burn. Even if I clear this board, I'm just dying from hand in the next turn or two anyways. And that's going to be
That was
a
3-0 for
fairly quick
Tiago.
3-0 Tiago. And
That
that now
feels like is that the only game that hasn't gone 5 rounds?
it feels like it. It's going to put Tiago up against Chewy. And yeah, we find it. Yeah, last time they played, Chewy beat Tiago 3-2. So we will see if Chewy manages to repeat that. And I think we'll hop for a quick break here while we get ready for the next game.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry about that long wait there. We actually were waiting for one of our players, but I guess somewhat fortunately for some of us, and also unfortunately, one of the players did not manage to check in. So we have Tiago moving all the way from that lower bracket finals and just jumping up into the grand finals match. So we are going to have Tabika versus Tiago here. And this is going to be a very interesting match. If Tiago manages to win this, they will have to play the series again because Tiago wouldn't have lost twice yet. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this matchup goes.
Yeah. I'm excited to see how it goes because both of these players have obviously proven to be very, very strong players making it this far in the tournament. And the winner of this match is going to get that full first place prize of $50, and second place is still going to go home with 30. So,
yeah.
Let me pull up the lineups here. Yeah, so Tobaika has that very interesting Beast Hunter that we've seen do fairly well throughout this tournament, alongside the classics of Thief Rogue, Holy Paladin, and Control Warrior. Tiago has that Control Warrior, Holy Paladin, Feldy, own Thief Rogue. And we again see Tiago opting to ban Holy Paladin instead of banning Tobaika's Control Warrior. And it worked for him in the last series. See if that works out.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. I think not many players can pull off a kind of target warrior or even soft targeting warrior type lineup, and this doesn't feel like the lineup that is trying to do that anyways. But it's a very interesting tactic, and I guess just removing maybe the Cariel, maybe the large minions from the options is kind of what Tiago's going for there, but very interesting. It's worked out, like you said.
Yeah. he's made the grand finals.
Yeah,
so
right.
I'm not going to critique it. I'm just interested by the strategy.
Yeah.
So yeah, looks like we'll be hopping in here.
Yes, and any guesses as to how these lineups do versus each other? I don't know if we've seen these players face off yet.
Yeah, I have to say, I think I'm going to favor Tabika in this one. I think Tiago's Demon Hunter is going to struggle to get through here outside of on the Rogue. And I think the play we've seen from Tabika throughout this tournament has been incredibly clean. So I'd be surprised. I'd be very impressed if Tiago would take him down, not once, but twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here we do see the Warrior up against worth noting there is a copy of Rank in this Warrior, which is a somewhat uncommon include from ladder lists, but I think is really a nod to the Demon Hunter matchup because it's so good at clearing off that Vanguard and those 1/1s.
Yeah, and it looks like one less igneous lava gorger in place of that ranker. There's only one lava gorger instead of two, where I think a lot of the lists typically run two instead. But yeah, that it makes a lot of sense. I think maybe even for things like the rogue matchup, where maybe there's a lot more of these 3 health things as well. But very interesting. There's no additional spell damage or anything, right?
Not as far as I can tell, not
No.
unless we discover something
Yeah.
with school teacher or similar. And Tamika does have access to this Outriders, be able to start drawing some cards, which is really what the war needs to be doing, is finding those answers for these rogue boards.
Yeah. To get some potential extra armor here with the Nogling having heavy plate. There's that single copy of the Fell Gorger, or the Lava Gorger, excuse me. Kind of an interesting hand here. There is some removal, but the From the Depths is kind of interesting. I think along with the Forged in Fire plus the weapon, being able to clear up some of this and draw into some more tools here could be a pretty nice little lineup. More armor.
I mean, that's something we sort of see with a lot of the newer control, though, is just forgoing a lot of these removal tools in favor of just running armor and relying on, like, okay, 2 shield shatters, 1 brawl, that's enough for me.
Yeah.
I just need armor and threats.
Well, speaking of threats, there are quite a few threats from Tiago here. Going to come down, try to get through some of this armor.
Yeah, I imagine.
Okay.
Oh, I was thinking that Tiago was going to coin the Gone Fishing to push an extra 6 with the Sunken Vessel, but instead opting to just hold that. Is that a Kazaku-san?
Yeah.
Placed on top? Yeah, so gain the 8 armor from the Kazaku
Yeah.
top, and then from the depth, something else on top first.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable as well, seeming how there is the Shadow Stepped smite in hand that Tabika knows about, as well as that vessel, those vessel pirates sitting on the bottom that you mentioned.
Yeah, Toby could just sort of recognizing, yeah, I want to gain a lot of armor here.
Yeah.
And doing just that. Also has access to the Rokara here this turn, alongside this 1-mana Onyxian Drake. I wouldn't be surprised to see both of those cards come down, although I think Onyxian Drake alongside Forged Flame, also a very strong play here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then most likely we'll see School Teacher as well, unless a better play is drawn. I guess second Onyxian Drake, and could even Finley, to swap with cards on bottom, knows that there's a 4-mana Nelly on the bottom of the deck. So yeah.
That just fits so well with the mana that was available as well.
Very clean turn, and now we have to 4-mana Nelly, 1-mana 4-mana Mutanus. How can you complain about this?
Yeah.
This is really outside of a shield shadow. This is exactly what Warrior sort of wants. And knows that there's the Shadow Step Mr. Smite, so we could even see the Mutanus coming down next turn.
Yeah.
And Tiago's now in a rough spot of needed to deal with just 2 Yetis with taunt.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think before these came down, smites and going for some extra pirates seemed pretty decent, but now the taunts just make it really awkward and difficult to deal with. And the 5 health here too is actually just
Yeah.
so relevant.
Man, Battle Ram and Saber would both be really
Like,
good if
Yeah,
Kravatoa hadn't come down already.
yeah,
Of course, you don't hold Kravatoa to play around getting a battle,
no,
but it's a little obnoxious.
okay.
Schooling is pretty efficient removal.
Yeah, the
Whirlwind
whirlwind.
also allows for removal.
Yeah, they're very similar in the effect, right? They're both essentially trying to get the 1 damage in to clear these.
Yeah, Schooling is a bit more damage, but also a bit more mana.
Yeah,
Fully clear this turn, but
still was a lot of resources that had to go into those.
if you're Tobaika, yeah, you see, 3 cards in hand.
Yep.
Smite, let's eat it.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
there it is.
the warrior honestly just drew the cards it needed to drew the removal,
Yeah.
and showing how strong that deck is with From the Depths, with cards like Outriders.
Yeah. I mean, I think also that turn of drawing, the second Onyxian Drake, finding Finley to fill in the curve and kind of reset the hand with those resources certainly helped out as well.
Yeah, that turn was kind of disgusting. Clear your opponent's board, develop 2 Yetis, get 4 mana Nelly and Mutanus in your hand.
Yeah,
Seems fair.
exactly. Well,
Now we're gonna see some Warlock gameplay. Awesome. Oh wait.
Yeah.
It's just rogues.
just rogues on both sides. But yeah, it is interesting that warrior was left up, and it was the deck that got the very first win.
It did the warrior thing.
Yeah.
And we see Tiago has both a Knoll and a Cutlass in hand. So this is a recipe for a very early Knoll, especially alongside Warlock's hero power, drawing extra cards in addition.
Yeah, absolutely. And now just finding even more tradable effects as well. And on the other side, absolutely nothing.
Twyka is running this Blademaster Okani, and I think in the past we've seen this card be really, really in this rogue mute.
Yeah. Which it probably will end up just coming down on curve here. The interesting thing as well is that it is a neutral, so like you mentioned in previous games, right? It doesn't ruin that Maestra disguise if it comes down to
Imagine
it.
we're gonna pop the disguise this turn though.
Yeah. The hand kind of needs to.
Crash another very strong turn 4 play.
The Knoll.
Knoll, I
There it
believe,
is.
yeah, Knoll is 1 mana here.
Yeah.
So 1 mana. Oh no, our 4/5 rush costs
Oh,
1
no.
mana.
Bummer.
Tiago's cost 0. Yeah, Tiago could prep Vessel and Knoll this turn. This is pretty. Oh, I'm sorry. Prep Vessel, coin, gone fishing, and Knoll this turn.
Yeah, you forgot the very important middle step there.
Yeah. Just, it's turn 3. So
Yeah, casual
about
stats.
16 power on board. Well, Tobaika can prep gone fishing, or prep Vessel gone fishing.
Yeah, this
Or Knoll, actually, yeah. Knoll lines up really
yeah.
your opponent's 4/4 Knoll.
Such an
But also gone
interesting.
fishing.
Yeah. Oh, even found the shadow step. Well, I feel like the Knoll can come down next turn, but kind of interesting that this Okani now is going to be sitting in the hand. I feel like that might come down later. Oh my gosh, there's a Hexen or a Crash on that side.
Or a Crash.
Which is it going to be?
Both seem like very good picks.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I really don't mind the crash.
I think at this point you just go for the stats.
And the 3/9 trades incredibly well into these 3/3s,
Yeah.
and helps stabilize if your opponent tries to sort of burn you out. And we might see Tobaika, I was going to say, might be forced to sort of use some of these wicked stabs as a removal, but instead opts to just shadow step the null. I'm guessing use that to take out the 3/3s, and then health total's low enough that kind of has to just trade on board.
Yeah.
Of course, if my math's correct, Tiago just has lethal with double wicked stab plus tooth here. Of course, needs to make sure to end with tooth in order to discover the spell.
Yes, the very important aspect of playing the tooth there. There it is.
Like the Rinling's rifle, where you would kill your opponent with it and then sit there for 10, 15 seconds thinking, what's the secret?
Yes. Wow, that was a quick game, and I think that not finding an earlier null or any tradable might have slowed down Tabika a little bit, but they still managed to get on board quite a bit there, but it was just like slightly too slow.
I don't know if I'd call either of those hands slow. I think in an average game, those were blisteringly fast rogue hands. It was just one player got it a turn earlier.
True. Okay, it was fast for an average game, but in that it was too slow in response to what the opponent had.
Yes. What was it? 12 power on turn 3 was 2.
That's right. Yeah.
16.
But here we get to see that hunter that you were mentioning earlier, which I think is just absolutely amazing. We haven't really seen a lot of hunter being played in tournaments. So to be able to see it in our grand finals feels awesome. And swamp ooze. We're seeing the swamp ooze.
Acidic swamp ooze.
It's back.
Yeah, and the stats do have this matchup at pretty, I don't know about pretty significantly, but decently favored for the hunter. Just because Demon Hunter really wants to hit you in the face with weapons, with Fury, with Chaos Strike, and Mountain Bear makes it really hard.
Yeah.
Respect this using the coin just to get that value trade to get ahead on board here, but that barbed gnat is going to clean up this 3/2 pretty cleanly. Ooh, tracking into harpoon gun would be even better.
Ooh. No. You got me all excited for nothing there. I was all excited to see that harpoon gun.
I would say Saber next turn, nothing to sneeze at. Now the question is, do we hero power or do we tempo the ooze? I want to tempo ooze.
I was leaning for the hero power. I understand the thinking of ooze, but at the same time, I don't want my opponent getting a ton of value. But maybe
Tiago did float a mana last turn.
Yeah.
That might be a bit of a telegraph of no weapon in hand. But I assume we'll see the Saber come down, take out this 2/2.
I wonder if there's going to be an opportunity for using the ooze with the Devouring Swarm. Just getting another one back and then get to both get it on board and have it for later for a weapon.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting interaction. I don't know being relevant this game, but I could definitely see it happening. Oh.
Wow.
Now it's the question of, do you ooze this weapon or do you go for the better tempo this turn?
Right.
And I think think you just school teacher. But Barack's also. I don't think you can ooze and just float.
No. I mean, I guess you'd ooze in hero power?
Yeah,
Sure.
It's tough because the weapon is very strong, but
Mm-hmm.
it feels like the hunter is just not progressing its own game.
Yeah. This is very reactive, and I don't feel like that's what the deck wants to be doing. But in this matchup, maybe it just is having to play that role of more of the defensive deck.
It might just end up being good enough in this matchup to sort of play that defensive line.
Yeah.
Okay, selective breeder. If we hit the saber, that's massive.
No saber.
Oh, no saber. Mountain Bear and Hydralodon are both very strong
Yeah.
plays for next turn, though.
Yeah, I guess it's more of which one do you go for? Because the Mountain Bear is a little bit more of that reactive, just get it on board and protect.
Another copy of Devouring Swarm seems fairly appealing. Because can go Mountain Bear, Devouring Swarm next turn, followed by the additional Mountain Bear and another Devouring Swarm the turn.
Yeah.
If something kills off them.
Did go for it, yep.
Yeah, and this gets back the copy of the breeder and the school teacher. Actually, wait a minute. Can we just spend all of our mana casting a Noggling, playing Devouring Swarm, and getting the Noggling back every time?
I don't know if that's how it works. But maybe we'll find out.
I think it goes infinite, but I could be wrong. That would be really funny if it did.
Yes.
Okay. Selective breeder again. Really want
okay.
Again, no saber. Oh man. That's rough.
So do you just go for the same thing again? Another Mountain Bear? No, going for the crush this time.
Yeah.
Okay, so school teacher, maybe the Noggling, or yeah,
I imagine, yeah.
or the
school
tradable
teacher coming down.
Mm.
Phrase not bad for tempo. Tracking card filtering. And ice trap's honestly not bad. All of these have merit. My initial instinct is tracking.
Ice trap. Okay. My instinct was to go for the wound prey, so all three of us thinking different things there.
Yeah. Well, it's turn 7. My instinct is to play Gillag.
Yeah. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, it knows that this is ice trap anyway.
Yeah.
Wait. I was gonna say knows that this is okay. Actually, returning the predation makes a lot of sense because it'll still cost play another. Okay. So wanted to proc the ice trap with. And now the hunter's in a very tough spot. There's can kill the Gillag using the Devouring Swarm, but doesn't kill any of the tentacle.
Yeah. So is it just Mountain Bear Noggling?
It might have to be.
Yeah, because you can't even get away with clearing the Zillag if it's Mountain Bear into trading the Doggy Biscuit. Kind of has to be the Noggling. I don't know if there's really another way. Oh, gonna go for the trading, but not killing off the Zillag then.
Yeah, that is a scary proposition. these stocks doing 3 damage each. I think there's a lethal here for the demon. I just haven't spotted it yet. Multi-strike, Fury, hero power. Just multi-strike Fury kills the first part of Mountain Bear.
Mm-hmm.
The stocks on their own are 12 plus 4, 16, 19. So it's not quite because the predation costs extra. I don't think it's quite lethal. Depends on what the school teacher hits. Field of Strife. Field of Strife does it, I believe. Because Field of Strife, then trade with Jalag, then push 8, 12 at the end of turn, 3 from predation. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's game.
I don't know what happened in that game because I feel like that was just like complete nonsense that we don't usually see. Like, first of all, there was a hunter in the game, and then like those were some really interesting lines. I would have really liked to have been in their brains, thinking like with them, like, okay, what is their actual logic here? Because there was some really interesting lines.
Yeah, and I think really the hunter just felt like it very much whiffed on hitting the saber from the breeder, and then also really whiffing on drawing harpoon gun, drawing the card, let it accelerate those threats.
Oh. Oh, interesting.
I think, Vitality Surge makes the most sense.
Yeah.
But Conviction's kind of cool.
Yeah. Could have been a lot of damage. Oh, hey, there's a rush, finally.
There we go.
A little late. You know, one whole game too late, but something. I think it's also interesting picking up the other pet collector. Being able to go coin pet collector into follow-up pet collector could potentially be something here, especially with this the saber being an extra saber.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we didn't saber that turn, but might be planning on going just coin pet collector into pet collector.
Yeah.
As you were saying. And
no.
Also interesting that we don't see that Viper being traded by the. I feel like at this point you can reasonably say opponent doesn't have the harpoon gun, otherwise they would have played it already.
Yeah. That could be. Was it just more mana efficient to do the previous plays instead of spending a mana to actually trade that off?
That. But is going to kill off the saber. I assume we're just going to see the pet collector come down.
Yeah.
And hoping to summon second half of saber.
There it is.
Because then this will pull, hopefully, King Crush or Mountain Bear.
That's the dream.
Not small saber.
Crush.
There's King Crush.
Okay, is there an answer on Tiago's side though? And
Righteous Defense.
Yeah.
That's a small King Crush.
It buffed the Viper.
That's a big Viper. Did you ever just tempo the Viper?
Yeah.
How does Hunter beat a 3-man?
Yeah, I think you do. I wonder if Tiago kind of hesitated on that because of thinking that maybe that should have been traded off first, but you also just, dropping a big body like this.
That's a good draw, though.
Yes, it is.
Just Pet Collector followed by Devouring Swarm adds
Ooh.
2 Pet Collectors, a King Crush, and another Saber to hand.
Yeah.
And judging by these trades, I assume that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, you send that damage face, and then you go for sending your minions into this. Gonna coin.
Do not coin the
Yeah, not the ooze. Okay, the breeder.
Breeder, take another Saber.
Yeah.
It's always fun at this point because they almost turn into persistent peddlers with Rush, where you're playing the Saber, trading it off, and getting more Sabers from your deck. You then rush into other things.
Oh, there's the harpoon gun now. Also, I think in terms of what Mutinous ate there with that pet collector, I think that's pretty okay for Tabiko, right? Like at this point, you're like, I already got the values out of pet collector. I think I'm okay with this. It didn't eat the crush. It didn't eat the ooze. It didn't eat Hydrolodon. You have to feel pretty good about it.
And I believe, with this Saber pulled out of deck, the only beast left in deck is second Bear, if I'm correct. So this Saber next turn is guaranteed to pull that Mountain Bear out of the deck.
I believe so.
And I imagine we're also going to see the ooze this turn.
Yes. There it is.
Yeah, my guess for this turn is then followed by both Sabers. Though, okay, opting just to play. No,
okay.
That's correct. Both Sabers.
Yeah.
And then, save the harpoon gun swing. And Saber gets killed, and then you can dredge a bit to the top.
Yeah, and this is great setup as well. Not only just for being on board this turn, but if there is clears or some sort of removal used, then next turn that King Crush can just come down and provide yet another threat. And we've talked about how these decks just don't seem to have enough removal for these boards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's sort of been the strength of Big Beast Hunter, is that you can just keep producing these waves of threats that control decks, they can deal with the first bear, they can deal with the second bear. When you start getting to the third, fourth, fifth bear, all of these nesting dolls, it just becomes really hard to deal with. Now we'll see. It's just the second bear. There is a decent Pyromancer clear for Tiago here. It's not a full clear because second Mountain Bear, but they're off everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Needs 6 damage to the... So can either hero power or start with 2 Maki rolls to the face playing the Pyro.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting as well, this Hydrolodon and all of these heads now that are going to be in that pool for Revive Pet. Makes it a little awkward. So many heads.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been fixed that each of the heads counted as a separate minion with the Hydrolodon, because I believe that was previously a bug, is that Revive Pet would count like the left head and the right head as different minions when showing you options for what to summon.
Yeah.
Yeah. You might see either Barak or Tracking come down this turn. Or King Crush.
Yeah. I wonder, does Pet Collector pull out another Saber? Yes.
I believe there is still a Saber on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, okay. That was it. Finally using the second charge of this weapon here.
Yeah.
Quick pick.
Yeah, picking the hero card.
Yep.
Decent tempo play.
No more beasts. We'll go for the hero card. Seems like a good plan.
All right. I imagine, yeah. We'll just see Beastalker Tavish come down here. Improved the emergency maneuvers can do some really nasty stuff. You're able to get, like, if there's a revive pet into a mountain bear,
Yeah.
and then the paladin kills it, that's some juicy stuff there.
I think the freezing trap is also kind of interesting at this point in the game when there hasn't been smite. Oh, there's another crush. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
The
yeah.
freezing trap. Clear out these minions.
Yeah. If you're able to keep the paladin just off the board, then smite never connects face because you have a freezing trap up.
I mean, and even thinking about potential Samuro, we haven't seen Samuro, have we?
Not yet, I don't believe.
So I think the freezing trap prevents a Samuro or a smite here.
Mhm.
Not going to stop the pyro, though.
Yeah, and the emergency maneuvers is just going to get back to Pel Collective. So
yeah,
there's not too exciting, sadly.
Yeah, not really the greatest value. I guess other than just being some bodies on the board that Tiago can't interact with yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the paladin has 2 cards in hand at this, which is kind of rough. And Hunter can play a school teacher, can play another King Crush. There's a lot of decent options this turn.
Yeah. Going for the aimed shot. Going for damage at this point.
It gives our beast +2 at...
Yeah.
It's just 3. Just 3 damage. Oh. Yeah, aim shot plus barbed nets, though, is a very clean clear here.
Yeah.
Can also play the doggy biscuit on something, or play tracking and then trade the doggy biscuit. Harpoon gun isn't accelerating and filtering and 6 damage.
Yeah.
I see large Blade Master Okani come down, but
very large. Is it gonna be enough though? I don't know if this does enough.
It's gonna be a 2/6 when it gets the hand by that freezing trap. Interesting. Not hero powering. In case of another Leok. We'll see. Maybe there wasn't a hero power plan for this turn.
Yeah.
It's minion. So,
I mean,
set our opponent to 4. Oh, set our opponent to 0.
That's even better. Yeah.
I would say setting your opponent to 0 life is good.
Yeah. Turns out when you can find multiple King Crushes from Revive Pets, good. Hitting face with a big minion is very good.
So I believe this puts Tabaika up 2-1.
Is it 2-1 or 2-2 now?
Well, I believe Tiago. Oh, is it? I thought it was. I'm going crazy. I know there's a paladin and a rogue right now, and
Yes.
we'll see if there's another game after this. Wait, yeah, because Tiago run the rogue mirror, beat the hunter with demon hunter, and Tobaika beat something with warrior and beat the paladin with hunter. So yeah, it is game 5.
Okay. Well, yeah, so this is it. But if Tiago does win this, then they will have to replay the series because of double elimination. Neither player would have 2 losses at that point, but I don't know. How do you feel about this rogue into the paladin?
I still think it's paladin favor, but it seems very, I guess, rogue winnable, if that makes sense.
Yes, I'm in that same boat, especially when you get the 0 mana null. That seems pretty good.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of what we saw. I forget who the player was, but like the double null early and just realizing okay, there's no Viper in my rogue deck, so I just got to push in on. But
Well, gonna prep into Shroud. Yeah. Find another null? Nope.
Double fillet fighter with stealth is certainly good as well.
Yeah, it feels a little scary into this matchup. So yeah, okay. I was gonna say I like not playing both.
Fair enough. Yeah, because weapon does clean up the one pretty well as well. Just pushing some damage with null. Interesting. Edwin this turn. Maybe not quite what Tobaika wanted to draw off of the Edwin, but
yeah,
it's nice to have around.
Okay, Okani coming down. That's a pretty big body here too.
Yeah. Honestly, what I found in this matchup, playing a bunch from the Paladin side, is it's often less about like clearing the rogue's board the whole game, and it's more about until you're able to play a big minion, and then at that point, like rogue often just doesn't have large removal and loses pretty quickly big minion in turn.
Yeah.
And does get to discover a spell here. Frostbite or Fell Barrage? Frostbite has pretty significant upside with that honorable kill, but Fell Barrage is 1 damage and can potentially split up. Which one would you pick?
I guess at this point, I probably would have just gone for Frostbite. I think just the 3 damage is fine. Like, you just pick damage.
You're just saying that because the good player did it all.
Well, I mean, I feel like I've had some very similar thinking in some of these. Now, maybe not with that very first Hunter game. I don't know what was going on in that game, but I don't know if there's like a good use for the Frostbite in this game though, other than just sending it face for some damage.
We can Can send 5 damage into this 4/8 using both the 4/3 alongside the 1/1 frostbite it, or this works too.
Yeah,
Um,
sure.
Oh, this works too. I was like, oh, we just trade the 4/3 in, but no. Use weapon in the 1/1 and frostbite, and then maintain your 2 large men. This is nice. Clean.
Oh, the top deck. I was gonna say that frostbite actually made it kind of awkward for that turn, but then there was just the Leviathan drawn, and that just who cares what your spells are when you top deck Leviathan?
It's no carriel, but
Yeah,
won't complain about
it'll do. It'll do. Is Maki okay? I was gonna say, is this just heal? Cheap spell to go for the pyros? Okay.
We can stab. That's a start. That's a start.
Just going face.
Send it. Yeah. Send the damage face.
Yeah.
Okay, extort the 4/2. Play the cutlass.
Yeah. Oh, the other colors.
Hit face. Play the next cutlass.
Wait, there wasn't even okay.
Oh wow.
I liked attacking and then playing it like you said too. Maybe it's not gonna matter.
I'm not sure. See if Tiago chooses to heal this turn. Because Smite Fillet Fighter, 10 damage on its own,
Yeah.
plus 2 damage from the weapon. Okay,
Yeah.
is opting to heal.
Yep, seems reasonable. Well,
okay.
Scab sure looks great here.
Yeah, the Asharan has access to Asharan Vessel, Smite, Fillet Fighter, potentially, or can set up a Sharn Vessel and then go Smite Fillet Fighter, Gone Fishing on future turn. There's a lot of potential damage and
yeah,
Carriel hasn't come down yet.
Yep. Pyro and a couple of spells gonna clear up the taunts. It does slow down some of the damage. Plus, this is just even more healing. I think that was another reason why Tabika didn't attack with the weapon last turn as well, just recognizing that there's probably going to be some more healing. That 2 damage not doing a whole lot there if there is, and it's the last charge, so...
Yeah, and there's no dagger, so
yeah.
This is the last weapon we get.
Yeah, the last charge of a weapon, period.
I guess that's not true if there's a Krakatoa, but we'll see.
Is Krakatoa still in the deck? 6 cards left?
Yeah.
Wait, we haven't seen Krakatoa yet? Wow.
I don't believe so.
This okay.
Hullbreaker is really cute.
I was kind of leaning towards the Fell Soul myself. I don't know what you were thinking, but
I don't know what spells are left in deck, but we might be guaranteed second half of Vessel Hullbreaker. How big is this Mr. Smite though?
It hasn't gotten any buffs on it.
Not gotten buffed at all.
Yeah.
So
it's just a normal.
Only 22 damage that turn.
Oh.
But yeah, I imagine the rogue is just gonna end up being dead pretty quick here.
Yeah.
Because I don't see a board clear. And I don't see a lethal either. Unless I'm missing. So much damage just has to go into taunts that I don't believe there's a clear or a lethal this turn.
What spells are left also? Because I don't know if that Hullbreaker can be traded off and killed. Because if it does pull that vessel, that's just gonna be lethal on himself.
I believe there might be a second Shadow Stone left, but I could be wrong.
Can you even go for that chance? I don't know if you can.
I don't know if there's any other spells left that might kill you.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much of a risk it is here. Oh, well, now it's definitely a risk.
Oh, how many things are going to get done in the amount of time that's left? That rope. No, there it is.
It was, yeah. Oh, well.
Oh, my gosh.
At least we went out in a fancy.
Oh, my gosh. Well, they're going to have to do this again.
Yep. All right. Tiago managed to stick it out 2-3, 2. Now do it again.
That's right.
As we're moving on to the second match of Grand Final.
Yes. I think, let's see. I think we'll switch over casters here as well. Well, they reset here. We'll see if they ban differently. That's, I think, what I'm going to be looking at.
We'll see. See if Tiago finally bans one.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Ah, same bans. I guess not. All right. Well, we're just going to switch casters out real quick, and we will be right back. All right. Welcome back, everyone. This is our Grand Finals. This is it. This is the finals for reals now. This is double elimination. So, yes, there was already one Grand Finals match, but the player from the losers bracket did win, which means that neither player had 2 losses. So, we are going to see that played again. And what do you expect to see here?
Well, it looks like they both banned Warrior. I'm wondering if Tiago's going to start with Demon Hunter, because it seems like those games have been going pretty well. And what do you think Tabakia might start with?
Oh, well, that's interesting, because that means that the bans did change. So this is very interesting, because now the Warrior has been banned. So we could see a Paladin mirror match, I guess, instead of seeing that Warrior, which did get a quick win previously, even though Tiago still was able to pull out the series win. So kind of interesting. Not sure if that's going to change the results here or not, but they did already start the game, so we're going to jump in to this game here. And
It's like the first match, Tiago went Demon Hunter, and Tabakia went Paladin.
Yeah, and this is kind of interesting because again, I think we've seen the warrior get banned a couple of times, but not sure if we really have we gotten to actually see Tabika's paladin being played. I feel like we've seen the warrior, but I don't know if we've actually seen the paladin. We've seen a lot of paladin. And I don't remember which players have played which at this point. Double fossil fanatic. Tons of draw here.
And it makes sense. You know you're losing one into the sunfish anyway.
Yeah.
Might as well maximize that draw.
Second equality picked up as well. No minions in hand whatsoever for this righteous defense to even attempt to buff anything. Not that there's any threatening minions on the board for Tiago either. Interesting also that Tabika went for healing face there instead of healing the taunt. But maybe after seeing multiple fell spells drawn, it just feels irrelevant to heal the taunt.
Maybe also hoping that there wasn't a weapon or an attack buff, so they would have to trade the fossil.
Yeah.
And not be able to do as much damage with the glaive.
This is a really awkward hand as paladin.
It was very awkward.
It's like bits and pieces, but not quite enough. And there's really not anything on the board. And it's very interesting as well. Seeing as Tabika knows what kind of what's in the hand, not necessarily what exactly every card is, but the majority of the hand is going to be fell spells that were drawn off of those fossils. So it's kind of interesting because I guess there is that aspect of knowing there's a lot of spells in hand and likely not very many minions.
I'm kind of surprised that they went with Samuro instead of the Myrmidon and Hero Power.
Yeah, it might just be because of that fact that there's just the knowledge of a lot of spells in hand and not really any minions. Just wanting to try to get on board a little bit. I think the downside to the Myrmidon is that there wasn't anything to play with it to get added draw. Top deck Carriol is pretty good though. Gonna be able to take back board a little bit.
I think the only argument for playing Myrmidon there was saving Samuro for a wider board.
Yeah. I mean, especially with the double equality in hand. But I guess at this point it's I don't know, maybe just hoping to draw something else for with the equalities. Does the Garden's Grace come out? Yeah.
9-13 with Divine Shield. Deal with that.
Yeah. It almost feels like a little bit of a desperate play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it does create a large threat that Tiago has to answer, but there already are several large minions on board. Going into the turn 7, which I mean, we could see that Zillag is in hand. But I think even just the potential threat of it from both sides is very interesting, right? Just the threat of having the big minion and forcing an answer, but also the fact that there's already large things that can potentially answer it.
Yeah, it was definitely a stall. That's definitely not how you ideally want to use the gardens, but in that scenario, I think it was a very good play.
Absolutely. Does Tiago have to go for more spells here? Or more attack, excuse me, to trade in with the face, or just lean into the spells? Let me go ahead and use the multi-strike. Doesn't seem quite as exciting without the weapon to be able to hopefully deal extra amounts of damage to the face when hitting into a minion as well. But it did clear. It did get through all of the bodies on the board.
That's a big bannerman.
Yeah. Doesn't have a lot of health.
Yeah, it dies to one fell barrage.
We're just a Zillag stock.
Or a stock.
Yeah. Yeah, that thing's gonna die, I think. Pretty good odds that it will die, at least. Okay, it did. Well, now this is one of those cases of there's already multiple equalities in hand. I don't think this is a third equality here.
Definitely not. I feel like we've seen time and time again, righteous defense has saved many occasions.
Yeah.
A city tax would have been a nice pickup here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if any of this is going to be enough. I think even a draw would have been something. Because just drawing into a potential like equality with the pyro would have been an answer.
Mm-hmm.
But there's just no draw potential here either. No healing. I guess the bannerman can potentially draw pyro. It draws a light ray. Okay.
It helps a little bit.
Does that righteous defense still come out? No.
Mm.
Yeah, it felt like such an awkward hand all the way around. Right? Like there was just not enough going on and yeah, having to use that Samuro, or maybe not even having to, but feeling the need to use the Samuro a little bit earlier just really resulted in having no answers. Unfortunately, there was just not enough minions that game, I think. And it's been kind of weird. I think we've seen that a lot with the Paladin, is that there's either all minions or no minions. There's like no happy medium.
Had Tiago played, or Tabaika played that Murbanin instead, and had the righteous defense gone onto Samura, that would have been an answer to all of those stocks, and possibly the Zillag as well. Trying to think back how much damage that would have stolen. So it looks like we're going to see Rogue now against Paladin.
Yeah. And here's like all minions and no spells.
Isn't that how it goes?
It is. And no spells to get a discount from Cariel, unfortunately.
Probably coining banner is a good play here. Buffs the starfish for or the sunfish for next turn.
Yeah. Also, could be relevant setting that Cariel to a 5 attack as well if there's going to be a potential null that were to come down. And there it is. I mean, it does trade off anyways, but having that Cariel at the 5 attack to take out a null is pretty fantastic in a lot of cases. how sad does this fish look without taunt and divine shield?
know.
Okay, I was gonna say,
Minion.
yeah. I mean, you just saw, like, as Tiago, right? Tiago just saw the sunfish come down without taunt and divine shields, which means that this hand has no holy spells. There could be a possibility of another spell that's not a holy spell, but it pretty much signals there's a bunch of minions in hand. And now it's awkward again. How does Tabika answer this?
Maybe trading the restaurant. Oh, playing it.
Yeah, I guess it's just the least valuable minion at this point. Quite a bit of draw. Ooh, and
And a null.
zero mana null. That's gonna be stealthed? No. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I was like, I saw that correctly, didn't I? I doubted myself for a second.
When I see that, I still think Outcast, but yes, no, it was from Shroud of
Yeah.
Concealment.
Well, unfortunately, the Carriel having only the 5 attack means it's not going to be able to clear out that Edwin. But getting a discount, hey, on the single minion.
Oh, and she dies to a claw.
Yeah. This has been a very good set of games here for Tiago. This paladin just really suffering.
It relies so heavily on all those holy spells,
Yeah.
discounting other parts of the deck. There's
Yeah.
a mackerel. Mackerel, 4 mackerels. Would that get a free light ray? 2 free light rays.
Yeah. I think it's not enough to play it with the pyro. Yeah, I guess Flash of Light first gets 4 health instead of 2. There's an equality! Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. If this is enough to stall one more turn, the pyro equality can come down. The Carriel could come down next turn. This might be the point where Tabika stabilizes. Is it going to be enough? Use up the weapon before trading in Krakatoa, potentially? I guess this is one of those spots where how much does Tiago want to trade with the minions versus using the spells?
Which means how much does he think that Takaya has a full clear next turn?
That's Smite in hand. I mean, going into 8 mana now, there's Smite, Fillet, and no, it's just that's just game. Just the Smite on its own is enough.
There is too much of a board to play Carriel, and that is really a huge help with this Paladin deck.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I think that's that a pretty quick 2-0 for
2-0,
yeah,
mhm.
for Tiago. This Paladin deck just really not pulling its weight, unfortunately. And you know, NiceJewishOwl was pointing it out quite a bit that the Paladins really haven't seemed to do a lot, but in Conquest, all it takes is one win with the deck in the series. So if it's getting banned, then obviously it's not going to need to get a win, but if it's left up, it just needs to pull out one win. And we have seen a lot of these series go to game number 5. So it has seemed for sure like kind of game number 5 is really the pivotal game. And I think that's because of these paladins. Well, for sure. There's a paladin that's going to win this game.
That's accurate.
Now, looking at the hands, Tabaika has a pretty good hand here. I feel like this is a much better hand.
Starting with both anointment and banners, a pretty strong start. Is this a sunfish turn?
Yeah, it looks like it. At least this one has Taunt and Divine Shield.
Interesting to see both hands, one Carriel and one Viper.
There's that 5 health, or the 5 attack coming into play here. Getting that buffed up again. At least there's a little bit more spells this time around for Carriel to discount here. But Righteous Defense gonna make quick work of her. Oh, the Mr. Smite coming into hand after there was a little bit of buffing. It's also very... Wait, do both players have Viper? Yes.
No, Tabaika did not have the Viper.
No, they both do.
But not in hand.
Oh, not in hand, yeah. In the list, they both do. I was just thinking that this could be really interesting here if Tabaika wants to coin into Carriel. Tiago just has that Viper waiting in hand. Yeah. This Viper might just come down here. This Carriel didn't even get to clear either of the minions.
Nope.
That's a large Viper as well.
And Okani.
Yeah. Gonna pick minion. This is a little bit awkward now because the Okani at this point could be spell or minion. Gonna test. Oh, the hero power hit the Mr. Smite.
Making Okani harder to clear.
The equality does help. And it's kind of interesting because Tabika knows that it's minion and not spell, but these divine shields are what's going to be really awkward now. I don't know if there's an answer. Just playing some taunts? Ugh.
Maybe playing the Myrmidons so that you look for something off the battle vicar.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that knowing that Okani is going to stop your first minion makes this turn so awkward. But yeah, gonna start off with the Myrmidon. Going for the righteous defense. Yeah, went for the higher health here, but that equality just makes it irrelevant. And wow, we just saw the 3-0. Oh my gosh, Tiago taking that the second winner grand finals match. I mean, came from the lower bracket, blew through that, and then beat Tabika twice. Oh,
and with
my
a clean
gosh.
sweep the second time.
Yeah. I mean, that was incredible play by both sides and absolutely some really great play. I think, some mistakes throughout the series, but I think that's probably to be expected. I feel like a lot of these players as well, very late into the night or into the early morning for some of them playing. And, when tournaments tend to go this long too, it's very draining and some players get very tired. So that's to be expected, but that still, I think some pretty great play all throughout the tournament today.
I agree. It's been exciting to watch the different matchups, what classes have gotten banned, and just how different people interpret the same or very similar decks.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We saw a lot of very similar decks, some playing just a couple of cards different, but do you have any favorite moments before we close it out?
Oh, that Giga into Giga had to be my favorite moment of the day.
That was
You love
so
to see
great.
big plays like that. And then the huge reversal.
Yes.
What about you?
Yeah, that was a pretty good one. I think early on it might have been when you and Owl were casting together, there was an early crush that came out. And that was just like, oh, I loved it. I was like, well, there it is. There's the crush. We saw the early crush. I'm happy. That was it.
That's exactly what you want to see.
Yes. Well, I will say thank you to all of the players that competed in the tournament today. Thank you for everyone who joined and checked out the broadcast. We hope that you enjoyed the casting and the games today. And thank you so much, Bridget, for joining. And I hope that you enjoyed it as well. Owl already headed off. As soon as he got off, was like, let's go to bed. But thank you so much for joining today. It was an absolute pleasure getting to cast with you.
Same. And great play by all the players. We had a lot of fun watching. We hope you had a lot of fun playing. For all of yours, again, thanks for hanging out and wishing everyone a wonderful evening or morning, depending on where you are.
Yes, absolutely. And we do have another tournament coming up this month, and it will be the same format happening on Friday, the 24th. So if you are interested, then you can find that link in the chat or go over to Battlefy and look for Aspire Esports Center, and you can find that sign up there as well. But from all of us, thank you so much for watching, and we will see you in the next one.
Take care, everyone.